Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. How's it going? It's a Tuesday. That's weird, huh? Tuesday afternoon. Hopefully doing well. Lunch stream. We are not going to be here on Thursday for a stream, so we said we're going to do a random stream at some point in the previous, and it's now. So buckle up. We're going to be streaming for a bit today, actually. We got a couple hours in us, which is great. Random Tuesday stream. Eric, congratulations on the Cascadia. Seems like it's been a huge success. I've also ruined your Discord audio settings, so if you need help for that, it's attached to some ransomware I've installed. Good luck with that, man. But congratulations. It was an absolutely stunning event, even from like across the country. It seemed really, really quite fun. Well done. If you want to talk about it, I'd love to. I think everyone would love to hear more if there's a post-mortem at some point, probably on the podcast, huh? Hey, Stab, Tuesday Metro stream, what lottery did I win? Just a Tuesday stream. There will be no Thursday stream, though. So if you're counting your blessings today, come Thursday, you'll be like, I checked that in too soon. Steven, how's it going? Perfectly timed stream. I was taking a chilled midday break to start my new cards, banger intro music. I did that too. So, huge surprise. Null Signal Games is now shipping directly to Canada. So instead of going to make playing cards, which was what we used to do, you can now order directly from their store. And this was meant to come in like 2 to 3 days from now, and it just showed up in the mail. I asked Patrick in the morning, can you print me out proxies? And then he did, and then this came in. I'm like, so sorry, Patrick, I don't need your proxies anymore. Sorry for all the effort. But yeah, I've done rotation. Binders are good. It's in a good spot. Hey, Izzy, how's it going? Frank as well. What a nice surprise. Yeah, speaking of that, Frank. Yeah, this is not yours, but I have yours, yes. Sophie, how's it going? Trillian, you coming this next weekend? Just a fantasy. Wolfred, how you doing? Veronica, it is a live stream. What an opening. I mistimed the intro a bit. I should have came in a bit sooner. Robin, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Happy Thursday. Buzza, how you doing? The top 8 was cracked. Yo, real talk. Yo, also, Senger's in chat. Congrats, Senger, man. 2 year back-to-back Continental finalists. Like, obviously, winning one of those is, there's, that's obviously a target. But, like, I don't think anyone has got 2 Continental finalists in a row. So, like, that's damn good, man. Well done. Yeah, let alone playing the stuff that you want to play, not what people are telling you to play is the best. So a huge respect for that. Top 8 was cracked. Top 8 was really, really good. So Cascadia was the American Continentals, so it was just this weekend. It was all streamed, twitch.tv/null signal netrunner. It will eventually be on YouTube, I'm hoping, considering Null Signal Netrunner sponsored the event. But, like, very importantly, the event was originally just organized by, I think, 3 players from the West Coast. So Whiteblade, who's Eric is in chat, he's the guy on Mutually Assured Destruction. Oh, hey, that's me. And then Radiant, Sam, and then Cephalopod, who's the guy in the squid hat. And it was a huge success. We got to stream it. We did commentary remotely. They also streamed after, like, we had to shut down at some point because we were only booked for a while, but they also did the startup finals and I watched a bit of it. There's no commentary, no audio. I think that's something that's really easy to get commentary on after if people are looking into that, because it's always unfortunate where it's like, oh, startup's also on. And then like all the casters are like, sorry, we have to go now. And then startup feels like it doesn't get the attention it might want. Hey, Tanuki. Hey, Saturday. Great on Tuesday. How's it going? We'll do a Shadownet post-mortem probably and an NSG article. I was so happy for Ian, Jeff, and CTZ. Yeah, East Coast did absolute killer. I guess CTZ is not East Coast. Yo, real talk, Jeff. You know I told you that maybe like trying out your digital life in ASA group is kind of a thing to do? It's because of the narrative here that I played against Go to Cascadia online, and he actually talks about it. This is the write-up, and I got absolutely bodied by this deck. Double your digital life, double biotic labor. And I was saying, like, maybe you can try this on stream because I think this is really good. And he talks about it. Apparently it was CTZ who was smurfing on the title Go to Cascadia. And I played against him, and he mentions the interaction, and I'm like, oh, okay, hold on. This is definitely a really good player and a smurf and a really friendly and goofy player. So that kind of lowers the field a bit. And then during the top cut, we were given deck lists, and I opened this deck list, and you can hear it on camera on stream. I was like, wait a second, I've played against this deck before. I now know who Go to Cascadia was. And it was like this very good villain reveal on stream. It was so funny, but this deck is slaps. Your digital life, like, there's some absolute blowouts in the early game. But yeah, well played to CTZ. Just playing Criminal too. I don't think his Criminal did well in the Swiss, but he's just playing Control Criminal, and it's like, it's so hard to make that work. And yeah, he got some good rips. It worked out. Hey Vincent, I'm impressed by your dedication to stream. Well, we want to stream once a week, right? Like, streaming is really fun. We also don't stream enough at this time zone, which makes more sense for more of the planet, and like people tune in. Like Ba, hey Ba, how's it going? Been off work sick, cheering me right up. Hopefully you're feeling better, man. How you finding the new set? I'll be a candidate to a small New England cohort. Heck yeah. We'll talk a bit about more of that. We're going to have a Candance video hopefully up tomorrow just to go over some basic stuff like parking, what the event is going to be like. We can show off the alt art. Do y'all want to see the alt art we have commissioned? Because it came in the mail and in like the printed card and it turned out way better. What was the NEH deck like? Colin, the NEH deck, it's not posted yet. It was Rangi Doge's deck. It in short had like a kill combo. It wasn't trying to score out. It was only running 7 agendas, and it was has Oppo Research as a threat, but it had 2 copies of Reaper Function, and then 1 copy of End the Line and 1 copy of Mindscaping. And then with a card that a lot of people forgot existed from Rain and Reverie, SIU. The idea is that if this stays on the table, you can give the runner a tag, and the End of the Line to Mindscaping is 5 damage. So you generally need a Reaper Function to exist on the table. And yeah, it worked. It went really, really well. Would have been nice to win, but honestly, no complaints or regrets. Yeah, no, that's a hard matchup too, Jeff, right? Like, I read your write-up too, talking about, like, not playing Sure Gamble. Do you want to play Aeneas in format? And I think you're very clear with your deck list. I think your deck list is very easily one of the best decks in the format, but, you know, probably isn't the final iteration because tuning to meta and stuff like that. But I played your deck yesterday at Casuals against the very same NEH deck. And yeah, you get like 6 or 7, I got like 3 or 4 6-click turns in a row. Peach Sean is absolutely messed up. Absolutely messed up. David, how's it going? I should start the export of that. Thanks for the reminder. Oh, of course. What did Jeff run? Jeff actually posted his deck lists. He ran an op, which has a bit of, I would say a bit of fast events, a bit of like rig shooting. Triple Mavirus is just like a really nice spot to be anyways. There's Ian and Jeff. Look at the cuties from the East Coast taking the finals. So this deck is really cool. It has a lot of one-ofs, and then you have to be pretty smart on what you want to pull. Vovo is probably the slot that is like being called into question the most, but like it's a one-of, a 1 cost, which you care about in these sort of decks. Slash and Burn's interesting too. And then this deck is absolutely absurd. It is really tricky to play. The play patterns are very different. Again, there's a huge ceiling here, whether it's Gachapon or Prognostic. I'm glad you went for Gachapon. I know there was a bit of conversation about that last week, but yeah, this deck is so fun. Crim is not control Crim. It's sick nasty. I don't fully believe in it. The amount of times, like, you spend half the game clicking to draw, and it's good enough. It's control Crim. I know what you mean. According to YouTubers streaming Valorant? Hell yeah. How's it going, Mary? Been testing my decks for EMEA all day, been getting mixed results. Veronica, I read your comment that you're going to EMEA, and I'm super excited for you. What are you testing so far? Dane, welcome to Tuesday. How you doing? NEH will be up soon, but Rangi Doge is probably getting slammed at work today. Oh, okay. I hate SAU. I forgot that it's still legal. Yeah, it's still legal. It's technically a trace card. You don't see a lot of them out there. This might sound a little selfish, but I'm pretty sad that the Montel Boast R+ didn't make the top 8. Hey, Jai, how's it going? I forget which one that one was. We saw a bunch of them. I'm not sure if that was the acid one. I remember seeing Solomir on Epiphany. I think we saw a couple R+ decks. I forget which one exactly the Montel one was. Floor bed. Yeah, the photo of floor bed. It's really great. Would love to hear tips on how to assess whether a 2-for-1 or ID in tournaments at some point. Oh, okay, Paul. Very easy. Actually, we can kind of look at it because it tells you this on Aesop's tables. So I never remember the URL. It's Aesop's tables. Okay, so 24 playing startup. That's really nice. Hey, Vacalota, how's it going? Also, Spark Sign, what's up, midday stream? It was the Bladderwort one that played at APAC. Oh, yeah, that one. I don't like that one so much. I feel like that one gets pulled apart by Hoshiko. I think there's some inevitability there, but just like run-based Hoshiko, you can tech into that deck and make it unwinnable. I actually like the one that's closer to Crowfies, the deck list of the week right now, which is actually like kind of like the Asmari shells, which you are jamming, because it's not just do your acid stick, it's like do your acid stick and then is this nonsense? I don't know. I feel like this is a bit more interesting to me. The acid one too, like I can't figure out how to make Bladderwort work with Oppo. I think you have to be playing R+ because 5 is not that expensive compared to where you want to be with Bladderwort. Okay, so check this out. In single-sided Swiss, which mind you, Canadian Nationals will be single-sided Swiss, it was 40 minutes at Cascadia, right? So the idea is that every round you'll either get 0 points if you lose, 3 points if you win, or 1 point if you draw. So you go to time, and on time, both players have the same amount of points. Now, the idea is as standings go, and you're not going to be able to see standings, like I can't rewind the standings page, but you see a bunch of these numbers here, like Joe, this is Solomir, shout out to Solomir, and like Sako matched up against each other twice, and they ID'd in each. And like the short of the long is basically once you get to a certain point where like, again, I can't rewind the standings, but if you go to the cut rounds, like the 2 players here, Steven E and Saka, were both at the highest score possible. I wish I could rewind once here. I wish we can go back 1 round here. I don't know if we can. But the idea is that you can tell if you're trying to make the top 8 that the 18s, Okay, like imagine there's one more round here. Okay, that's an easy way to look at it. Imagine that there was one final round after this round, okay? So the 21s can become 24s if they win their game. So that means all these 21s can go up. The 19s can only become 21s if they win, right? No, sorry, 19, 20, 21. They can become 22s. So the idea is if you're this 22 with a really high strength of schedule, if you lose your game, you're probably going to be okay because this 19 can become a 22. The idea is understanding that you'll still be in the top cut. Even if you lose, you might as well draw to your opponent because 23 will make it next round guaranteed. Because the idea is if you look at it, the only players who could possibly become into the top 8 are the 19s. If these players both win, they become 22s. And then if the 21s wins, they become 24. So there's only like 4 mystery slots of people that can actually overtake you on this round. And specifically, this player's, their strength of schedule might go up if they play against someone who has a higher strength of schedule. This 19 has a pretty low strength of schedule, so they're actually in a really rough spot. But in theory, you can know here as this 22 player, you don't actually have to play your last round because getting to 23 means there's no way that 7 people will be above you in the final round. That kind of how it works. Steven actually shouldn't have ID'd. I think there was a couple people that didn't safely ID specifically on in Cascadia, but did because either they were playing against their metamates or they wanted a break. You can safely ID in the last round. It's also totally worth noting that IDing comes with a cost because going into the top 8, your standing in the top 8 does matter because you get preference when it comes to timed draws, which are not that common in the top 8 because the higher seed wins if it is a timed draw. But more importantly, when you go into the top 8, the first player plays the 8th player, 2nd, 7th, 6th, and so forth. And the person at the higher seed picks which matchup they want to start with. So there's actually a big incentive to be at least in the top 4 of the top 8. But if you're just trying to make it to the top 8 just to like play tomorrow and just so you can have a play mat or whatever, you can always look at the numbers and think like, okay, well, there's literally no way that there's no way that this 18 player can beat you if you're at 22. So you don't have to play the game. And then you can just kind of math out if 7 people can get ahead of you. That's the kind of idea. Like ID still exists in 2-for-1, but like it's way better than in double-sided. And shout out, Jeff did just, he showed up on the Null Signal Netrunner podcast talking about it. Hey, Frisbee. Morning, early stream. How you doing? How long a round's going to be in Montreal Nats? So I need to figure out exactly when it starts. This is a bit ugly that I haven't found the time yet, but I'm leaning towards 40 minutes. And then depending on player count, obviously how many rounds we're going to have. Currently, it says online that we're going to be starting at a certain time at like 10 or something. I think there's a chance that we're going to be starting later and we might be doing something similar to what happened at East Coast Nationals where we start the day later, but then assumedly you've had lunch before the day starts, just so that there's not 2 breaks. There's a chance if we don't have like 60 players, I'm expecting less than Cascadia. Cascadia was a huge event. I'd be very happy if it wasn't that case, but like there's a big chance it'll be maybe 8 rounds of single side Swiss, and then the next day we'll still have to cut to top 8 and a startup tournament, so stuff like that. But 40 minutes I think is what's going to happen. Hey Rabbi, the semis and finals of the American Continentals were all top tier Netrunner games. I think the quality of play in the top finals was really quite good. There's always like you can review and there's parts of the board state that you don't see. Runner accesses cards, sometimes you don't mention, so that it changes the play state. I think there's like small things that you can nitpick, like if you play things differently. I think Jeff put on an absolute clinic when it came to off play, and I think his opponents also respected the off play, which is really good. It's always not that great when you see an off play blown out because your opponent doesn't know what you're capable of, and it was respect on both sides, which is really cool. The CTZ versus Cody matchup was hella tight. I think Encoder had some lines that could have generated a bit more security. I think there was a sequencing error on the last turn that took it, but it was such an exciting game because CTZ got a result that I think he was nearly locked out from unless he played it really tight. Even in the first round, there was like this ridiculous line where Solomir, the right play was like putting a Beal naked on the table on the last play. And I think even if he did that, maybe the runner would have checked it because I think he revealed what card it was coming off of Epiphany, so it wasn't black and white. But there was still like really good quality play across the top 8, which is kind of what you expect, but it's a treat when you also when you get to see it. Yo, Andre, how's it going? Good to see you last night, eh? It's been a while. Good afternoon. Morning, Andre. Hope things are going well. That is Andrew. How you doing? I tried to make an Atea deck in startup and finally figured out why people don't know what to do with the ID. Oh man, that's always the thing with startup. It's like you're so excited to play Atea in standard, and then you go to a smaller card pool and realize like, oh, I don't have NGO for click compression. Oh, I have a worse agenda suite that doesn't work with Bladderwork. Like it obviously scales it down. Bladderwork is so fake. I like playing kind of aggressive decks and coming up from startup, so I'm playing Lat, Deep Dive. Pichachon is a massive boon to the deck, and HB PD Seamless Rush. Veronica, I think you're in a really good spot there. I think if you want to play Seamless Rush, there's a chance you can try out Asa Group. I think Asa Group is like very, very comparable to PD and just has, I think it interacts with the card pool a bit better, especially some of the new cards. But I think that's in a really good spot. So I think you're working with, you have an easier hill to climb than I think some players can, you know, try and win with harder decks. Looks like all the Cascadia top 8 lists just got published by NSG. Oh, they put the article out. Sick. Big horn outside. Yeah, they've been doing these where they do like recaps. Apparently it just got published. So they go through all the deck lists, which is really, really great. Oh, there's photos too. This is what I was wondering. And well, okay, obviously APAC, there's no photos to be taken. But look at all them friends out there in the top 8. 2 brothers making the top 8 from the East Coast too. Santa making it back. And then all the deck lists are here, which is awesome. So you can go see it. Photos is so important that these show up on events as well. Just so people know like what things look like, and you know, people smiling is great. We're making fun of DSS today. Yeah, always. I'll take Patrick's proxies. You can have them. It's mostly like cards for what's her name? Ari, which is great. Sven, coming to Montreal next weekend for my first tourney. I want to inevitably get crushed. Not sure whether to go with my homegrown decks or something tried and true. Sven, it's important when you go to an event to have some sort of basis of what you're trying to do. If it's just trying to have fun, if you're trying to compete, make that decision as you will. But that being said, even if you come in with homegrown stuff that you don't think is competitive, you're going to be playing a lot of Netrunner regardless, and you're going to be having fun doing the thing you want to do. So I don't think there's a wrong call there. It just comes down to what your expectations are. Arnabarkle just went up and hauls all the deck lists. Yeah. Yo, Solomir, congrats. We barely saw you on stream. And I saw Joe and it's like, that's Solomir, right? Because I don't know your last name. And it was you, but we didn't figure out till day 2. Nobody in chat corrected me. Yo, really well done. Top of Swiss over there. Playing some fun stuff too. Is there any way to get Ian's NEH list? It is right here. So, oh, okay. These are Netrunner DB. Okay, cool. So these were the lists that were shared to casters, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, just playing as few agendas as possible. Then Reaper functions, wage workers. The Malia is to be able to turn off like no free lunch and no one home. I guess you can't turn off no one home, but like no free lunch to stop like kill combo protection, even like stopping them to draw with Stone Chip Chart Room if you see that's important. But then the idea is you set up on the table. Wage workers is a busted good card. And then if they get out of hand, you do 2 damage, so they're down to hopefully 4 cards in hand. And then if they're tagged, you can go end of line Mindscaping, and they're tagged because an SIU is sit on the table. Rongi was like pretty pessimistic about this deck. If you listen to the interview after the finals, where he says, yeah, this deck is really bad. I wouldn't play it. It dies to tech so easily. If players know how to pull it apart, so be it. I think the matchup, the way that Jeff has his Ari set up, I would imagine the early game is like really, really, really difficult because there's not a lot of ice. So you don't have that much flexibility when it comes to like putting down and getting click compression off of your, off of your Trojans, barring Ika. And then if you're not on like Sure Gamble, you just have to create a commission. It's hard to spin up sometimes your environmental testing, but there's so many ways to change that to make it a bit easier. But yeah, we saw this deck do really, really well a couple times. Excited to try out Arissana later for Solomir. Oh, I haven't actually seen Solomir's Arissana because again, we never saw it. Hold on. Do I have to go back here? I do. I asked not to be on stream because I was on streak and I don't want stream jitters messing up my run. Yo, no, all respect to that. That's really cool. Stream jitters is real. Jeff, now that we have some time to talk, to joke about it. Yeah, you unfortunately got bodied on stream a lot. Did that shake up your mentality? Were you worried to be on stream again? Because I think everyone's been in that position who's playing at top tables. They go on top stream and they get absolutely, you know, what was it, luminal on the table? Like, what a ridiculous start. That would deflate the heck out of me. But yeah, no, it's there is like definitely a mental component to it. Okay, Joe's deep dive. This is also not on Jeff's list. So one of deep dive is like a really nice way to close the game out. There's big 3-pointers floating around, and it's not that hard to deal with Ikwa. Dirty Laundry, Diesel, Creative Sure Gamble, very similar. 3 Gachapon, 2 Lilies, 3 Simulchip. I love the Simulchips. They're really nice if you're playing the one that, you know, you set up. This is the Aeneas Informant. This is so good. Aeneas Informant, you go R&D with Conduit, you see cards, and if you're not trashing them, you get so much money clicklessly, let alone now. And this was the big thing when we were talking about Arissana, is like Arissana did not have a good reason to run. Like, why are you running? Because you need to be able to get value for running to set up because you want to clicklessly get your stuff down and all your card draw. And Aeneas Informant is so good right now because Oppo Research is different. So I can run a remote server against NEH, check what it is, gain 1 to 2 credits, and then not trash it, and then set up and then be ready to trash it. And then you can get immense value of this. Like imagine they have an ice on the table that they're not wanting to res. You have on it, of course, like a Picha Champ, which means you could go through it twice clicklessly on a turn, and you have a Cubon, right? Like you're getting 4 clicks, 8 clicks credits for free. Like it's such a good combo. The one of DreamNet 2 makes a lot of sense with Gachapon because it is a virtual as much as it's not going to trigger your lily pad, but that's also really cool. And the third lily pad slot to figure out whether you need it or not is really interesting. Cleaver, I'm actually like really big into just playing Gauss. I think that's what Jeff did. I think there's not a lot of barriers in the game right now that tax out Gauss or Cleaver. Like you're generally fine against either of them. Like the high strength barriers you have to get through with Slap Vandal anyway, so I don't see why playing Gauss isn't that big of a thing. And if you get through like 4 strength barriers, which honestly don't exist, you can always install this with Simulchip or install it from your hand, let it get trashed, Simulchip it back. But I think it's actually really easy to save some influence in this deck because there's not a big incentive to be running Cleaver for 2 influence. I think Gauss is totally fine. Endless Eula is annoying. Yeah, but like how often do you see Endless Eula? It's really not that bad. 3 or 4 losses were on stream. I was a touch sad about the Asa game, but my opponent went a risky line and paid off, so I wasn't that upset about it. Yeah, no, I was so excited to see Arissana do something really cool on stream, and then unfortunately, like your absolute record was like undefeated on Arissana except the 1 game on stream, and even then, when the opponent did an absurd opening with like Luminal Wage Workers every single turn firing, even then Arissana's engine picked up like very quickly. Double Hush, I think, is in a good spot. I learned yesterday when you hush at, what's it called, the Funhouse, you have to go through the Funhouse because it doesn't end the run, which is a really funny interaction. But this card is just so absurdly good because Null Signal Games keeps putting text on cards, and rightfully so. Turbine 2, again, a bit greedy, maybe not necessary. Maybe that's why Cleaver seems to make a bit more sense in this list, but maybe you don't even need it. And then you have Picha-Shan, Cubon, 2 SMC is also largely what we've seen. Jeff is playing that too. This is a really good list, Solomir. And this is where like I think there's so much flexibility to Arissana. 47 cards though, you get people make fun of you. Sven, I recommend getting a reachable goal for yourself. I typically shoot for whatever alt art is 1 above the door prize or 1 win for each of my decks. You can set the bar whenever, but having something to shoot for other than win, I find helps my morale. Yes, having a goal is so good. Sometimes it's just like, okay, I want my combo to fire. Or it'd be like, I hope I win 1 game. Or like, I hope I meet nice people. I hope I have fun. Like making your goals attached to winning, you know, sometimes you don't have full control over that, as weird as that sentence is. But like that, there's so many nice goals you can have. Like I want to meet a person, I want to play startup, I want to, there's so many things you can do. Hey Augustus, how's it going? We just started talking because these lists came up, but we're going to dive into Decklist of the Week. We're going to be streaming for like 5 hours today, so like buckle up. How does Arissana deal with NBN assets? You don't have to trash a lot of them. In this version, you get Aeneas, and you just get money off of it. But the thing is, like, a lot of those asset decks don't have an immense amount of money. So you can just get like a Cubon Picha-Shan and then hush their ping or whatever, and you can run through it 3 times a turn and gain credits. And then you build this Magnum Opus engine. And then all you have to do is you have to trash the right stuff. I think this version's better with assets because there's Aeneas. So the idea is that for a click, you have 2 Aeneases down, you run a remote server, you clicklessly install an, oh, this one's not even on Ika, that's really strange, but you install an Ika, this one has Echelon, so you draw a card with a lily pad, you access, you gain 2 credits, and then you can pressure centrals. It's about trashing the right thing, because as good as balanced coverage is, and as strong as federal fundraising is, I think there's actually a lot of assets in this deck that you don't actually have to deal with. You probably want to deal with some of them, but like, the deck only wins by killing you. Either people get worse from being on stream, or it means that people are out there who get powered up from being on stream. Some people like it. I think CTZ gets more powerful on stream. Aeneas Inform is excellent on Arissana too. I just can really struggle with horizontal decks. Exactly. And it makes it so much easier to deal with. Yeah, I think it's like such a nice, it's a card I always forget about it, but it's such a nice inclusion, because why am I running is a thing that Shaper's actually really bad at answering. So like, I don't think you're playing Bankroll. You can't play a console that gives you run-based synergy. So like Aeneas, DreamNet, those are really good. And Gachapon makes sense. So why not? Gauss is incredible right now. Yeah, I think Gauss is pretty good. People running Endless Eula are trolling, and they'll be sad when they run into Anarchs. Yeah, you get cleaved through it. I did a bunch of programmatic checking. Gauss really only underforms versus Cloder Cleaver on Bran, Treeline, and Hagen. Yeah, and on Hagen's a nightmare. Hagen's just really hard to deal with the Arissana. Treeline, you get through for Slap Vandal and Hush. Brawn is annoying for everyone, but you have to Slap Vandal and you click through it. But like Brawn's good for everyone, so, or bad against everyone. So yeah, there's not actually a lot of big difference between playing Gauss and Cleaver, is my guess. It does better against them on the turn it's installed and reinstalled, which totally makes up for it. Yeah, and Gauss actually is good on turns that you reinstall it. And you can install programs from hand that are not Trojans. They get trashed, but the deck's on 3 Simulchips, right? Like, if it's, oh, they res a tree line, I need to get through it, you just put the Gauss down and you're fine. My goal is just not completely launch my freshly sleeved cards while shuffling because they're so slippery. Yeah. A fully advanced Pharaoh seems like would shut the deck up pretty well. Nah, Big Cheese, that's a really big thing. Everything's weak to Hush. Everything's weak to Hush. You just put Hush on it, and now the Pharaohs is 5 strength. It's annoying, but then you still get through it with a slap bundle or a second slap bundle. You need 2 slap bundles, or you gauss through it for like 3 credits or whatever it is, 4 credits. But the reality of the matter is that there's just no Pharaohs at top competitive tables. So maybe your first rounds are a bit rocky where you're playing into that like very intrepid build to last player. But like currently in the top 8, there was no punishment for Gauss or Cleaver as long as you can get there. Yeah, you just Hush the Pharaohs. Hey, Steppen, how's it going? ZTC definitely gets better on stream. He gets so much more powerful on stream. It's frightening. Eula's worth it for the one game you win by having the runner take a Banhard Eula. Magic Boat. And yeah, I think runners are like, at this point, they're aware that Eula and Envelopment are the one things they have to watch out if they're Banharing. Why Mindscaping instead of NH Snare in the NH deck? Daojin, how's it going? It's because Mindscaping will kill them. So the idea is, right? Okay, so say that you stick a CIU on the table. SIU, they're not running because they're worried about Oppo or whatever. SIU fires, so clicklessly you start and they have 1 tag, right? So they have 1 tag, which means that there, if you also fire off, and again, it's a bit of a combo deck, right? But then if you fire off, what's it called? A Reaper function, and they have 5 cards in hand, they're down to 2 cards in hand, right? And so there you can just kill them with end of line. But if you have an SIU and they end with less than 5 cards in hand, which is not unlikely, so SIU fires, say they have 4 cards in hand. So the idea is that you play Mindscaping, which on its own is a playable enough card. You play Mindscaping, they're on 3 cards in hand, and then you blow them up with end of line, right? Like Snare, nobody's running last click, which is the place where Snare would be more lethal. And even in those decks, like you have Behold, and Behold largely makes more sense than Snare because I got floating the tags actually is more potent when Mindscaping is in play, where it does 2 damage. But it's just all about those breakpoints that you want to hit 6. It's also good to have small damage into big damage. And we saw Ian, I think in the last round of Swiss, actually crush through Fire RL, who was holding 2 Steelskin Scarrings, because you want to do small damage into big damage to play around him. What would you also recommend Gauss and Deep Dive Lat? Veronica, I don't think so. The thing is, like, I would be quicker to recommend Gauss in Arissana, because Arissana has Slap Vandal as like a really easy fallback and really good at playing Hush for some of the bigger barriers if you need to. I think when it comes to Shaper, especially in Lat 2, like you're going to be running a bit more requiring breakers. You're also much more likely to want to play K2CP Turbine in like those sort of controlled Lat shells. And if that's the case, I think you definitely want to be playing a good imported Fractor. That would be my guess. And if you want a starting point, right, like if you like your deck you're playing, so be it. Oh, there's no list here, but I was going to recommend Cody's Lat deck. Very, very, very good spot if you want to see like a nice control deck that plays Shaper with Deep Dive as a bit of a threat, but plays good breakers and good economy. Cody has some good games on stream too. Any feel for what the big meta cards are going to be? Mango, in this set? Yeah. On the Corp side, Wage Workers is massive. The NBN assets are massive. A lot of them are must trash. Federal Fundraising is pretty absurd. I'm probably going to forget some stuff. Atea is interesting. All the IDs I think are interesting. I'm not sure if Analytica is as good as any of the other options. It's hard to tell because they're all so similar. Hermes, people are still hotter on it than I am, but I think Hermes is definitely obviously a good card. I don't know if it's like the best card in the set. I think Arissana, again, potentially is going to be banned, or more likely is going to get other cards banned herself. And that's mostly it. I feel like there's, oh, the ice is so good. Like a Bladed Barrier, Tattoo Bola. We didn't see any Tattoo Bola, but a Bladed Barrier is just a messed up card. It's just so good. I've been playing Cleaver since I've got Turbine, but I'm not playing Arissana. Yeah, Veronica, I think that's largely it. I wonder if people should be running Brands. I can never bring myself, but it seems very good. I think Brands in a really good spot. I think nobody deals with Braun well. The only decks that would run it are probably like Asa Group decks that can afford it. Maybe PD sees some amount of play, but Asa Group got so much support in the new set that Braun is really, really good. And my big thing of why I think Asa Group is in a better spot than PD is that you have functional economy. Where like fully operational is such a busted powerful card, and you can only really play it very, very well in Asa Group. And there's just so many things you want to put on the table now. Like again, Wage Workers is one of the best cards in the set, bar none. And you can fire it so consistently. So many decks can. Hushing Braun means you can't click through it though. Yeah, you don't want to hush Braun. Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, it will blanket. I only play runners, but my event-based Shaper deck does well in JNet. Yeah, event-based Shaper, like, I do think the Cody Lat version is on Onacom. It has a lot of events. I think that's really good. Hush with every barrier is 5 strength or less. The Cleaver Turbine gets through easily. How much was Clot played? It's not fast events good quite now. There was a lot of Clot. We also saw Clot in, like, Hoshiko. like just Hoshiko decks playing 2 simul chips and then playing like 2 or 3 clots. I think Clot is very, very good right now. It's actually one of the big reasons why Arissana is in a really good spot, is that like there's Atea fast advance decks, there's Outfit fast advance decks. Most of the HB decks have at least 1 or 2 ways to fast advance. All the Wayland decks are fast advancing. I think it's in a really good spot. Some of the NBN decks are fast advancing, so it lets you play around Lady Liberty. No, it actually doesn't, but it allows you to play around Sansan. So I think it's actually quite interesting. That like I think slotting Clot if you can, and I would only slot Clot into a deck that has like a way to get access to it with like maybe simul chip, even just like wild firing for a Gachapon for a Clot. That can be very, very hard to play around. That's really good, but that's like one of the big reasons why Arissana is also really good, and Arissana is playing Clot. I'd run Propeller and Deep Dive Lat. It could be boring and run Turbine Cleaver. Yeah, you do like Propeller though. I've noticed Slap Vandal is better than Boomerang out of faction. No, I wouldn't say that at all, Diogene. You think so? So Slap Vandal is not amazing out of faction. I think Slap Vandal is probably worse than Boomerang, and it's probably worse than Botulus as well. Right? Like Botulus kind of just turns off the ice as much as there is a lot of, what's it called? A virus. So sometimes it can be a bit tricky, but Slap Vandal is low influence. The thing about Boomerang is that like Boomerang is kind of reusable and it moves around the table a lot. It also shuffles the deck, which sometimes is a good thing. Sometimes it's a bad thing if you're playing Class Act for sure. But I'm not actually sure that I would say that Slap Vandal is better than Boomerang. Don't know if it is. The thing is, like, it's hard to play Slap Vandal in like classic criminal lists if you're playing it out of faction, because MU does get relatively tight, and that's the beauty of Boomerang. It doesn't take up an MU slot, so I'm not entirely sure. That being said, you're not seeing a lot of Boomerang. I'm surprised screen time, best kind of time. VT, how's it going? Epiphany is such a great idea. Hush blanks the magnet. You can just click to move it off. Yeah, I so often forget that Hush has text on it, that you can move it. I always discard that. I'm like, I'll vernissage this back. No, you can just slide it over. I forget this has it. This is so generous. What a good card. Can't even trap the Hush with Magnet. Yes. You can reinstall with Simul Chip with the Art Gallery. You just move it. But yeah, like as much as Magnet is a really cool card, there's so much HB ice that is just inherently really good into Arissana, right? Like face check. And I think Jeff had to run into this on stream, right? Like face check into a Hagen. Oops, you get through it with a Slap Vandal, but it's going to eat your Slap Vandal. So otherwise it's going to trash some of the other stuff on the table pretty bad. How do you possibly get through an MIC with Trojans? You can't. So you have to get your Buzzsaw down and some extra support. This thing is just hard to get through with Slap Vandals. As much as you can hush this text, that's pretty okay, I guess. But it's hard to tell when they're going to fire it. And then, of course, you have Magnet. I think Tattoo Bola is one of the best ways to obviously eat and entirely eat a Trojan, so they can't even vernissage it back. But you're not actually seeing that much Tattoo Bola out of faction. Acid Spam still a thing in the meta? Yeah, Acid Spam won Cascadia. How does the ordering work between Hush and Magnet? Hush wins. I couldn't tell you why, but Hush just wins. There's some interesting ones too on res effects. On res effects, when they do get hushed, right? FA is super strong. Yeah, Fast Advance is really good right now. Getting Claw in your deck is like huge. Find it kind of hard to justify Magnet outside of HB or Ob now to BH. Arissana just dunks on it if you're resing it fairly. Yeah, Tucana too. Tucana into Magnet's a really fun line. Shout out to Cody's YouTube video. If you enjoy playing Shaper, it's a great one to check out how he played at APAC. Yeah, so we plugged that video last week. You can find the link in the description, but he walks through his entire APAC journey. He talks about his decks, and the decks he played at North America are just better versions of the APAC decks, where he played Lilypad because it's a new card, even knowing full well that was not the right choice. But if you want to learn how to play like good control lat, Cody top 4. So we'll see him also at Intercontinentals. I don't think you'll be playing anything else besides Shaper. Arissana suffered from Glacier, which will be an archetype that could come back. I'd be really surprised, but that's the thing is like Solomir's Arissana deck is like, it's on a K2CP turbine engine. Like, I don't even know how you Glacier through this. I think the downside for these sort of decks is they're not playing pinhole threading. So like, we're not seeing, thank the Lord, we're not seeing, what's it called sort of decks, like Vientian Keeling decks. I'm not saying that they would not be bad against them or not, like, I don't know how the matchup would be, but like, there is actually a lot of decks that are not playing pinhole. And the Arissana deck maybe doesn't need to because you can Slap Vandal for early aggression. But yeah, hard Glacier is a bit difficult as long as decks like this sort of exist. And even I think Hoshiko is a really good spot into hard Anarch or hard Glacier, as long as the Hippos land, which they usually do. Is that a specific ruling between Hush and Magnet, or the general rulings that runner cards override Corpse? It's not a general ruling. There was a whole like article about this when it came to the Hush release, so you can read into it if you can find it online. But they do talk about it. It's something to do with like static triggers versus ongoing, and I don't know. Yeah, there's a whole thing here. If Hush is hosted on a res Magnet, Including becoming hosted by being moved in a magnet's conditional ability. The static ability printed on the two cards are each dependent on the other, creating a loop. To resolve a dependency loop, the abilities of a hosted object are applied before the abilities of a host object. So hosted object before host object. Cool. Now, what happens when you res and de-res things with Saucy? I don't know. A magnet, but I'm not sure if that's been ruled yet. If Arissana is suffering from Glacier, you stick a turbine in the deck? Yeah, boom, problem solved. That's exactly it. Ablative to overwrite your Trojan dice is good too. I've never seen that line. Ablative is so good though. Hey Scrub, it is Tuesday stream. How you doing? Scrub, did you vote on Binks? Because I just didn't vote on anyone and I feel bad now. Unreds gets blanked if you put Hush down before they res. Yes, okay, that's huge. And actually preemptively blanking on res is really important. I think you're right about PD being a lot poorer than Asa, but PD seems to be a lot better at scoring on low credit amounts. Maybe, but like you can play Seamless in Asa, and I think you do, Veronica. So like you don't get the Seamless back into hand as consistently, but it's definitely comparable. I like the flexibility of Asa a lot more, but if you're used to PD, play PD. It's not that different. Didn't see a lot of NOX or Sice this weekend. I think we saw more Sice than we expected. I think Sokka was the only Sice player though in the top 8. But yeah, we're not seeing like hard defensive upgrades. And again, you saw against Jeff. Jeff got Managarm Siced out yeah, on stream too, and he had to play the game. Like there was, I think the Asa group deck that I forget who's playing it, but it was Adrian Sice and Managarm, and like that is a really rough interaction. You honestly don't even need ice. Like there's a chance Adrian Sice Managarm you don't need ice because it's that powerful potentially. You probably want ice. Also Hermes good against Glacier. Yeah, I reckon so. Is the general rule where they only applied cases Hush? Okay, so the ruling only counts if it's a dependency loop or if hosted always first. I'm not sure, Milk. I think it's more like this. There's probably someone who's a bit more rules forward than me on these sort of interactions. Mind you, I am judging at the upcoming nationals. We'll be fine. Thanks for looking up. No, of course. Let the runner steal, send a message to Resident Ablative Barrier on another server to install a snare into Sam's server and force the runner to access it. Changeling, isn't Ablative only while a run on the server? Most of the on-res effects. Yeah, it doesn't work unless the Sam runs on this server. It's the same reason if they send a message, you can't just res a ping unless it's on the server. So it's a bit harder. So yeah. But that being said, there are weird plays where like you let the runner run, they access an agenda on top of a Tucana, and then you're playing like Asa group or some nonsense. The Tucana fires, you res an anemone from your deck. They do 2 damage, then Asa group fires, you install a snare or a gank from hand, and then you flatline them. Like there are weird combos. They're probably not competitive, but they're like really inconsistent. But yeah, it's all the same server is like super important. I think all the on-res effects care about the same server, besides probably Magnet and maybe like 1 or 2 other cards. But almost all the like when res do something gross, it's always during a run. So you can't just do like, oops, I gave you a ping by Tucaning a thing out. Sice Managram Warroid, such a rough server. Oh yeah, Warroid too. That's another card that people just stopped playing, thankfully. And I don't know why, because it's obviously like messed up good. Warroid's so good. All right. Skunk Void Ace is defo playable as long as pinhole numbers stay at the same level. Yeah, and like no one's playing Light the Fire. But like that matchup is just won by Light the Fire entirely, unless they have border control, I guess. Sam Res Ablative, install other remote and snare into steel score remote. Yeah. You need like a Natea, right? Or if they're not running it. Turns out reading cards is good. Yo, everyone's been there. Yeah, reading the card explains the card generally. But yeah, no, we've all been there. Reading is OP, SBL, please. Asa can do unsell ganked out of nowhere, but it's super niche. Yeah, that's the one cool one too. You can pull an unsell, then install a ganked. It's incredibly niche, and if they have a click left, they have a click left. Real quick, I want to send this before we go into deck list of the week because the word SBL came up. But we talked about this on stream. There were a question came up like, is Null Signal Games going to do any sort of balancing stuff for startup? And literally 6 hours later, this article got posted from Lost Geek saying that they're looking to recruit people for the balance team, specifically a seat for startup curator. So that is the biggest push forward we've seen for NSG to say like, yeah, we are very much looking at probably putting together an SBL ban list for startup or make any sort of changes. Again, the endurance does rotate out once the next set comes out, which is hopefully in 6 months. I have no idea. But like, yeah, we talked about this and then the next day this came up. So that's really cool if you're excited, if you're a big startup player and you want to see some balance shakeups. So that's really great. Reading the cards explains the cards generally. Out directly to Stegadon. Check it, no one knows work. Check this. How's it going? Yesterday night we were at the casual meetups and like people who played Stegadon decks, and I'm that smarmy git who's like, I don't know about that, guys. I feel like it's a lot of work to do nothing. And then like Pat is so excited, he starts the Stegadon and then he starts firing, and I'm like, Pat, it doesn't work like that. It's only once a turn, and you have to be running this server, not this server. And then slowly people deflate while they fully read the card, because I think everyone's understanding what they think Stegadon is, and then what Stegadon turns out to be is like, it's probably an interesting card. I just feel like it's so many hoops that you don't need to jump through to win a game of Netrunner as HB. Maybe it'll get better later, but like it's so funny when you have to read the card. Told my CES team I'm not playing startup unless they ban the boat. And then they put in that article. They're like, oh, we're coming for you, Z. Hey, Neon, how's it going? Surprise stream. Are we allowed to talk about tonight, Eric? I think I'm just sticking with my current list because this is what I've been testing. You're right, that Asa seems good. Yeah, Veronica, but like PD is good too. And you know, more people are grinding against Asa, so you can slice it in any direction to make it seem like it's the right choice. I like no SPL for startup, but that's because I'm a sicko. I think like having no SPL in startup is really good because it's super approachable. It'll be like, just here's the cards. I haven't played startup in a while, and like, you know, you hear I goof maybe a bit too much on startup talking about the boat format, and like I think there is a problem where if the format is too small, there is a big chance that like, you know, if there's one very, very, very powerful card and you're trying to play competitively, which like startup, you don't have to play competitively. Yeah, that has a bigger warping effect than if there was a bigger card pool. So like maybe that's an issue that's actually you have to address quicker, because like apparently Essa is playing endurance in startup. That's the right play. Like that's weird. That's a problem. Spill the beans. Yeah. Oh, cool. So tonight I'm recording with Neon Static. We're doing an episode specifically talking about the transition between startup and standard, which I think right now is a really good spot to be because the card pool has shrunk, and a lot of the cards that people I think have used as a scapegoat as a reason why standard has felt to be a bit too intimidating or toxic, they're all gone. So we're going to do a video talking about it. So not a video, a podcast. We're recording that tonight. Not sure when it's out, but stay tuned. Again, you can find that on anywhere you watch podcasts or on the YouTube channel of Neon Static. You just subscribe there and they upload all their stuff on YouTube. So it'll be there. I did see a Stegadon do great work, but it was being piloted by a world champ. Does that mean dev team acknowledged endurance is a bad attempt? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, obviously it's banned in standard, so there's an acknowledgement that the card is not heavy, that it's not healthy, excuse me. Is it a bad attempt? What? No, I think inherently what endurance was, it was like a really cool thing for the game. Like a run-based shaper, having a key piece of, you know, Padma be, you know, the boat that she's piloting. There's a lot of cool stuff there. It just feels like the numbers, like you could have to tweak endurance just slightly to make it very powerful, but not an overwhelming card. So yeah, obviously it's banned in standard. There's some regrets to be made, but like I don't think anyone should hold that against NSG for trying to push the envelope and do something really cool, especially when Shaper was like kind of a really sleepy faction for a long time. So like, I don't know. That's another thing too. Like if somebody prints a card and it gets banned, that's not a reason to be like, you've made a mistake. It's like, hey, we learned something here. I don't know. I don't think your comment was meant to be that critical. I just worry sometimes it'd be like, oh, take pride that we didn't make any mistakes. I think endurance is a good attempt, but it ended up being problematic. Yeah, the numbers on there are just slightly too good. It was slightly too good. There's ways to make endurance fair. I'd worry about bans cutting down startups already small card pool. Probably worthwhile with boat and format. Yeah, I think there's a chance though. But that's the thing is like the small amount of cards in startup. But if you ban endurance, I think you actually open up the card pool. So while you take a card out of a small card pool, there's a chance that you actually add cards in the card pool functionally. At least if people are like, you know, min-maxing. Maybe I'm just not matching with it, but at least in casual online games, I'm not seeing a ton of boat. I think Milk, there's like a self-imposed kind of like, I feel like there's either people are bored with endurance or there's like the self-imposed rules of being like, oh, we choose not to play endurance because we know what works. Let's play something else. Yeah. Competitively, I think it is different. I'd rather see startup get a slightly bigger card pool. Yeah, I think Ryan, some people will. Maybe that's what standard is for. People are playing Neo, mind you, which is a format as well. Phil, how's it going? What's up? Yo, you were at Cascadia, right? Pretty sure I saw your name. How you doing? I don't even know if the boat or Rizeki is worse. I think Rizeki is worse because the boat inherently is a game about interaction, and I think that's much better for Netrunner. Rizeki is aggressively boring. Stegadon is annoying to play against. At least you can just jack out and run back in. I had to pay 7 credits to break a magnet. You can just say HHN boom. Yeah, HHN boom. Cat, how's it going? Do you want to see the art? We got it printed. Early stream, heck yeah. Agreed that startup could have a slightly bigger card pool, but have been made the transition to standard easier. On that note, if you find as a person, if you are playing startup, if you transition to try and play standard, whatever your feedback is, I always want to hear it. So whether it's in live in the Twitch chat or in the YouTube chat, or you want to leave a comment on a video, these are things that I'm very, very invested in hearing to understand how to make better content, to understand like to push this information along, maybe down to NSG folks. But that is like one of the biggest things is standard is, you know, it is the biggest format. I don't even know if it used to be. It's definitely getting bigger now because more people are coming in because standard gets smaller, but this is such an important thing to learn. When card pool is small, a super strong individual card is less incentivized to play, and there are less options to deal with said card. It exasperates how strong the card is, which makes it even stronger comparatively. Yeah, exactly. There's not that many ways. Virtual Services Agent, this is a nice one in startup to deal with boat. This is a nice one, but yeah. I had fun with Endurance in startup, but I'm ready for it to be gone. I have a soft spot for Endurance solely because of how dunked on Shapers were before it came out, I know. If boat wasn't banned in standard right now, Arissana would be busted. Yeah. I don't even know if you play Arissana though. Yeah, you probably would. I'll be trying. Yeah, man, Endurance with like Cubana, Peach Champ. Cool. I'll be trying things more on my regular speed, but post Euros, I'm certainly going to give lists a try. Hey, Xrun, I mean, bans are almost always on power level anyways. Look at Currents. Oh, aren't always on power level. Yes, they're not always. Sometimes they're just not fun. They should do like the Enterprise and Star Trek Endurance Day. I like know so little about Star Trek. Looking forward to trying Stegadon Architects tomorrow with Vovo Azzetti and just rezzing and de-rezzing all my eyes. I played against somebody really nice. So, oh man, we're going to play this later today. We've been rambling for a bit, but I've been trying to capture footage to put together a deck dive on Mercury. And I don't know if it's going to happen. I have some really good footage. I might just edit it together and put out a short video to be like, this is not a deck dive, but I've been playing Mercury. And I think Mercury has some fundamental issues that I would not recommend. But I played against a player. I forget their name. Oh, man. But we played such a fun, tight game where they didn't get a score out, unfortunately, Stegadon, but they were playing Stegadon Architects of Tomorrow. And it was just like really, really cool. I'm so glad I showed up in Crophie's list and his Starlit Night comic. Monty, how's it going? Oh, looks like our place in trouble and badly flooded. I better give it a hand. AOT getting mega discounted tier is scary. I hope more cards with the marker sabotage mechanic get printed. I'm pretty sure we'll see more cards with the subtype for sure. Hey, Cinderin, how's it going? I think that Stegadon manages to make the Tau Hermes deck slightly a little more expensive on their runs, which can help. Step 1 score 3-1. I don't know. That's the thing. It's like, yeah, you scored out 3-1. Could you have scored out a better agenda that put you closer to winning the game? Maybe. If boat wasn't banned in standard, Hoshiko would be everywhere. It would be everywhere in every faction. For me, it's the fact, Lucy, how's it going? That system gateway, gate date, startup is a real gradual transition, then into standard is huge. Oh, so you want another transition. Okay. So this is the angle that I generally start on, is that I think the transition between standard and startup in terms of numerals is really big. Like you're adding an extra like 300 cards, but practically in terms of the cards that if you're going to an event and you want to see play in person, which, you know, that discounts like deck building, all this sort of stuff, the number is actually astoundingly small. And that's because when you look at a product like that just came out of the Automata Initiative, I'd argue that 80%, 85% of the cards in Automata Initiative are currently, I would say, again, in a very, what's it called? Value neutral way, no, are worth playing. But then once you get to like, you know, the Red Sand Cycle, that number is like 40%. So like numerically, it seems astounding, but like what my job is to kind of show y'all that number is actually really, really small. Like if you play NBN, so you're an NBN player and then you go into standard, you get like 7 new cards. Like it's can be that simple. So it's not as bad as it looks, as much as it looks bad. Put out the Mercury video. The thing is I have to go, I'm going to a wedding this weekend. So I don't think we'll have a time to do it anytime soon, but I want to get it up for sure. Why are you live? It sounds like you're complaining. You said you're not, but it sounds like, because we're not streaming on Thursday. So I said I'd put a stream out earlier. How's it going, by the way, Wake? I helped someone who was at system update plus system gateway level last night who had questioned about standard. I look forward to pointing them at the podcast. Heck yeah. Also, I think Jeff is putting together a video for about that jump. At least he said he would. So that's a nice thing. Oh yeah, there he said it. I'm trying to figure out a video that's advocating for a demo deck. Standard, it's a skipping startup. This is the thing too. It's like, okay, so we do this some amount on the channel, and I think this is something that like NSG probably should be getting up. But like NSG obviously has a lot of stuff to do, but a lot of games do this too. Like Flesh and Blood they work with community folks, and I think this is mostly paid work for what it's worth, but they put together, here's a deck. This is a deck we recommend you to try to play in a format. We think it's easy to play. Here's a bit of a video and a guide of how to play it. And so that people who are like maybe entirely lost can get something out of it. Obviously you have Netrunner DB, you have other content creators. There's so many reasons why that's not necessary, but I think like, you know, having this sort of content that helps people push the right way, like demo deck, stuff like that, where it can be like, oh, here's a cool series to watch out. Like this is a good Arissana series. That stuff is really important. And I'm aware we've been so busy with like commentary every weekend, and then next weekend it's Euro Africa's this weekend. I won't be commentary again. I'm on a wedding, and then next weekend we have nationals. So like it's a bit of a mess in terms of getting content out, especially when we should be getting more. Been absurdly busy over the summer and had to transition briefly back into Netrunner Lurker. Yeah, there you know what I mean. Summers are like that sometimes. Thought about you at Cascadia, Mox at a Crokinole board for sale. Oh man, did you have a good time? The only step 1 score 3-1 that's actually objectively the best line is the Ares deck is Ares. That want Ares? Yeah, Ares is the best one. And then like False Lead is somewhere up there, but doesn't see any play. To be honest, I'm sure that Stegodon can get to the state also once someone figures out the best thing to do with it. I think Stegodon has like the ceiling to be a very, very powerful card. I am just not convinced it's obviously not the most straightforward route, and I don't even know if it's the most powerful route. In the current meta, I'm bringing people straight from Gateway only to Standard. Yeah, I think a lot more people are doing that, just because it is, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Standard's cool. Recent bans and rotation finally gave me the push to move to Standard. Previously, I found Startup too small and volatile, while Standard was too big and had ubiquitous cards like Paperclip. Standard is a lot better like that. Like, that's a big thing, is a lot of the sort of, I guess, hegemonic, but like the standard staples that were like very shaping and kind of constraining, they're all gone right now until 3 months from now, after Worlds, we're all jaded and the meta solved. Like, it's a really exciting time to play Standard. It's been going well, going straight to Standard. There's a great line in the Teya short story about reducing cognitive load by eliminating edge cases that explains why the Standard jump isn't as bad as people think. Oh, about like seeing into the future? I reckon before Automata Initiative, there was a big jump, but since the rotation and new cards, the gap is much smaller. Yes. So like, check this out. This is the Reality Plus deck that was played by Crofy. I think other folks. Crofy is in QTM, but a bunch of other folks. So let's look at the cards here, and we'll talk about which cards are from Standard and which cards are from Startup. Startup. Used to be Startup, so you might know it. Startup. This is one of the most powerful, ubiquitous Standard cards, Rashida. Startup. Okay, a card worth knowing in Standard. A card worth knowing in Standard. Because tag punishment is, you know, Startup. Used to be Startup. Is still in Startup. Startup. This is exactly what I mean. If you play Startup, you're like 80% here. You're already here. You could have a bunch more cards to play with. Why not? Obviously, if you're playing in person, but like, it's all Startup. There's 3 cards in here you have to learn. And then you can play a deck that came in 6th, 7th, and 35th of APAC. You have to learn 3 cards. And one of them has a single line of text. Oh, it has 2 lines because it has a clause. It's fine. I love weddings. I've been to so few weddings. I'm really excited though. It's a college roommate. She's been with her now her fiance for such a long time. Lovely guy. See, my Startup Standard problem isn't that there are too many cards, it's that I'm bad at Netrunner and don't know how to play around diversion funds and the like. Milk, fantastic. If you can put together all the like pain points you have of like how to, like, I get blown up by this in Standard, let me know, let anybody know who makes content, and we can put something together to help you. Diversion of funds, you just ice HQ. It can be that simple. Always ice HQ, turn 1 against criminal. But these basic things, they should be codified into a video or content. That's very true. I'm so behind on chat. Give me 1 second. I think that's a good approach. Throw people in the deep end and help them discover it's only up to their shoulders. Do a demo deck with Sheetas, then ask them if they want to use it in their next game. That's the thing too, is like, once you give a startup player, and I don't mean like a startup player as in like, oh, that's a subtype of person that thinks differently, but I mean like, give somebody access to border control. And then they're like, wait, that's really fun. And then they just want to play more border control because this is one of the most interesting cards in Standard. It is just a very interesting card. And that's the thing. It's like, once you get a bigger card pool, turns out some of the cards in the card pool are really interesting. The worst thing about switching to Standard is I have to reorganize all my binders. I have my binders so that they're Startup and Standard, but they're broken in a way that it's easy to, I figured it out. A big barrier to entry to Netrunner is that your opponent, especially if they're corping, has a ton of control of the complexity of the game. Yes, there's huge amount of intimidation there. I think there's also a lot of intimidation going into an event being like, I'm new to the format. My opponent might be playing standard for 2 years, heaven forbid 10 years, and that feels like insurmountable. I want to remind y'all that a lot of the players who are doing really well competitively right now are new to the game. In fact, a lot of the people who are some of the bigger voices in the meta or in like content creation, all this sort of stuff, they're also newer to the game. So like, it's not as bad as it sounds, as much as, yes, it is intimidating. Face check. Speed win for Gateway to Standard Video Series. Yeah, I think it'd be good. I think Jeff is working on something. This meta rocks. Flashpoint is going as such a win on its own, and Lib seems like it's a really strong set. Yeah, I'm excited about Flashpoint gone. You're doing the good work trying to get people to transition to a larger format. I know from like MTG and other card games, some people never change to explore other formats. Cascadia is the best of times. This being my second Continental season, I can appreciate how much more dynamic the meta is compared to MS release. Been really enjoying it. If you played back in the day where it's like Rizeki's turn 1, like things are so different. It's so different. What are we going to do with that Rashida? Cry? Planogram is Rashida that can't get trashed? Well, I wouldn't say that. Got to remember the made to run clause is an important one. It is a very important one. Jaina has your back on that though. I honestly prefer startup, just like a lot of Ashes and earlier designs. But yeah, I think banning Bow would make for a lot less complaining about the format. Yeah. No, I think like any balance changes just to make sure things, because that's honestly like a problem with startup is that the cards were not created to be balanced in startup format. They weren't. They were balanced around standard. Like there's some really weird things of startup. Like regulatory capture came out in startup. It's unplayable. There's just not enough cards that give bad publicity. It's like strictly unplayable. And that kind of gives you a hint that the cards are balanced for standard, and startup was a thing that kind of happened. I think now probably there's a bit more balance going towards startup, especially now that we also see the balanced team recruiting for specifically startup, but yeah, take that as you will. Hey, Crofi! This list is brought by myself, Akira, WNA, Gentuno, Smug Blue Dragon, and Palu. Well played, y'all. Y'all did great. Really good standings there. QTM did great in APAC. Real feels bad moment to Econ Warfare when they didn't run. Is it really how hard to know what the edge cases are when you start out? I'm starting out. Hey, Milanomi, how's it going? What do you mean the edge cases? Can you be a bit more specific? One of my opponents at ECC beat me with a Prop Devos deck and said my secret's that I'm just playing startup decks. You can. And I honestly don't think that if you play a startup deck, you're at a huge disadvantage, barring maybe Rashida. But like, fundamentally, there are startup decks that are more powerful than standard decks, so. Oh, I'm really behind on chat. Hold on. Sorry. It's great seeing so many people on Jeff's daily cast who have been in the game for fewer than 3 years. Yeah, that's a huge thing too, to hear what people think. Like, yeah, we don't do a good enough job on this channel where it's mostly just my opinion, for better or for worse. But yeah, I love that there's platforms where there's a lot more voices from people, you know, much different lengths of time in the game, let alone trying to get different things out of the game. Doof, Ice HQ, don't res unless they're doofing because they'll take test runs to try and reveal the ice. If you have assets, you can be less worried about the doof because you can res the assets before the doof goes through. Get a second piece of ice on HQ if the game has been going for a while and you suspect they have drawn boomerang. And always be aware of the possibility of doof and how you're going to deal with it. That is the most concise and very good explanation of how to deal with diversion of funds. Opening turn against criminal, you definitely ice up HQ unless you have a bunch of assets where if they diversion you can say hold on and you just res all of them to duck under the diversion. And then yeah, after a couple turns have gone through, remember that criminals can go through a single ice no problem, so you should put a second ice on HQ. But it's that simple. And then you want to do some calculus in the later turns to be like, okay, I have 8 credits. It costs me 2 to score, 3 to res. So if the runner diversions me and then contests the remote server, it'll be a bit ugly. Sometimes you take risks, but yeah, that calculus comes better over time. Hey, Eisendale, I was new to Netrunner General. Hell, Cascadia was literally the first time I played in person. Went to Sunday startup event, lost 5 of 6 rounds, had a blast. Yo, well played. Thanks so much for coming out to Cascadia. First in-person tournament is so important because once you go to one, you're going to a bunch of them because you realize, wait, this is really cool. This is really, really cool. Well done, Eisendale. Intimidation factor playing against experienced players is real. Last meetup, here a newer player I've been trying to coach along killed me with the end of the line and didn't believe I didn't let him do it. You did it. You're believing. I think NSG has done a good job avoiding gotcha cards like Diversion or Boom, which can completely swing or end the game if you don't know them in the format. Yeah, Boom is definitely a change. You're still going to be like killed to weird tag stuff, but it's not just like a 1-card combo. I think Diversion, for what it's worth, is like actually really important because there should, at least classically, maybe this is an old head talking, like Diversion of Funds is a power crept down by a mile version of a card from the original core set, which was pretty toxic. But the idea is that criminals need to get good value from running HQ so they can pressure HQ. It's the uniquely criminal thing. This largely hasn't existed in startup until Wake and Plant sort of showed up. That was the closest you had to it. Maybe you can argue Steve Cambridge, but yeah, no, having a reason why you want to protect HQ that's not about accessing, I think is actually a really interesting part of the game. And diversion of funds is, honestly, I more often than not, whilst watching and spectating and doing commentary, see more players play bad diversion of funds. That's what I like about this card, is that there's really bad ways to play this card. There's so many board states where this literally makes no sense. Where you see like a runner run HQ, they cost 6 credits, they get 5 back, the corp goes from 15 to 10. Like, that doesn't change the game. Don't do that. But powerful card. Clearly red cap is super deep borehole support. I guess so, yeah. I guess so. Hey, Short here. First time catching the stream live. Welcome to it. We're streaming at a weird time. Glad you can be here. I'm really behind on chat. Hold on. Oh, no, it's not as bad as I thought it'd be. Just give me 1 second and we'll play the deck list of the week and then we'll get to other stuff. I think cards like Boom are good for the game. It ends things decisively. Otherwise, you'd be sitting there forever. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't like market research. It feels like half of that. Cobalt /S. Yeah. It'd be fun to list the cards that are seldom played. I predict that for all practical purposes, Standard has about 400 cards to learn instead of 1,000. Yeah, Diogene, you want to do it real quick? Okay, hold on. Oh, man, if you want to see Netrunner play, this is not going to happen. But let's just do this. This is the Red Sand cycle, one of the cycles that's in Standard. And I don't mean that disparagingly, just to talk through it. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is we know there's 120 cards. My partner knits, so I have a bunch of these lying around. These are like, you know, click counters. You can click it, the number goes up. So we're just going to go through all these cards and talk about which cards we think you have to know, and so we can see what percentage, okay? Next wave, whenever you hear a click, that's a card that we care about. Next wave, CFC, Bayreuth, MC Austerity. Zed, Satyr, Nareen, next, Loki. Load, O2 Shortage, Restore. Defense Contract, Waroid. Obokata, yes, but it's banned. Water Monopoly, mandatory. Synth, Breach Dome. All right, we've gone through 20. We're at 4. This is what happens. Kakugo, yes, but banned. No, 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 yes. No, banned. No, no. I'm going to say sort of. No, yes. No, no, no. No, 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 no. We're at 40. We're at 7. Speedrunning this thing. Doesn't matter, 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 banned. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Yes. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter, largely doesn't matter. We're at 8 out of 60. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, okay, yeah, definitely. Nope, 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 nope. God of War, sort of. All right. No, no, yes. No, banned. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Very much yes. Yes. No, 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 no. Caldera, okay. But it's a reprint. All right. No, no. Definitely no. Definitely no. No, 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 no. Yes. No, no. Okay. No, no, no. Very much. No, 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 no. Congratulations. Out of 120 cards in this cycle, if you want to play competitive Netrunner, you need to know 18. You want to do that to any of the null signal sets, you're going to hit about 100. And this is the big difference, right? Like, you can argue why that is, because they need to put out more cards, because null signal puts out less product, so they want to make more of the cards more interesting. But yeah, in this set, 18 of the cards are worth knowing. Buckle up. It's not that bad. If someone said add Flashpoint, and they'd be like, wow, I get 120 cards to play with. No, you get 18. You get 18. It's honestly not that bad. My other reservation with startup is WIC IP avoidance, especially as a person who is looking for making tooling and content, but that's not really anything to solve. I'm not sure I understand, Lucille. What do you mean by that? I'm honestly just so happy that Flashpoint is gone. Yes. Yeah, me too. Netrunner's gotcha game by definition. That's why one side plays all their cards face down. Shoutouts to David. Like the card, Monty? Not resing unless they're duping just made like synapses connect to my brain. That makes so much more sense that I've never considered it. Yeah, if you don't have a good reason to res ice on HQ, don't show them what it is. It's a bit different now because they have boomerang. So even if they don't have a breaker, they can boomerang, but just don't res your ice unless it's important. It's not your opinion. Pat comes on to say things that are wrong sometimes too. Okay, there were a lot of people that Cascadia, that was their first tournament or in-person event. Yeah, and I think there's a huge shout out that to be done to like to the folks on the West Coast who have been doing a lot to engender what's it called? Community. I definitely want a stronger diversion in the game. Yeah, I want a stronger diversion in the game. Hey, Sonny, how's it going? How you doing? Okay, I need to catch up. I think an interesting question, how much of APAC and Cascadia's attendance numbers is due to the fact that NSG removed the limit of 1 ticket per person for the whole season. I think it's going to have a bigger deal for the online ones, because I think if somebody had the option of going to the in-person event or playing at APAC or Euro Africas, they would almost always pick the in-person event. 352 cards in starter versus 749. Yeah, but you can go ahead and subtract 102 from that number, so we're getting closer. Data loop, maybe? Did I miss data loop? I might have missed data loop. That's fine. We're going fast. 19. Okay. Significantly different. Yeah, I might. Data loop, I should have counted. All right. Poor Alice? Yeah, but come on. Making all the Jemison fans super sad. I'm a big Jemison fan. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of Jemison content on this channel, but like, yeah, it's not great. Rip Tithonium? Yeah. Flashpoint probably had more than 18 bangers. Flashpoint had way more than 18. But like Red Sand was actually a really bad spot for Netrunner. Quality control was really bad. So the cards were generally like really up or down. Shout out to Monty. They're awesome. Also, it was regarding me being the person playing Probably. Oh, excuse me. Yes. Is there an easy way to know which 18 as a new player? No, there isn't. But that's why, like, with content creation, we can do that sort of thing. I think that's actually a section we're doing on the podcast tonight on Neon Static, to go through each faction and shout out, like, here's the 5 cards we think you have to know about. And then, honestly, if you keep it at 5, you're good. Because out of those 18 cards, they were, I would argue, well distributed through each faction. So looking at all the standard card pool, you can, like, it's actually hard to think of 5 Jinteki cards you need to know when going from startup to standard. It's honestly difficult to think of 5. You have Ag Infusion, you have Anansi, end of list. And if you played Ashes, it's even easier, because there are powerful, not Jinteki cards, but there are powerful cards in Ashes, which for a lot of players, that's generally already, you know, kind of a known thing. A lot of players are familiar enough with Ashes. As a new player, I don't like that Doof is so punishing early on. If you can't Ice HQ, Crim can completely tank your early game with 1 card. I don't mind Crim HQ pressure, but Doof is too swingy. Yeah, but like, you need Ice HQ, or even if you can't res the ice, you put it there so they generally don't diversion if you can res, but you mulligan for ice into criminal. It's just kind of the way that it has to go. It is very swingy though, and we talked about that last night. Pat didn't Ice HQ. He should have lost the game on turn 1, but the opponent did not challenge the remote server after putting him down to 3 credits. For those of you who want to see decks built around all these cards about Andres that are not played, which do comes live every Monday. Yes. So when going to an event, like, disparaging enough, those cards, some of them can do interesting stuff, and like, it's good for you know, playing with cards. Blue Moose was perfectly balanced. What do you mean? You could easily figure out how much attendance increased just because people can play in multiple ones. Just have to check how many people played in multiple ones. Rip APOC. APOC not being in the format is one of the biggest losses. I don't know about that. I'm not surprised you're saying that though, Kyle. We lost an incredibly important release valve for Prison. That's true. Levi, how's it going? Yeah, we're streaming early. How you doing? I'm almost caught up on chat. Oh no, mulligan for ice against Crim. You should have enough ice in the deck. You have at least 1 ice. Yes. Simply, but don't worry. The second half of the cycle will have the APOC near print and Anarch. Don't worry, we have exploit. Icing Centrals is cringe. Icing Centrals is cringe. When you play against Criminal and you have the Ice HQ, that could have been icing your Rashida. It is super cringe. Also, content creation. I'm currently working on a core rules solver, essentially some code where you can set up a situation and we'll resolve it based on the full core rules. Oh, wild. Interesting. I hope folks don't give up on Atea competitively. No. Atea is going to have a long tail. Atea is going to be a very relevant card forever. With the hope that they implement a UI in top 10, a UI on top of it, and then where I would avoid anything NSG doesn't own, so limited startup in Neo. Oh, but that's like interesting because Lucille, you have to figure out what because the rule set is slightly different between NSG and FFG, so you have to kind of like put your foot down to say like, okay, this is the rule set I'm interacting with, because there's a difference between the cards, but like inherently there's some interactions that are, I would say, somewhat fringe, but the rules are different. A live stream, you say, Zombie, how's it going? Okay, we're back. Kat, while you're here, I can show this for the first time ever, and then it'll show up in the video, but these came in the other day. Okay, so which one's full? This one? Hey, so we commissioned an alt art from Keysers in chat, Ketchen, and there's a story behind it because it's a version of a Montreal logo, but we'll just show it real quickly because I'm super excited to have it. These are still wrapped up. Are you gonna focus? It's not focusing that well. Give me 1 second. But in short, this is the back of it. This is phenomenal art. So the idea is in Montreal, there's a logo, which is like this sort of flower made of these kind of U-shaped petals that the U's are meant to represent a V and an M for Ville de Montréal. It's a flower. And so I wanted to explode that to make an alt art. And so Kat threw together this lovely SMC. We have some foil ones too, which will be harder to get. Participation prizes in the non-foil one. The back is just full art. So as a runner card, if you want to just sleeve it backwards, I think you're totally fine with that. And if your opponent doesn't know what it is, you just flip in the sleeve. And the numbers and everything is just kind of the same art style as the channel, which I found really funny. I put that together. But we'll have a video about this up soon. But yeah, there's gonna be some nice SMCs, which like we wanted to do a shaper card for Montreal because shaper has classically been entirely a den of shapers. So these printed so nicely. They look fantastic. I was like really worried they'd be cut off at real weird spots, but the foiling turned out nice too. But yeah, well, fantastic art, Kat. Pleasure to work with you. But those will be at CanNats exclusively. Kat, I'll try and send you some if you like, for obvious reasons. If you ask me, I think it's an atrocity there isn't any Andre Métropole Grid cards. VT, I think there should be one because there's the art of me. I just can't sell it legally. But that probably will be on a daily cast. But the problem is it's a portrait art, which is like, it's hard to put that for a Netrunner card. Late to the conversation, but I think that the biggest reason why people have trouble jumping into standard is that they do that by hopping on JNet and exposing themselves to all the decks at once rather than slowing exposure with the play group. Anomaly, yeah. Slowing exposure with the play group would be fantastic. I think that's where like GLC and having places that you can be like, hey, I'm new to standard. And again, either content can help you or someone can walk you through slowly like, oh, this is an HB deck. We only add these 3 cards. And then explaining the differences. Like, I think that's a content thing that should be tackled, but yeah. Sweet Monkirda. Yeah, you know it. You know it, Eric. Thanks, Andre. Yeah, of course, Kat. Who did you use to print them? Make playing cards. So that's classically where Canada has been ordering null signal stuff. But again, now null signal sends stuff the cool way directly from them. It took like a week and a half. The shipping was so fast. Shout out to our friend in Alberta. But yeah, MPC. And we just ordered some foiled ones. I ordered with some other friends from our meta who are ordering stuff as well. So it was easy. Can I trade you some Cascadia Trank grids instead of those SMCs? There's a big chance. There's a big chance. I need to make sure though, obviously, that everyone locally here has them before I don't know how many extras I have, but maybe. I can't say it for sure. A 5-minute, here's what you need to worry about in this matchup before somehow new starts game makes it feel so much more approachable. Yeah, and like, even if you ask your opponent, like, hey, I'm new to this, what would you recommend I worry about in HB? That's an intimidating ask if you maybe don't know who you're playing against, but that sort of stuff is important. Is it true you cannot recover/recreate that intro? Wait, which one? This, the easy mark intro? I think I might have found it today, but yeah, I don't have the files anymore. Moving from SG to startup to standard one set at a time was given a way to learn the card pool and keep things fresh. Yeah, if you're constantly moving, I think that's cool. But like, I don't know. I worry that a lot of people get to startup and then look at standard and be like, oh, that's too much. But again, like 120 cards, 18. It's not as bad as it looks. But yeah, there's obviously still blocks. The channel intro? Oh, the channel intro I could recreate in a moment. It's not hard to make. I made it very quickly because I needed one. There was not a lot of like thought behind it. It's just like, shit, I realized I need one of these. But I have the files to make that. Self-modifying pedal. Yeah, it turned out really nice. It's a really striking thing. It was also interesting too because we were going through it. And then the question was like, originally it was like a really dark red. And then I think both of us agreed like, oh, this looks like an Anarch card. How do we make it brighter and vibrant to make it have that maybe a bit of a shape or pop in color? And it came out with this like really pink and purple. And it looks really nice. Very happy with it. All right. I guess now an hour and 20 in, we'll start playing Netrunner, huh? Sorry, I have to issue the correction on my anecdote about David's prop deck. That one was startup, but the runner deck was definitely not because he was top sunny at ECC. Ooh. Yo, do y'all know that at Nationals? And talking about Canadian Nationals, because we have the extended prize support, there is pins. I think they're pins. They're like little emblems for the top at each faction. And I think we have 2 because we have the prize support. There is a pin for top placing neutral corp and neutral runner. I think it's on both sides. Maybe it's just top neutral. I'm not sure what side it counts as. But like, if nobody plays Ampere and nobody plays Nova, that pin's not going anywhere. We'll probably raffle it. But it's really funny that there's prize support for top playing neutral faction because, yeah, I don't think that's going to go anywhere fast. It's N for neutral. No, I think it is an N, but I think it's the NSG N. I think it's the NSG like Helix N for the neutral prize support. Someone played Ampere Cascadia. There was an Ampere Cascadia. I would be surprised if there wasn't an Ampere or Nova at ECC. Yeah, it's the NSG N. So yeah, it lines up. bring a neutral, win a pin. It's almost that easy. Like if 3 people bring neutrals, then you have to fight. But if 2 people bring neutrals, free pin deck. All right, let's talk about this deck. This is very close to Esmari. The idea is that Reality Plus plays Oppo Research for free. We have Retribution too, which is well positioned, better positioned than it was before, considering breakers are now not coming back infinitely. You have YDL. Again, no hedge fund. It's pretty common. You don't actually see hedge fund in a lot of lists. We also didn't see Sure Gamble and Jeff's list, trying to break them out of there. Starlit Knight, a card that I'm less hot on than I think Sengren was in our tier list, and I think I'm coming up on this one, that this one is really good. The face check is a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. Do you now stream during the days in NA? VK, I want to stream more during the days. We are today because we're not streaming on Thursday. There is a chance that I want to try to do this regularly enough. And, you know, it comes at the cost of making other Netrunner content because there's only so much Netrunner time in the week. But it seems like a good use of time in general. Like, people seem to have a good time. I'm having a good time. I don't care what everybody else is doing. I'm having fun. Every time Andre streams, I remember Quinn's talking about Netrunner being better as a topic in the game. That's like one of my favorite things about traveling. Oh, mind you, this is my Mercury deck, 47% win rate. I played 15 games. This is kind of what's happening with Mercury. One of my favorite things about traveling to Netrunner is spending time in a vehicle of any sort with people who want to talk about Netrunner, because the 6-hour drive to Toronto takes like a minute. This is not right. Love seeing Rig Shooter being a thing. Yeah, it's in a really good spot. Like the whole stream of Iris and then like 2 copies of Stavka. That's a really good spot. Corp deck. The Knight still seems terrible to me. Face check with Sentry Breaker, folks. You need to go fast enough. And then it is technically like some of the best tag punishment, because I do feel like tag punishment in NBN does kind of feel like a long drawn out thing. Because like Market Forces, I honestly kind of hate this card, because once you go tag me, there's like no good way to win against this. You can't afford to clear the tags. You can't afford to get money and play the rest of the game. And you need money to steal Bologna. So like this one just is so suffocating. And then on top of that, the Starlit Knight will have like 8 subroutines. So like it's just very, very difficult to deal with this unless you just put a hush on it and run through. I think that's your best case scenario. But in some way, this is the thing where boom doesn't exist, is like the tag punishment in these decks is kind of like really, really drawn out unless you can get like, I don't know, you're scoring at Bologna's, I guess. Hopefully they're bankrupt. It takes a while. Sparrow Brawler. Pigeon Fighter, Sparrow Brawler. Hey! Brick, the reward for playing a card game is getting to talk about the card game. How was your Cascadia? It's good to see you on stream. I missed the beginning of the stream. Did you break down the Cascadia results? We talked about a lot of it. We might talk about it more. I wasn't expecting to just talk about an hour straight. But we went, again, they published all the deck lists, so we talked about a fair bit of it. Does that Merc still pack Bodo instead of Fermenter? Does that Merc? Bruno, what do you mean? Botchels instead of Fermenter. Which Merc? What's a Merc? Tempo Scorch. You can do it. Hey, Aaron. It's been a minute. Ooh, Freedom. We're going to lose some of our operations. The list doesn't play Behold. Man, Behold is so cool. How's it going? Valley Scorch C2Z. Cascadia was great. A+ tournament. Shout out to the 2 BC players making top 4 for Startup. If you didn't talk about that yet. We barely talked about Startup because I only watched the finals because we were like a whole day of casting and then Startup started. And like, it's unfortunate that like Startup doesn't get the quality of coverage that Standard does. Oh no. Hope you're feeling better. Oh no. Kill the networking, 2 breakers, totally worth it. Beans. VSA, Oppo Research, that will fire in Freedom consistently. This hand like sucks, but it's good enough, I think. The deck list on the surface seems like its game plan isn't working. It has a hard time. Sorry, Truck. Creating winning chances. I'm excited to see how I'm wrong. Vash, you have to jam pretty aggressively because the idea is that there's no win situations. You can just, the runner can't really keep up with the tempo. So we're going to leave R&D open. We're going to go HQ. We're going to go new remote server. This I don't want to score out actually. So maybe we'll put this on R&D and just click for credit. But I need Shu to smash into one of these. Because we're not going to see like maybe one fractor. One decoder. I think Angolo is the way that Freedom generally gets to this, and that's a nightmare. Like you can't get through it with Audrey. Market Forces should take actions, ban it next month, or Bologna leaves. I don't think either of those are going to happen, but I put the Oracle on the table unprotected probably. I think we are going to go next. It's probably better than clicking for credit. Consume down early, so maybe only one Angolo. This is something, yeah, you don't want to score. Unless an imp comes down, she can't trash this. I don't think we want to lose a spin ED. Let's draw one. Yeah, that's good enough. So the idea is that this is really annoying. It's two cards for us, and she has to clear the tag. Isn't it just GG Strive content for Exceed? Wait, what? Oh, off topic, but speaking of card games, Level 99 is giving out free starter decks to their Guilty Go card game. You just pay for shipping. I did that once for them. I have a bunch of like L99 stuff. I like a lot of the stuff they put out. I did it when they did the Street Fighter. But yeah, I think it is just Exceed, right? It's Guilty Gear Exceed. All right, Paladin. So this is where you don't want to score this out. Now, this is just a Fractor. I think you just pay for shipping with that stuff, which is totally reasonable. So this is going to be 4 credits. I think we can take that. Cool. Also, probably throw the Spin Dow out if she trashes it. Oppo for free. Yeah, I don't think she can trash it. I think icing up the Spin Doctor was actually a mistake. Yeah, just click for 4. Adams Last Champion? Wait, was Shu? Was Shu at ECC? Because I think there's a Shu Flower and a Shu. I don't know if it's the same person. Was that the same person? Was Shu at East Coast? Yeah, it's a different Shu, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, well, we got to get something on the table. We can score this out. I really don't want to do that. Okay, if we draw a Bologna, we'll jam it. Shu Flower's from Toronto? Yeah, Shu Flower is a Canadian player. There it is, Mercury. Now, Imp is the way that she can deal with the think tanks without them being too bad. Yeah, Shu Flower, she writes, she's part of the NSG narrative team, I think it's what it's called, but she did a bunch of the short stories that came out alongside the set, which I really appreciated. I've got to make it to meet up. There's a group that meets in my city, but I'm so busy all the time. Oh, Wolfred, yeah. It's almost always worth it. So this is now a consume Mercury engine. So a lot of Iris counters. Give me a Bologna. Beans. Yeah, I feel like we're not forcing the issue, but like I do not want to score out an Oracle Think Tank, and the Spin Doctor should not have been behind this ice. We'll draw once. It's hard to ice this out. I think we will put a wrap on R&D as much as there's only one virus counter. That's the best we have. And now at least if we shuffle away the Spin Dock, it's fine. And if she wants to bounce off of these, she can. She just has to take the thing. The short stories were great. They really were, yeah. Top 3 Worlds 2020 from Toronto. Shu's done a lot. Shu also top 8 at the Canadian Nationals we have on this channel. She has the Abisu, so she deals with this for 2 credits. We'll still res it. But yeah, Shu's been playing competitively for a long time. 3. Oh, 3 credits to break a VSA. So she can trash a lot. I think if she hits the economic warfare, we're in the worst spot. That's going to get trashed, which is, we're happy we have a second one. So that goes down for 2 virus counters. And now we are going to put her on 3 credits and give her some tags. Okay. Can we get a fork here? Abisu is kind of bad. It's like not the worst. I'm assuming maybe we're on Audrey, but Abisu is I think a bit better than it looks. It's not the breaker you want to rely on, but it deals with some of the cheaper code gates. So we could do economic install the crypto crash here and then Oppo. I think that's fine. We have seamless in the deck to top deck, right? Yeah, we have 3. I think we can take those odds. We can also draw off of the ability. I don't want to. So we'll get the economic so we can bring it back. We'll shuffle it back, the Oppo and the economic. Then we'll put this in server 2, so it's a bit safer, and then Oppo for free. Drawing cards actually is pretty reasonable there. Yeah, we'll be fine. I was doing the maths with someone else. Abisu is just bad versus Buzzsaw. I think there are some decks that care about it more, right? Like if you're playing a Strike Fund, which I think you are playing if you're playing this sort of, what's it called this? Like I'm assuming we're going to see Abisu as a backup, and then on top of it, we're going to see Audrey. Oh, okay, no, okay, well now we're playing some weird stuff. Muzazi. How do you feel about Millennium Blades? I have every piece of Millennium Blades content. I wish I played it more than I do. I think Millennium Blades is just the coolest card game. That's a lot of virus counters. This deck is running 1 virus. Yeah, I'm a huge Millennium Blades fan. We also got their, my partner works on Dead by Daylight, so we got their big version of Dead by Daylight. The box is too big. All right, so I think we're going to shoot down the Mercury. Then she is over 1 MU. The other option is to shoot down the consumer, the Yusuf. What do you think the best thing to shoot down here is? Because we definitely shoot down something. I can't tell you what the best option is. The deck is running multiple Yusufs. I think the Mercury is probably the most impactful. Okay, so now she's over MU. Yeah, Nob is always a good hit. All right, so the Muzazi goes down, no surprise. And I think if we do advance, we'll be on 9 credits. I think that's good enough. The Starlit Knight doesn't end the run, though. That's like the downside here. We'll just put this on the table. If she trashes it, yeah, that's fine. I think we're fine with that. We could double advance. Consume, you think? I think we should trash this stuff, but it's okay. So this is another tag, Oracle Think Tank. Draw 2 or gain 2. I think we'll draw 2 here. So now she's really tagged. So now the Starlit Knight does something. Rashida's going to go down too. So this is where the Consume gets credits. That was for 0 virus counters. If they run the Knight, they're tagged to hell. Yes. I thought she might have cleared there. But she's playing on low credits, which is really good against this Crypto Crash we have to score out. But this is the thing, is if she's on low credits, like how does she steal? I think we could have let that cook genuinely. Yeah, we probably should have let that cook. That's a really bad Crypto Crash. Box is so big, I was shocked when mine came from Kickstarter. Colin, did you get the deluxe edition? There was no reason the box had to be that size. Oh, it's way too big. I've been enjoying the game though a lot, but I played DVD. All right, simul chip. So can bring back that Muzazi if you really want to. Second simul chip as well. Just low credits. Okay, so we can do install advanced events Bologna. We haven't seen an imp yet, but imp is what gets to the Bologna. It'll be on 5 credits. The magnet is, yeah, we just push this out. Like, this is where playing against market forces is so hard. She's playing a cool deck. Yeah, she is. Cheers from Muzazi. Well, the bird's gone, unfortunately. All right, we have the winning point in hand. Haven't drawn a Seamless. We would love to have Seamless and I guess put that on the table. It's safer here. Trash Paladin take 2 is probably fine there. I kind of want to score out a bit. We also can shuffle these back, so it's harder. I think we just gain 2 here because we have the money. Trashing Paladin is not bad for sure. Yeah, maybe we were a bit too fast. Consume is 5 minutes, so they probably only have 1. Some decks are running 2. I think there's a chance she's on 1. Now we're seeing some simul chips. You often see like 1 SMC, 1 Consume. I don't know if she's on Angola. We'll res the VSA here. She's already got her tag a turn though, so this is actually not that good. But this taxes at least out. Give the runner a tag. Yeah, okay. So she can steal Bologna. She can also trash whatever that is. It's a Starlit Knight. We'd love to have that on R&D. So she has 5 credits here. So the ping she can get through. She needs to make a successful run. All the runs kind of push her backwards. If we do install advance, she has to figure out how to break Starlit Knight. So that's probably good enough. If we advance it against, she's worried about, what's it called? Bologna. How do you defend against Tank Storm type of deck? Having more money? I think that's actually one of the big things why just like a value flood Hoshiko is still good. Is that like Oppo Research is solved by money. You can have tag tech, right? Like you can have no free lunches as much as buy a bands also, but there's not that much else. I think we're just gonna get the money here so we can res and score out if she does pressure. We could consider shuffling this back. She can steal 1 Bologna though, so it's kind of hard to win off centrals. Oh, okay, it's possible to lose off centrals. Maybe we should have just shuffled 1 back instead of clicking for a credit. It's unlikely. There's only 2 more 2-pointers in the deck that she can interact with. As much as she could trash and go back. Kaka. There's only 1 more 2-pointer in the deck. Is it not also on an end of the line? Or sorry, a headline? Oh, there's only 2 Crypto Crash. Okay, so there's only 1 more. Excuse me, I thought it was 2 more. I thought we'd be on the whole suite of cryptos. All right, she's running here. I don't want to mess this up. Muzazi. Hold on, what's the text on Muzazi? Because she can pull it out instant speed. Virus cannon from any installed card. So she would need a lot. Okay, we're just gonna res this one. I think this is enough to keep her out. You can play Baya, Networking, or Wheels. Wheels is okay. Wheels is a bit harder. So this thing has a lot of subroutines. Yeah, Baya Bands is cool. It's a bit more conditional. But it's not bad. Just res Magnet. I'd rather res the Starlit Knight so we can see what it does. But this was the safer res because she can't afford to get through this. I think there's some way that she could like maybe simul chip and then get through some of the subroutines. But it had enough subroutines it felt safe. All right, we took some more risks than we needed to. I think we could have cooked it. GG. Thanks for the game. I hope you're feeling better, eh? She got this. She Muzazi and reinstalled Botulus. You think so? Oh, with the cookbook, you're right. I think I messed up the cookbook. That there would have been more virus counters. It was definitely safer to res a magnet. We'll wait until you're at full power. Run it back. And it's such a good late tank. Yeah, it is. There's very importantly, there's no ice like this in the format anymore. All the ice that in standard like really changed if you were tagged, I guess barring Hydra still exists, has rotated. Goddess, I think my track record for season 1 like 1-6 something awful. It's not that bad. I don't think it's that bad. It's that bad unless it's COS. Then I have that shit on lock. I think one of my favorite games in Netrunner of all time was at Crowded Servers against Aaron. In the final round, I had to win that match to get our team up to 500, and it was the most clutch play. It was a huge pop-off. It was like the coolest Netrunner experience. I feel better, huh? I absolutely robbed Aaron from the win where it mattered. She needs 7 counters to break all the ETRs on night. I think it only gets you to 6. She can use counters off of anything, so it'd be 1, 2, 3. She could also maybe have done double Botulus, because with the cookbook, she gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think she can do it. If she just double installs Simulchip Botulus. Yeah, let me know. Hey, cheers. Yeah, Aaron was in town a couple weeks ago. We went out for dinner. Really nice. Andre, have you looked at started modernism after TIA? Give it a shot and call it slash and burn modernism. I think it's in a good spot. What's interesting is to understand whether that deck wants to play Snare or Behold. I think it wants to play Behold. But I think that deck, like Oppo Research, is a bit trickier. We can revisit it later today. Again, we're going to be streaming for a while. We'll do another one with this deck. But like this deck, the ice is hard. It's hard to punish it. I think that's the thing that I've been struggling with. Like as criminal, generally you want to face check into ice to force the corporation to res their ice. And in this deck, you can't do it. Like, you just cannot make Reality Plus lose money resing ice. Because a lot of times it's a ping or a virtual assistant, and then, like, you take a tempo loss for letting them res ice. It's so messed up. It's really, really upsetting to me that you just cannot stop them. I get kicked out of reading Behold every time. You gotta yell in chat, Behold. Mindscaping is fun, too, and Treeline. I don't know if you play Mindscaping. I guess you do if you're on the full kill combo. Yeah, you probably do. It's still a fast card. Treeline, I think you do play. I think Treeline's in a better spot than it is. The problem is like the only ops we're seeing are either bad pubs ops or like outfit op, and outfit has a pretty good 4-cost barrier. All right, Hosh. We have an economic warfare. We have a magnet, which is a pretty good thing to score behind early. Not that we can push out the blown up. We actually could. We could do magnet, install advanced blown up. It's pretty bad though. This is like on the verge of keeping. You could mulligan this. I don't know how worse it gets, but like this is a fine hand. What was the Corp runner win rate of Cascadia? Felt Corp favored. I don't have the access to data. I think you'd have to ask Jeff, who can pull in the numbers from you'd have to like crunch them by hand. I think, but they're all on Aesop's table, so you could see it. Ice on R&D is an early trap. Got to go fast. Yeah, I don't ice R&D. We'll do something like this. We can't score this, but like if he spends a lot to get through the magnet and axes and touches the blown, either Oppo Research is immediately turned on, which is fine, or they blow like a boomerang, or I don't know what it would be. And they can't steal. Like even if the play here is like Botulus run this, we're pretty happy because they might not be able to score it. All right, that's money. That's a good start. Yeah, there you go. Let's do newer mode, draw. Again, no hedge fund. So keeping cards in hand is actually really important to be able to get like a what's it called, a digital life. I think we just do newer mode advance. Again, this is the fork. If you trash this, it's fine for us. Just so I remember to say, there's that news about entrance to Worlds for Nats and Cons winners. It seems like I might visit Barcelona this year with a bit of question mark when tickets run out. Yeah, tickets at Worlds are totally sold out, which is huge for Worlds, but unfortunate if you don't have Worlds. Now, that being said, there's about 30 or something tickets that are reserved for winners of Nationals and Continentals, and I'm pretty sure some of those tickets will eventually be released. Javi talked about it on the last Null Signal game stream, and those tickets will be released about 6 weeks before. So if you're trying to go to Barcelona and you didn't pick up your ticket soon enough, firstly, sorry, that's a bummer for sure. But there is a chance those tickets will be released 6 weeks before Barcelona. So there's a chance that there'll be something there. We'll take the money. We have Rashid on the table. Hey, glad to find Clyde's stream. Any chance for some interaction? Yeah, Shent, for sure. How's it going? We'll be playing some Mercury to show you what it looks like. I don't love it. All right, so there's the Banhar. So there is contest of this Bologna. Now we could Oppo. I think we're just gonna advance, and I think we're just gonna do advance, seamless. It's nice to be able to spin doctor that back in. We're on 8 credits, and now we're on pay 5 to do 4 tags territory, which is a pretty bad spot. I do know that Rongi Doge has 2 world tickets now, so there's at least one that might be released. A project I want to do is build a spreadsheet that I can put in all competitive names and see what they're like. I want to be able to get a rap sheet because I know Rongi Doge has played some good Netrunner, but I couldn't tell you what accolades he had. And I really wish that wasn't the case. I really wish that I could tell you what accolades were attached to his name. And so I think I'm going to go back maybe. And I don't know when I have time to do this, but basically give people some accolades. Oh, this thing works against Banner, which is really nice. Bonhar is going to take a tag because you didn't break the subroutines of the decoder. Gain 2 or draw 2. It's a 1 in 4. If we draw 2, it's unlikely to be worse. I think we have Rashid on the table, so we're just going to go gain 2. Check ABR. Yeah, but not everyone like does ABR. And then on top of that, like for Worlds results from 2016 and 2015, like they exist before ABR. But yeah, ABR is a starting spot. Pop Rashida. I don't want to pop Rashida when we have this on the table. Like if this hasn't been ran this turn, it's very unlikely it won't be run the following turn. And we want to draw with Rashida and hit, what's it called? Your Digital Life. Ooh, Paladin Puemo now. Yeah, Paladin Puemo without Heat Breakers feels, she feels a bit more annoying if she gets to 3. No, not at all. Cool, Hippo. All right, so now we'll res. Rush. Hey, of course, anytime. Unless it's the World Championship. Even then, probably, though. All right, so we can put something in the remote server. I think getting a Starlit Knight into Magnet is actually okay, so we can do install advance Oppo. We can also just do install Oppo. I think that's a good enough fork. I think if he steals this, we're fine. I don't think we advance it. We'll just hold for seamless. So we'll do server 1. I think getting this on R&D. Now we'll get another ice there. And now this is a bit. Why can't I? They didn't steal or trash? I thought they stole. Did they not steal? Oh, they didn't steal last turn. I thought they did. I thought that was last turn. Okay, my bad. That's fine. Yeah, we can do an economic warfare for spite. I think we'd rather just advance. Wait, this is 8 credits of resing. Okay. 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 Corp win rate was roughly counted 57% Swiss, 64% in the cut. Ah, interesting. Thanks, Jackson. The brat uses she/her pronouns. This is an otter, and all of the companions, yeah, are use she/her pronouns, from my understanding. All of Hoshiko's companions. I've been told, at least. The rat? That's an otter. That is an otter. Plus refund. I think it's totally doable to have running statistics for our Netrunner players having an archivist role in SG and make that their job or something. Heck, I'd do that. Yo, if you want to do it, you can reach out to NSG. They'd love to do it. Can you move chat a bit? My chat or its chat? Because this chat, do you want to zoom out? Was I covering it? DreamNet? Okay. Interaction. I hope you don't steal or trash. Hey, going to my first RL event, end of September, then on to Worlds, and only just getting to Standard. Worried I'm not going to know the cards well enough. Is it okay to ask to look at opponent's cards? No, it's totally okay. If you don't know a card, not only can you ask your opponent, can I read that, which I'd recommend to do, but you can also ask your opponent, like, you can call a judge to be like, hey, I ran this card and I accidentally forget the text. The judges will show you the card text. So like 100%. I think we need to click for credit here. I was live chat on my TV. Oh, sorry, I can't move that one for you, zombie. Rat, fish, lizard, weird dog, fake dinosaur. That's so wrong, and you know it. Are corp win rates typically higher early in seasons when the meta is not developed? I don't know if I could tell you one way or another. It's usually based off of like, you know, the power of the decks and the tools they got. Corps, I think, got really good tools in this set. A lot of the like ablative barrier stuff like that. There's a lot of tricks now. We saw some B1001, but I think the tricks are good. Server ones, Bonhard. Calling judge for every card text is very normal. Even top table players would do it. Yeah, don't feel like that is an issue. Ask for text. Reading your opponent's cards is very normal. Not only do players like read their cards, like if I'm sitting against a player and they put down Banhar, I know the text on Banhar, but I will take the 3 seconds to reread it to make sure I'm not making a mistake because I'm too proud to check the text. No, just read the text all the time. Ask before you touch somebody's cards. If they say no, I'd rather not, then you just ask for a judge. But like, yeah, I've never seen that issue. They're on 6 credits. Love it. Maybe we should double advance to make it look like a Bologna. Making things look like a Bologna is actually way more important than I usually remember. Throwing out this in archives is also a sick play because they have a huge incentive to go archives, and then that gives us 2 credits and turns on Oppo Research. This card's kind of neat. I read the Maw stream like 3 times at the top cut. Exactly. Yeah, and we know what Maw does. At least we can like compartmentalize it. But yeah, my opponents always read my bug out bag. When you play bug out bag, play X credits to put that many power counters. When your hand is empty, you can trash bug out bag to draw power counters worth of cards. How'd I do? Hey, Wrongness, how's it going? Yo, welcome to stream. How you doing? All right, they're on 2 credits. Oppo Research. They have a fermenter. The deck, should it be on a second of virus? I think there's a chance. Sacon bug out bag? I honestly don't know if you can do that. Uh-oh. Oracle Think Tank. You're gonna get oppoed. We did give them a paladin credit, but whatever. It's only end of turn? That makes more sense. I think we put the Rashid in their remote server. We're just gonna go for credits because we have to oppo this turn. We spent a hot minute theorizing a bug out bag Severnius Stimulant Plants, Big Hoshika, Last Man, and QTM. I think there's decks of that ilk on this channel a long time ago before like YouTube, before Twitch thumbnails were a thing, so they're hard to find, but it's really funny. Oof, that'd hurt. They have a Hermes in hand. Yikes. Reciting card text sounds like a fun challenge to do during downtime and tournament streams. Yeah, Gordian Blade. I barely have played so much Gordian Blade that on stream I can recognize cards from seeing like just like 5-6 pixels of the art, and it pays off at events like Cascadia there in person. So that's what I do. But card text, reciting it out, I think can largely get there. Like most players can't recite the full text palette in Puemo, but also most players I think know what it is. Oh, Magnet. They just botched us to Magnet. Love to see it. Do you oppo for 4 tags here or only 2? Definitely 4 because they can't deal with it and we can afford the hit. Because we're largely just going to put the Rashid in their remote server. Like this is the fork you do, right? Here we could consider drawing, but we need to still res a lot of ice. So we'll just gain 2. Oops, 4 tags. And we can shuffle these back, which is probably not what we want to be doing with our turn. But the big thing here is like Bolognas are entirely safe. This will draw into a Bologna we do in solid advance. Also, I'm not sure if you said power counter or not. Doesn't mean you can charge it, lol. Yeah, I guess you can. It is power counters. It definitely is power counters, but you can charge it. All right, 1 Hermes out. Are you running my favorite new card? One with the giant eye? Church, is it Big Red Eye? Or Behold? If it's Behold, no, we're not. But this is the deck list of the week, so we can't. No fast events card in the list. I don't know if it's a shipment from the distribution. No, it has nothing. It is just the sort of like seamless launch in remote. Seamless launch is our fast advance. But like it's really hard to play fast advance with mostly 4 2s and 5 3s in the deck. These you don't want to score out. Banhar is on R&D. That's a VSA. Love to see it. So now like they can't clear the tag. So here they have to go tag me. And that happens a lot in these starter decks is like running archives, having to clear this tag, next turn having to clear 4 tags. Like nobody, literally nobody can do that. Unless they're like Fermenter, crack that, and still they're floating 3. Yeah, no Behold. I do think it's a bit sad, but it's this is the Behold slot in the deck. I do like Behold. I do think Behold's also like a really messed up thing. You hit it, like that's like the thing with all this ice, like in Reality Plus. All this ice has like Enigma plus text on it. If it fires, you lose a 1 click and 2 credits. Enigma's good enough. And this is like, you know. Hermes, okay. So if he runs Centros, we can always just res the Rashida. Who needs fast events when you have ice with 15 end the runs? Yeah, we'll see how bad they get. Where's the mark? R&D, okay. Yeah, of course. We also can just like with the Rashida draw into end the line. Unlikely to be lethal. We can draw off of this. We'll just get money off of this. I think we're going to be a bit short on money. So that's 1 net damage. Okay, lost another Manhar. Continue the movement. Give the runner tag. Drawing into our win condition here would be actually pretty okay, but we need money for the ice. So I'm going to go 2. And before they access, I'll res the Rashida, so they cannot bounce an agenda. And they can't steal Bologna. Again, the deck only has 2 agendas that they can steal. How would you approach this deck as a runner side? Play more money than common sense. Just play way too much money. Play no free lunch if you really want. Just play more money. Like liberate accounts, whatever money you need. If you have imp, it doesn't beat it. Having good money is just, it's the only way. Like, as much as Oppo Research isn't hard-hitting news, in some ways it's worse because it's just solved by like brute force economy. Nice. All right. YDL. I guess we'll score this out and we'll just go ahead. This clears a tag though. Don't think we needed to do that. You don't have ways to tag if the runner doesn't run. We do not, but then we win by scoring out. It's very rare to, there's only 2 cards in the entire format that tag the runner if they don't run, but that's the idea that, okay, cool, we have seamless launch, we'll win, right? So you always have to be pushing forward. Because you're right, if we don't force the runner to do anything, they will outmoney us. Honestly, we don't have hedge fund. We have like very few economy cards. But the problem is like, how do you deal with VSA or Starlit Knight on tempo? QTM her Shiko is pretty heavily tech to beat this as a starting point. Izzy, I don't know if I've seen the list. Is there anything specific? Like, I don't know if, like, I don't think Hannah solves it. Because, like, you don't get that good value from Hannah, but I don't know what's in the list. Tomorrow's headline tags in this? Yeah, but they have to run. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. In theory, if we score out tomorrow's headline, we give them a single tag, but it's like, you could always do install advance to make it look like a Bologna and it's a headline. It is a really niche play, but it's worth keeping in mind. Coder's lat list is probably good against this. Yeah, I assume it might be. Okay, money is good here. I think we'll just draw 2. Hey, there's Cody. Congratulations, Cody. Real treat to see you. You showed up on stream and you had a hat on. And I was like, who is this? And then you sat down like, oh, okay, that's Cody. I felt really embarrassed for a second there. There's a seamless. That's at least a start. He can bounce this. Oh, wow. He had the Bologna. Now we're going to return a card to hand. That's a huge upset. So shuffling back the other Oracle only matters if he finds the last Bologna. Yeah, nice job, Cody at Cascadia. Your list isn't tagged on null signal. I'm not sure why. People are asking for it. I always put hedge fund into these no hedge fund decks. Like it might be marginally worse on the fringes, but never drawing hedge fund early feels bad. I think if you don't fancy yourself as a player who knows how to play the archetype very well, I think adding hedge fund's not going to hurt the deck more than the comfort it gives you. So I think it's a fair line. Problem is this doesn't end the run. So like if we put a magnet in front of it, we need to put like ping and then magnet. We have to ice up R&D a bit better. Going back. Could lose here. Have to find the last Bologna. But like, if we don't get a Starlit Knight here, I don't think we can keep him out. A Starlit Knight potentially is lethal too, which is really funny. Such a great week and seeing so many awesome people. Yeah, shout out to all the folks who traveled in, let alone from the East Coast, but even for the West Coast. There's the ping tech. I think you should be trashing the Banhar. Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah, okay, we trashed the Banhar. Putting a magnet on R&D, that probably solves it. Another Oppo seems, oh, well, hello. Hello. I forget you trash your resources, let's be honest. Okay, well, market forces. Let's just be annoying. They're gonna swing HQ now. We'll keep this, keep that. We don't really need another Oppo. We don't really need a ping. They played their cleaver into retribution. That's a hard line to take. Brutal that UNC DZ had to knock each other out. That was such a fun game. Cody, in the last game, there was an upgrade in the remote server on top of the wage workers. Were you worried that it was a virus, or did you know what it was? Because I think that was the big play that casting was like, if that's a virus, that's it. Any chance we'll get to see any of the newer Arissana decks piloted during today's stream? It's a deck I'm simultaneously most interested in playing and the most bad at. Monkey C needed. Yes, I think we will. I think after this, let's play Arissana after this. Do we throw anything out? I don't think we did. No. So now with low credits, like this is where we put out market forces. In theory, we could have waited until we had install advance and then you market forces and then you score out the Bologna with seamless, because it's hard to get through this and then still have money, right? Like this thing's just hard to deal with. I assumed it wasn't a virus since he didn't pop it when I had like 10 credits on Fermenter. You think he would though pop it if you had 10 credits on Fermenter, even if it costs you the game, right? Like I think if that's his only line to win, I don't know if he pops it. But that's an interesting angle. I don't think we considered it at all. I made a bunch of misplays that game. I want to do a video talking about my thing. I'd love to hear it, Cody. I think the casting, like there was lines that people were calling out for sure. All right, so if we fire this, it fires a Hermes. I don't want to do that. I think we put this back into the deck so they can't win off a single Bologna. I think we retribute the cleaver, and I think that's probably it. Like the ping is still fine because we draw a card off of it. Spin Doctor, we actually could have considered shuffling back to get Rashida's before the mandatory draw or market forces, so I think that's fine. I think we put a Spin Dock in their remote server and see what happens to the Starlit Knight. I worry that we're leaving this. Oh, we have to shuffle this back though. Yeah. Retribution on Hermes. It's not going to be that important. We're ideally scoring out one more agenda. I'd rather Retribution or Breaker. I hear hoping for some Atea. Fast Events Atea is really cool. I'm surprised that Sokka didn't play the full Fast Events list. I think that list is really, really powerful. By the way, how's going? How long can you make a name? Yeah, I'm not worried about this card. Like he can't access R&D. We have to score at just 1-4-2. Ideally, we draw the last Bologna. Hoping to get a chance to play you, Veronica. Play you, Andre, says Veronica. Yeah, that'd be cool. All right. Remove this. We're going to put back in the market forces. And we're going to go put back in, I think, the Rashida. Start a turn. Nice. We're going to trash that. I don't think we're in a rush here. We haven't seen a single end of the line. The deck's on 2, right? Oh, no, it's not an end of the line. I thought we were on end of the line for some reason. Noom is out. We have to trash that. Trashing the Paladin Puemo is, sorry, the Dream Net's reasonable. Our money is not that good. This is too slow. We probably should be drawing to close the game out. A lot of Simon Chip Claw in the top cut. Pure FA would have been dicey. Yeah, I think so. Hey, Trickster, haven't seen you live in a while. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Thanks for taking the time to leave a comment. We're not streaming on Thursday, so we thought we'd stream Tuesday afternoon, and it's been fun. No reason not to clear their board. It costs us money, Mary. Like, I don't think the Paladin Puemo is worth it. Like, we just need to keep their credit pool down because that's how they score Bologna, let alone get breakers down, I guess. But, like, if we have nothing to do. Could also retributing the Botulus. It's, there's a magnet. It's on a magnet, let alone there's a magnet here, so I don't think we need to. Right? Like, it's not doing anything. Atea can get Mavirus on the board efficiently. Atea can. The Sports Metal decks, everyone's playing Mavirus. And, like, Asa Group gets Mavirus clicklessly. Atea gets Mavirus clicklessly. Like, there's a lot of ways to deal with it. Atea can advance a 3-2 past Clot with Mav in hand, but you can't do the full combo without pre-installing Mav, which is quite tough. All right, they flip back. They're actually clearing tags, which, like, yeah, that might be it. Speaking of Mav, okay, well, if they're clearing tags, that's where we find a Bologna. Install, advance puts us on enough money, I think. We have a seamless. We can just do install, advance. Your digital life. I don't like that we have these in hand. But what can you do? Like, that's the way that we get bounced to Hermes. So if that's the case, we'll do advance. And then we'll retribute the Hermes. Because they can run HQ. He can run HQ and bounce. Here we have, ideally we res this for 3. But yeah, if we seamless, we win next turn. I found Atea hard to build in startup. What are people currently doing with it? I'm not too familiar with startup to know what Atea can do in it. I don't. It's really hard for me to like jump between startup and standard. Haven't played Netrunner in years. I'm so lost. Oh, Trickster. It's really good. A new set just came out. But currently we're playing an ID that says the first time the runner takes a tag, we get 2 credits, or 2 cards, our choice. So we just play a lot of stuff that gives them tags, and Hoshiko is this kind of value-based thing. Just rush fast with the off-world opposite seamless is pretty solid. IA and retribute the Hermes. Yeah, exactly, Ba. Just so that we don't lose to the bounce here. And so they have to get through, like, the magnet alone is hard. The Star of the Night is also fun. I thought it was discontinued. FFG lost the Netrunner license in 2018, I think. And then since that, a community group called Null Signal Games has continued to produce cards that are compatible with the game, let alone do organized play. So like there's Continentals this weekend. There was Continentals the last 2 weekends. World is in October. And their sets, one has just come out 2 weeks ago. You can get it all for free on Null Signal Games website. It is absolutely amazing. So check it out if you haven't. It is amazing. The continuation of Netrunner has genuinely been in some ways better than what Netrunner was before, as much as it's harder to find out about it. I'm going to res the Starlit Night because it's fun. Boop. I think you can maybe try to use Nani Grid and Atea. Oh, I forgot a Nani Grid is a real thing. Fire all. Gain 2. Nice. And the Run Sentry. Really rare in the game. I have to get back into it. Check out Null Signal Games. It's really great. Advance. Advance. Seamless. Score. All right, we could have closed that out a bit faster. Good game, but we felt in control. The Bologna Rip was a bit frightening. We wanted to draw that for sure. Hey, thanks. You too. But like you see the power of Retribution. Thanks to the game. The power of Retribution is real. Like even Anarchs have to go find their second copy of their breaker. This is why you run Mavirus because of Amakua, but this server, Starlit Night into Magnet, is still very hard to deal with. Catch your end. I'd imagine Startup Atea's best is Glacier utilizing Sace and Vovo, but I haven't tried it yet. Seeing the first Turtle 30. Oh, oof. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, Econ is so important. Yeah, their Econ was good though. Hey, catch your end. Sace is really cool in Atea installing in second server. I don't like so much effort goes into Atea to like have one server. When we first played Atea, when the set came out, we actually built 2 servers and I kind of really liked it. I wonder if you can just get away building 2 servers and jamming to either of them and just seeing which way the runner is going to go. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's play some Shaper. Let's try with Jeff's Shaper, which like I think can sometimes be a bit more tricky to spin up because it is a bit more dependent on the engine coming together, as opposed to like, I think for most people, Joe's, whether it has a lower or higher ceiling, I don't know, but it'll probably be easier to play because it's just a bit smoother. Let's start with that and then we'll see if we appreciate the difference. But in short, I really don't want to play the Cleaver though. We'll do it, but we can play Gauss. No lily pad. All right, we'll try it. Okay. We're going to play Arissana. We're going to learn the timing structure, and we're going to get some runs. What did Joe call it? Oh, it's called Joe's deck. Because NSG put it like that. Okay. Solomir's Arissana. Arissana, 2 S's, 1 N. Yeah. Joe Bitcoin, how's it going? 47 cards. I build Jeff's. Jeff's is really similar. I think this one's easier to play because it has sure gamble. It has another win condition. I think Jeff's is like a bit more, I would say greedy, which means the ceiling is higher. I do think there's easy changes here. Like I don't believe in Cleaver in this list. It might not be necessary, but otherwise it's like 99% the same. Jeff is also playing like, what's it called? Earthrise Hotel, which in my minimal testing, I've struggled to get down, but it is another card that works only really well if your engine is running, as much as we're only on 2 lily pad, which that's a bit rough. Working title for this is NAFTA Arissana. Why NAFTA? Runner. My current standard Atea is double Tranquility Grid, multi-crit drifting. That seems really good. Oh, hey, Veronica got in here. Hey, glad you got in here. All right. You Africa PD, right? All right, so Veronica is going to your Africa's, testing this deck out. So we're going to assume it's PD with some defensive upgrades. Our opening hand here, we have a Diesel, which is nice. The Hush is like kind of mediocre into HB. I think it's the one faction that Hush feels the worst. You get Gatekeeper, I guess, but that's not that important. The Clot probably doesn't matter in an opening hand, but we have at least Diesel, Dirty Laundry Creative. We're going to mulligan. Again, we're a bit of an engine piece, engine deck, so getting a Dirty Laundry, or sorry, a Lily Pad would be good. All right, with this hand, we just be aggressive. This isn't just be aggressive hand. North America free testing agreement? Oh, that's sick. I turned the stream off. Hey, best of luck. All right, so Arissana says once a turn during a run for 0 credits, we can put down a program. We pay for the cost of the program. And it gets destroyed. If it gets destroyed, So the nightmare here is we run HQ. Did she keep or she mulled? She kept. So maybe there's an agenda in there. Ablative is the big hush target in purple. Yeah, Ablative, you have to guess a bit, and it's only threat 3, but that is the best hush target. So I'm just going to run first click. Now, we have priority here, so we're going to use Arissana. I'm going to remember to click on the right stuff. Okay, all you. And so if we don't go there and she doesn't res, so this is like, you know, free money. Axis. That's a start. That is definitely a start. We could go back here if we wanted to. I don't think it's likely that she has 2 agendas in her opening hand that she kept, so I think we're just going to set up. Cuban's top tier. This card is so good. It feels like Arissana feels like it's a very similar deck to Geist, which means I'll enjoy it heavily. But the amount of like aggression and value you get from running eclipses Criminal. Okay, we'll draw. We have a good start. This deck does have Turbine. I think we can afford to do double casts, as greedy as that is. And then we have a lot of drawing to do. All right, remote server. She's in. So this is weak if we, in theory, have a Palangi, which we don't. On 10 credits, we're just going to face check it. We can always put down our Cleaver in a panic if we really want to get through it, but we're just going to force a res here. Worst case, MIC. I feel like a Sangren is on the design team. Tell me about it. Oh, it's a Brun. Okay, that's fine. So this we could click all the way through. I think we actually have an incentive here to click all the way through. There's no good way to get through this in our deck. It's not too easy. Otherwise, we're setting up. I think we actually can click through this. We can also double click through this. I think if she installs an ice and reses it, we're in an okay spot. So at least that allows us to draw. So we'll click through the ones that end the run, because this is probably a Rashida. Even a Tranquility we can afford. But we don't want to hurt or fire Rashida this soon on. Bacon calling Arissana criminal was very funny. I don't think I watched the whole Bacon video. I didn't have time to. I forgot to go back. I'm a huge Bacon fan. Spin Doctor. Okay, she rezzed it. We're not going to trash that for 2 credits here. She has a huge hand size, so it's going to be hard to get the recursion from this soon, but okay. We'll continue to drop. We didn't get our ability. Not great. I think we just fire. I was more concerned that would be a Rashida, but I want her to res this so that we can capitalize on HQ, because unless she plays an econ card, now we can run HQ, and she's drawn, she's gone through, what is it? 12 cards. There's a big chance there's something in HQ here. Drafter still not particularly good. This is a drafter. Okay, that's fine. So she can return the hedge fund and install a card. So we're going to see where it goes. And she can't really play the hedge fund. So like this is where you love a Peach of Sean. You just go R&D if we had an SMC. So an upgrade on top of the Spin Doctor. So probably Tranquility. Hedge fund. And we gain 2 credits. Okay, the 1 card we don't want to access. All right, we could run this and again click through it. She can install a card. We can deal with, maybe it's a Managarm, but we just need to set up because we need to get a combo down. Vernissage is really good. We'll draw once more. Vernissage. And if she overextends, we just put Cubon on R&D and get a conduit down. So all we're trying to do now is force her to spend too much money on the remote server and go down to less than 3 credits, and then we can contest this. Here she has a huge incentive not to res because she really needs to get off that hedge fund. So I think regardless, we're just going to do it. We're just going to force it. So we're going to put this back into hand, take clicks. We're going to get a 2 credit down conduit. We're going to run with the conduit, I guess. You don't have to. And then we're going to Arissana this up and put it on the bladed barrier. In theory, we have priority there. That's going to fire. But that's fine. We can just chill here. She's forced to res in a bladed barrier. She's on 1 credit. So next turn we get done the Cleaver and we're feeling okay. Again, Gauss breaks us for the same, so it doesn't feel that much worse. But now we want to find an SMC to get a Peach of Sean down to make this really gross. I think we can try the Neas Informant. It's really cool if we hit stuff on conduit. Now to Veronica, she would wait for you to do Trojans before resing. Yes, we have priority there. She has to wait for us. She didn't. Okay, so we can return this to hand and it doesn't cost us anything. It actually gains us 2 credits because we're not expecting to install any other Trojan. We have some incentive to run archives first, considering that there might be an agenda in there we want to force a shuffle back. I think we can afford to do that this turn. So Vernissage will return this to hand. Then we have 2 credits, so we'll install our Cleaver down. Okay, and then I think we're going to run archives first. Ada, how's it going, cleaning ladies? They're always watching. I think we'll do this first. We probably don't have to. I don't know what she discards here besides an agenda. Yeah, okay. This is good because now she can't break R&D lock after we get R&D lock, but more importantly, there's an agenda now back in the deck. Trying to win with 3 points out of the deck potentially is a way more difficult. So now we are Arissana, and now we're making money here. She has to solve this. So she needs to do credit, hedge fund, put a piece of ice there. So we're through. We're gaining a credit every time we go through, and we're just going to dig in. Seamless off the top. Peach of Sean would be really good here. We're just going to go back. Again, this makes us money, right? Like criminals are absolutely blushing here. Seamless, Trank Grid. If we don't trash it, we get Aeneas Informant credits. So it's a 5 credit swing depending on what we do with this. I don't think we trash it. Not that we need more money, honestly. Yeah, we can afford to trash it. That's fine. Already one on the board, probably. Yeah, but you can get value from that. I think this might be a Managarm. There you go. Credit hedge fund. She needs an ice. And destroying that is good. Getting a simul chip down on the table so you can recover the thing is actually really, really important. Compression here is so good. It is so good. Yeah, trashing the ice there is very, very reasonable. And again, I think maybe prioritizing getting down to simul chips so that we're not blown out is great. So here we can force a res. I don't know if she's going to be running, what's it called? We can draw once for like a slap bundle, but if she's running on cell, it's only slightly ugly. If she's running roto turret, really ugly. Let's see if there's a roto turret here. We need to force our money down. Again, she has just no ability. Oh, it's a magnet. That's perfectly fine. So we have, what's her decoder? Joe? Unity. Ooh. This is where I'd rather play a Buzzsaw than a Cleaver, right? Sisenton incoming. Okay, so she's held out there, but she still knows she's going to lose the game here before she can transition to remote server. So we just need to get her decoder down. Claude is okay. We can get a simul chip down. We have no real reason this turn. If we draw, we discard one. I don't think we have a huge incentive that we want to discard one. I wish we could get our click compression to get a Trojan down this turn. We didn't. So I guess we'll get that down. That's fine. Cloughtfield to get Cubone back. Yeah, we probably will install it to get the Cubone back just to trash it. I think that's reasonable. But I think we ideally install this for free once we get a Trojan down. But now she's in a really hard spot. She probably has an agenda in HQ. We can contest server 1. Okay. Looks like a defensive upgrade. We don't have pinhole, so we actually have to just deal with that. But here we have a reason to contest the remote server because we know that she has, what's it called? Seamless in hand. Like this can fall apart. And this is the downside of not playing pinhole. It's like these sort of upgrades are really powerful. Can this deck run Hermes? Makes the R&D digs even scarier. You need a 2MU console, and Lilypad is like a lot of free card draw because we're every single turn we're getting one free card draw, and then with Gachapon we're getting a free card draw on their turn. So I don't think you can, or you could. I don't think it's optimal. This deck cares about its ability too much to not get the free draw, and I think this deck could easily be on 3 Lilypad. I think it's that important. So if she reses here, then she won't have money to protect R&D maybe. Even if we force her to res a Managarm here, Magnet, okay, good. We're just forcing reses. That's all we're trying to do, forcing reses. Now she can still seamless out an off-world office. We've stolen the one. So that's okay. Drop, no good. Drop, that's something. We unfortunately can't get through Magnet. So kind of ugly. Now we could run to clicklessly install it on the drafter to get us Vernissage. That's technically like clicking for a credit. Doesn't feel great. I think we'll just install the Clot just so that we can get a simul chip target if we need to. But she's not threatening fast events. It's so much that if she cracks us, we'll pull out something at instant speed. All right, more defensive upgrades. Okay, just draw SMC. That's all we need. Let's keep drawing. That's really good. Again, we need lily pads for this to be very, very good. I do think you have to play 3 lily pad in this deck. We'll draw again. Okay, well, at least if she scores out, we can do some wild stuff. Do we need 2 of them? It thins our deck, which is kind of nice to get the last Vernissage out. I don't think we need 3 Aeneas. She has to purge at some point. There might be a virus there, but if she doesn't score an off-world office, she's in a really bad spot in terms of tempo. I think we just put down 1. On the end of her turn, we can crack it. Magnum doing Magnum Godworks. Eventually we get through this really cheaply, but yeah, it's good. Seamless. Why did she res the Trank? Oh, that's why. Cool. When you score this agenda, look at the top 5 cards of R&D. You may install and res one of those cards, ignoring all costs. So her credits are not good. So unless she ices up R&D, yeah, that is hard for us to deal with. I think this card, we have to echelon through with, what's it called? With the Turbine. And anything is there. She returned to Seamless Launch. We have a good incentive to run this. Let's find what we can from the deck. So we can get an echelon down. Our MU is so full though. So shuffle the lily pad, and an SMC back. All right, let's go. Excuse me, let me move my face real quick. We are running out of pressure. Not lily pad. It has to be a program or a virtual. Yeah, we can't. So Gachapon says install 1 program virtual resource. So we can't actually get the lily pad out. We would if we could, for sure. All right, so this server, we have a Unity and 28 cards. We have 1 SMC that's out. The SMC is pretty important. We can't get through the magnet with the slap vandal, so we have to find a real breaker. Our echelon will eventually get through the on-cell totally fine. And the problem here is like she can snowball in with the seamless launch into off-world office. That'd be good. But yeah, we have a lot more work to do. We can run HQ. We can't even get the turbine down, but running here, if we want to get in here, it costs us, what is it? 3 to boost, 2 to break. Ooh. So we could always get the slap vandal down on this clicklessly and break HQ for 2 credits. I think if she had an agenda though, it would go in the remote server. So like that doesn't feel amazing, but I think we have an incentive to get a run anyways to fire maybe a Neas, but to get the vernissage going. So I think we will. Oh, but then our MU is busted. Oh man, how's this deck not on 3 lily pad? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have a huge lily pad issue. MU is absolutely messed up because we committed to an early conduit. Oh. You can always overinstall the clot. We will, but like we can't overinstall it with SMC. So like if we were overinstalling this to get the slap vandal down, then we lose our simulchip turn, right? Like this is why that was there. Feels bad. I think if she has an agenda, it's not an HQ. Because we saw, I guess 2, but we broke lock. Just draw your cards in the right order, noob. You can let conduit go 2 and simulchip it back later when you're more set up. I think that's probably more correct, is that we don't want to hold on to this one. The issue though is like I just don't think there's a good reason to run HQ this turn. So like just draw a lily pad. I think the slap vandals are falling off though. Like we don't really need them. We can draw once. We don't need them that much. That sucked. That was just bad. Hey, sorry, this is a bad question. I'm looking into playing in person Netrunner, and I have all the null signal sets. What is the way to get another card like 419, for example, that aren't in a null signal set? You can just proxy them, Pico. Okay, that's okay, at least. It's not money. You can just proxy them. So there's a proxy nexus where you can just get them printed out. Otherwise, buying individual cards doesn't really exist in this game. Seamless launch goes back. So it's not like there's a market for that, but proxies are available, are encouraged, in fact, at every single level of the game. Time to slap? CTZ. Yo, CTZ. Is it the CTZ? If we crack this again, I don't know where we're getting. There's one DreamNet. Our MU is absolutely messed up. Yo, I was streaming. Firstly, congratulations. And I saw your deck list. And I was like, I know who Go to Cascadia was. It was so funny. Yeah, I think we thinned the deck. DreamNet, Gachapon, Hush, Cubon, Urban Art. So Hush means we actually can slap vandal through the magnet, as convoluted as that is. But MU is such a problem here. So I think we just go for the DreamNet. Shuffle back, Cubon, Hush, Gacha, I think. Yeah, that's fine. What's this a cheeky stream? Jossie, how's it going? Yeah, we're not streaming on Thursday. We could lose this turn if she has double seamless, and we know she has at least 1 seamless, but like, yeah, we're just not, we did not draw things in order. I think we have to win off of R&D here. So we have 22 cards. One's a Unity. We can always SMC if we want trash our cards to get through this, but this thing is really expensive until we get our turbine down, which again, we haven't been using vernissage. I think now we have a huge incentive to run archives to just host something, but we have to trash a clot. I don't think there's a way around that. So run archives. We'll trash the clot. We'll get the slap vandal on HQ. There's a chance she has another agenda in HQ. Okay, at least now Dirty Laundry, we can run HQ for 2 credits. We might as well draw once. Okay, HQ. Nice job this week in CTZ. Was fun seeing you put out the JPEGs in the flesh. Court in the house. Milestone in Discord has full proxy sets for all of standard 2 if you don't want to do your own. Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Are those all the like projects? We break for 2. Bay Area players knocking out Bay Area players, unfortunate. Skunkwork. Okay, I don't think we trashed this. There's 1 on each server, so this gives us credit because we can reveal it with Aeneas. So we're at 12, right? Like our engine's good. It just, unfortunately, we have a draw dependency issue here. Now we always simulchip for something. We're so close for this to be within our reach. But unfortunately, it's not. Ugh. I think maybe we could contest this. Again, we have to put a Hush on it, which is in the deck. It's just a Spin Doctor. Now running HQ has some real reasons to do that. And we basically want to fork Managarms. Like if she reses a Managarm here, reses a Managarm there, one of them trashes the other one. There's a chance that one of these is a virus, which like, yeah, that makes sense. Did you break both drafter subs? Yeah, we did it with Echelon though. We didn't do it with Slap Vandal. All right, Spin Doctor not even shuffled. So that's the winning agenda in there. So we have to go here. Missing the third lily pad hurts in board state. Yeah, if we had the third lily pad here, we'd be on fire. But unfortunately, we have an MU issue on top of not having the card draw. So I think we just put in the third lily pad and we're in a really good spot. Mind you, this ice is very good into Arissana in theory, but like we have this setup for this that Jeff's is a bit different because we have the turbine. I think we will return this. All right, so here I think we just have to go. I blame the king for cutting the lily pad. Yeah, you and me both. Okay, so we are going to install the turbine. Like we just have to eat our board state. There's no way around it. We're just going to eat the heck out of our board state. So this goes, we install this. So Cleaver will come in again. Gauss is really good on exactly for the, I don't know if we're going to afford this. I think we have to be able to afford this. The problem is we can't hush this. Thinking, so there's some lines here, but we need to be able to get in here. So we're going to clicklessly install SMC, crack the SMC for Unity. How much is that? It's 5 credits, right? Sorry, let me get the deck list up. So Unity is going to come in for 5 credits. Okay, that's not good. We're at 5 credits then. It costs us 1 to break this, so we have 4 credits. Then to break this is literally 4 credits. So we can't steal Ikoa. Is there a hush in the trash or am I making that up? There is no hush in the trash. We removed 1 from the game. Is there yeah, excuse me. You can install the turbine. You need the SMCMU? Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. We don't even have the MU for the turbine. This might have not been correct. Because we need the SMC. The problem is like the turbine. That can't be it. Because otherwise, if we just get the Unity out, we can break this. But then breaking through the Brawn is a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. Because we can run clicklessly, get this down, SMC into the turbine. So that now only costs us 3 credits. No, it's okay. Just that one. I think we just do it and we just click through the Brawn, but then we're weak to Ikoa, which is the one thing we're assuming. I think you run first, click install the SMC in the way and clicking through the Brawn. If we click through the Brawn though, we lose the well, we can leave 1 subroutine to fire. I think we have to do that because we can't access with no clicks because we lose to Ikoa. So this is what we have to do. So we can use our ability to get the SMC down. We can use the SMC to go get our Unity for 1 credit. And then we do something like this. Conduit's still trash. That's fine. We were going to do it anyways. But yeah, we trashed it for no reason. We trashed it so we can get the SMC down. So here I think we can click through 2 of the subroutines and hold 1 subroutine. An ablative barrier here can be bad if she has it. But we have to access with a click and 2 credits. And 5 credits. Like 7 is exactly how many credits we need. So even if there's an ice here and we can't get through it, like that's a problem. Is if there's any ice, because we cannot afford 1 credit. Ablative is in the bin. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh. Sorry, wait. Ablative is in the bin. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, we just can't afford to click through it if it is the Ikoa though, so I think we're gonna have to anyways. This is gonna be bad no matter how you slice it. Border control, okay. That's probably game. Ablative doesn't install in its own server. Yeah, but then she can like get it, I don't know, Rashida on the table, I guess. Yeah, we were just too slow. We need another lily pad. We would have been 2 turns ahead if we had a lily pad. All right, if we can make her spend 1 more credit somehow, we have a chance. Now, running back, this is 2. This is just really, really expensive. That was a good border control. -1 credit from Ablative would be enough. Yeah, if we just paid through the Ablative, that's the issue, is we wouldn't be able to deal with Managarm into Ikoa. Now, if she reses the Managarm, though, we're in an okay spot, but she doesn't have to. So there's no 5-point agenda, so I think we just lose on this board state unless we can get her to lose a credit. Now, the other thing we can do is if we need to like buy time back, is that we can SMC, or simulchip, excuse me, for an SMC, and then use that to get a Peach Champ, and then actually get through the drafter making no clicks because we've used our ability. Yeah, I think that's it. But unfortunately, this is 2 credits, and then this is very, very expensive. Again, it must be cheaper with Gauss, right? Gauss is +2 strength, +2 strength, 2-4. Yeah, it's 7 as opposed to this, which is 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't know. Gas seems good. I don't know why we play this one. That might not be game. All right, so we can run HQ. I think she might have an agenda in there. It costs us 2 credits. We've already installed clicklessly. Now we can trash something. Yeah, even to reset the strength, right? Like there's so much flexibility with Gauss with 3 simul chips in the deck. We just have to get an access here. It might not be the 5-3 in a mode server, but if she has, again, double seamless, we know she has 1. The 1 card we knew, we get a credit off that. That's fine. Like you see the value for this deck once it's set up. It's really, really, really powerful. Maybe we transition to R&D too quickly. But yeah, that's it. Unless it's not. It's not. Nice. Get Turbine down and that'll make Breaking reasonable again. Yeah, we have to. So that's just a Vitruvius. So she's on game point. She's on 1 credit. So we have to recover somehow. Now we can't let the subroutine on this fire. Maybe we can. So that's in the remote server. That could be anything. Doesn't have to be the winning agenda. So again, we can consider to get the turbine down. I think we can clicklessly run HQ. Oh God. We run HQ. This is so hard. I showed there's a hole in the mid game. This deck could be badly out tempo. It's only because we didn't set up our engine. If we had a turbo, like the problem is we didn't have MU and we're missing card draw. If we had 2 more MU here, we could have got our whole hand down. And the fact now that our MU is full, we can't play with the Trojans. You can Vernissage Gash to reset your bonus. You can't. Vernissage is only Trojans and specifically non-viruses. So you can't return programs that are not Trojans. Okay, so again, this one's, if we get down the turbine, which we could do clicklessly, but we lose it. There's some good reason to do that because you simul chip it. This gets better. Time for DZ. I just think you play another Lily. So we can run here for free, get an access. Then we can simul chip out the Cubon and trash it. I don't think we have a huge incentive to do that, but we need to get in here. We have to click through all of this now. The chance of that being the, what's it called, is a lot lower. I think that's more likely to be Rashida though. We haven't seen any. I don't think that's gonna be the winning agenda. So then we have to figure out how to like win off of this server. So we break this for 4 credits once we're set up. That's good. And it's 2 credits only with the Cubon, but then we still have an MU problem. Yeah, I think we have to just hope that isn't the agenda because we have no way of coming back from that. All right, let's go. All right, it's finally here. Is that enough? I don't think it is enough. I don't think it is enough. All right, well, whatever. We'll just do what we can. Cuban. Honestly, maybe getting the turbine in our hand so we can get it cheaply is fine. So this is free. Nice. Then there's definitely an agenda in the remote server. Let's be honest. That's in hand. Unless she thinks on 3 credits she can't do it, but with seamless, yeah. Just jammed it. Just jammed it. Very good. We can't deal with Braun. Good game. We had a really good start. We totally fell apart. It's okay. That's an easy thing to fix. Cut 2 cards and add a well played. Add a, what's it called? Lily pad. It's been a hot minute since I really looked, but wasn't there a card that like you could get 1 MU for each core damage you had? No, there's no card like that. It gives you hand size, but it doesn't, there's nothing that scales with core damage on the runner side. Oh, neat. Oh, interesting. On that turn, I think it doesn't matter what you jam. I can't trash seamless, and they both cost 3 to score. I don't think it matters what you jammed there last turn, does it? I think there's a console that was MU because hand size cards in hand. That was back in the day, yeah. Side Vandal is great, but not in a full game solution. It's great. I don't think I want to play 3 of them. Like, I think there's ways to tune this list. Because I can score Vitruvius off 1 credit, start a turn. Seamless, take credit, advance. Oh, right. Yeah, totally. That counts. Yeah, so even if you res man Agarm. Yeah, that's totally good. If you res man Agarm. Yeah, the huge tempo swing was getting this on the table because this is a 7 credit play that she could not afford at the time. So the fact that she played this, it's funny enough, there's one that searches your whole deck and there's one that searches the top 5 cards. Which one's better? Mind you, the one that searches your whole deck is only for ice. Hey, cheers. Thanks for the game. Cheers. That was a good game though. Yeah, Echo Mind was cared about cards in hand or hand side equal MU or something. I'm not sure. All right, let's change this deck. Slap for +1 echelon strength is such a cute interaction. Yeah, it's totally doable. Like we had a board state where we were considering that. We're like, let's just get our slap bundle down so we only spend 2 on the drafter. Okay, so things that we can do. We can cut the cleaver and play Gauss. Fine. We can cut slap bundle. I don't think we need 3. We're at 46 cards. We add a lily pad. So now we have 2 influence and we can cut some 2 cards. Veronica, good game. Oh, remote enforcement is only for remotes. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. What else can we cut and what can we play? Yeah, good game. You absolutely tempoed us out. I wonder if playing pinhole threading is correct, as much as the slots are hard. Because I genuinely like, oh, I'm going to play a buzzsaw instead of a unity. I like that a lot. I think we could maybe play 1 pinhole. It's just like, we're already 2 cards over. And like with lily pad, and let alone the fact that we need cards in hand for Arissana to do something, you're hugely punished for playing 47 cards. Cut Aeneas. I think Aeneas is actually like really important. It's how we beat assets. That actually cut the dream net, I think, more likely. Because that's not a card we can afford early. It's another good reason to run and works the Gachapon. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, saw the dream net for the 3rd lily pad. I think that's right. We can maybe play 46. We have a huge reason, again, not to do that, though. Because we care about cards in hand. Maybe it's just like cut a creative commission. Cut a dirty laundry. I think a creative. Joe's also known for only using 14 influence. Oh, I forgot we have 14 influence. Obviously making R&D super rude since Conduit is terrifying. Yeah, no, getting the on-sell out there was perfect. Like, it requires us so many cards to get through that efficiently. In Jeff's list, he's running Prague, which, like, yeah, I feel like you need to be playing more Progs, maybe. Let's just try this. I think this will already be better, at least for that matchup specifically. Wanna Baya? Ben, it's not bad. Baya's okay. Yeah, maybe cutting a dirty laundry for Baya is like a nice option in a certain the fact that it can get you Trojans clicklessly is nice too. I think that's probably not bad. It's like a way to deal with assets too. I think that's actually quite cute. Let's keep that in mind when we have a Baya Benz in hand, whether we want it to be ours, to be a dirty laundry or a Baya. Hey, Chris. All right, Chris is probably playing something good. All right, Asa. We're expecting competitive Asa, whether it's going to be the double biotic CTZ special. Hey, Chris. C2. All right, opening hand. Again, so important that Asa group, you deal with the assets as soon as you can. Slap Bandle Aeneas is like kind of good. We have Cubon as well, so we can get the Cubon down the run if they don't rest Slap Bandle Aeneas. That's a good engine, as much as we don't have any other good way to set up beyond this point besides clicking to draw. This is like where I don't have enough experience with Arissana to know if this hand is keepable. Obviously, it has like good parts to it, but like we have no card draw, which would be Diesel or our Lily Pad. I'm gonna keep it though. I like the way that we can interact early. We get absolutely eaten alive if it's an early Hagen. And Hagen's in a good spot with Amakua and Fermenter being everywhere. Okay, we don't need to run that. We might see a fully op here. Or what's it called? Your Digital Life or something. That's also a big thing with Arissana is like a lot of corporations don't know how to play around it, or they're not used to it. So the ability to blow you out when you go to 2 little credits and then Peach of Sean comes down and just like absolutely destroys everything. That's where things get good. So we could do this clicklessly. I think we are going to do it clicklessly and we're just going to run on HQ. We'll go before and we'll get the slap bundle down. Oh, not the slap bundle. Oh, apparently we're meant to go first. That's ugly. I need to have priority on that one. Yeah, now the fact is we don't have priority because Chris rezzed and we know what this is and we don't have a big incentive to smash into this thing now. That's really ugly. Otherwise we would have. Only if Cuban or yeah, or Picha or Hush. Yeah, I'm not slapping. This is where it's yeah, so now we're gonna let that fire, so whatever. We were considering to putting a cube on that. I'm glad we not. So now he's on no credits. And this is where like you can slam a Peach of Sean down and we're going to like get some good value off of R&D. So we're going to run R&D here. Can't res. Look at us. We're a criminal. Apparently our ability, I clicked on it. So I'm just going to do this. And now we can just generate some credits. Now he can break lock. It's a Trank Grid. I think we have to trash that because clearly he doesn't have money. We can go back again. So good. Sassy, yeah, Sassy matters. Not that a lot of people are playing Sassy. Okay, that's the way he comes back for money, so we'll get this down. I think you don't pre-install basically ever against HB. Yeah, I don't think you do. I think the blowout is so much worse than just like, if they don't res, we get through. And I think he has a big incentive to res there, considering it's a spin doctor after. Did he mull? He mulled too, yeah. And so I think Neas would have been good here before the runs. There's so many things that we see that we'll trash that I don't think so. Like if we see a Tranquility, we trash it. If we see a Managar, maybe not. So this is more a way for us to punish like uniced wage workers. River, how's it going? I don't think I shouted out enough River and Miles for when we did casting at what's it called at APAC. It was such a nice time. Sassy, stress at the end, lockstick, Sassy. Am I doing it good? All right, here he is incented to res. If he does, like a drafter can be pretty bad. I still think we'll send it though. If he has no money, he has no money. I think drafter's the bad thing here. Gatekeeper's like whatever. Turbine's interesting. I could see myself tossing that one into Old Sunny next. Turbine's a really powerful card. As long as you're going to a point where it matters. It is a drafter. Okay, bummer. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. I will break. Sorry, I forgot we can break one of these. We definitely want to break one of them. Okay, so we'll slap Vandal this. There's a big incentive now to trash this, which sucks that we put all our eggs in one basket. So we can break one of the subroutines. So the two subroutines are add a card from Archives to HQ. We don't want to let that happen. Install a card from HQ Archives. It'll probably be the Tranquility Grid here. I think I'm more scared of the fully op. That's a hard choice. That's a really hard choice. I'd rather not have a fully op. Install a card though fires Asa. Yeah, you can install the Trank. It's fun. We can only break one subroutine, mind you, with slap. Yeah, this is the thing is like Chris maybe isn't able to afford to overinstall this, but he can. And then we lose two of our Tranks. Yeah, it's a Trank grid. Okay, with ice. So this is, we can run a Neas and bounce off of it all we want. We make 2 credits going through that, only 1 because we spent 1 to break. It's a wage workers. Okay. We have to bring down the Trank grid. So we'll run 2 credits. There's no ice we're expecting besides ablative, which he reses ablative here. We're happy. Yeah, now we should have had Aeneas on that axis, but we didn't know we were going to hit. Oh, wraparound. Okay, this is CTZ's version. Okay, this is actually a really hard card for us to get through. It's well teched into Slap Vandal, but he's on 0 credits. So we can run the Spin Doctor. I don't think we want to force him, so we'll just keep drawing. What's the best way to come to ANR? Trickster. Pick up System Gateway, which is the learn to play new core set. It's very, very good. It comes in like this segmented way that teaches you really slowly. I think that's amazing. And start from there, and then you can get into a bigger card pool. Incorporate System Update 2021, and then start getting the sets from Null Signal. Install Turbine, Slap will slap. Turbine's an AI. It doesn't work, sorry. Turbine won't boost Slap Vandal as an AI. Everything good this morning? Is a different time to stream? Yeah, it is. We won't be streaming on Thursday. So we're streaming here instead. Okay. So we'd have to like get the Slap Vandal in here. Here, we might have been too aggressive instead of setting up. I think that's probably very true. Understanding the balance. Nice. Okay, we got a lily pad. We have a Pichachon. So we need a vernissage. Here, if we install the lily pad to get the Pichachon down, like it doesn't feel amazing. We don't have a good incentive to do that. So I think if we draw with the diesel, we're going to be on 8 cards in hand. We can likely discard one of those cards, but that means that we can we'll probably get the creative down. I don't think that's amazing. There's a chance he's scoring out here. This deck is really fast. Getting a Cloth Thread on the table would be good too. We don't have one. So it's either getting down the daily cast or the creative. I think the daily cast is a bit better because we'll be on 7 credits next turn as opposed to this, and we don't need the money really up front. We have a Gauss though, so we can deal with the server. All right, don't really need a hush. Personal touch? Yeah, okay. System core set 2012. You got to go back a bit. All right, that's a wage workers. No, maybe server 2 is a wage workers. That's a cool thing with Aeneas, right? Like if we break this credit positive Aeneas, we actually gain 2 credits as much as, you know, we probably should be trashing stuff and not just like magnum opusing. So second spin, okay. There's a wage, triple install. Does Hush Blank wraparound? It does. It makes it 0 strength. And there goes our beautiful Trojans. Yeah, it's more likely we're just gonna put the Gauss down. But we can get a Gauss down, get a Pichachon on this. The problem is we don't have a vernissage, and we kind of need the vernissage to like start moving. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, thinking. So this is where like you can just make money. The problem is I'm pretty sure he's going to trash the wraparound, but you can do this into that. Oh, we're a credit short. We are a credit short. That's okay. But we can like generate an absurd amount of economy here. So we run server 2. We encounter. There goes our Trojans over the Iliad. We break for 1. We go through. Breach server. Access this. We don't trash. This is probably not worth doing. This is just like a kickflip. Like imagine we had 2 Aeneas. Access, don't trash. We gain a credit, right? Then we can run back on server 2. We can use Ari to get a Pichachon down. We could have got a Cubon down too, actually, which might have been better. Then we break for 1. Look how much work we're doing just to slightly get credits clicklessly. Breach server. Look how much clicks we have. No action. Gain 1. No action. Gain 1. Okay. Run back for server 2. Oh, wow. The value. Break for 1. Pichachon's messed up. It is straight up a messed up card. Gain 1. Return it to grip. Breach server. Axis. No action. Gain 1. No action. Gain 1. We still have a click left. Wow. We went from, I think, 1 credit to 3. But we did set up. That's kind of cute. And so here they can probably score out. I think we have a good incentive to get down to Clot Lock. I think the Cubon in the first run was a better play. Yeah, I think the Cubon might have been better. But that's what we do next turn, because I don't think they're going to ice this up better. And then we can get like a clickless a lot of credits. So in that being the case, we don't need to play creative. We just need to keep drawing. We would gain 4 run. Yeah, but we only get 1 run in. But you're right. The thing is, like, I want to do both this turn. The most convoluted Magnum click. Yeah, but it can be really good. Like, that's the idea, is if he overextends here and R&D is open, you do that with the Clot. Draw, draw, draw. Okay. Running HQ is nice. Gauss through Hagen sucks. Real bad. It's real bad. You hit this with what's it called, with Hush. It gets 6 strength. Okay, so this is where we do convoluted nonsense. So here we install this, draw a card. So important. We have an SMC here too, which is sick. Server 2. Okay, so just to understand, we started our turn on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 credits. Okay, we started on 7 credits. Encounter ice. Pichachon. 7 credits. Breach server. We actually could have installed that from our hand. I think it comes out the same. But this is clickless. This is clickless. Clicklessly, we're gaining 3 credits. This is entirely almost clickless. We installed the Cubon. Isn't that wild? Like, there's some messed up stuff you can do with this sort of deck. And with 6 credits, we have to contest this remote server. We'll get down to SMC and we'll run it. We probably should trash the wage workers, let's be honest. We definitely should have trashed the wage workers there. You can auto-resolve Aeneas. Oh, sick. Thank you, Pele. Okay, so now we can install this here for a click and a credit and run back. I think it actually is worth it, right? I think it's worth it. But yeah, we had a lot of clicks there. Cubon, Pichachon. Yeah, it's kind of worth it. You just lose a credit? No, because our run is worth more than a credit. Yeah, actually you're right. We just lose a credit. So we'll trash this finally. And that we won't trash. But that is pretty wild. And now we can do SMC run server 1. Again, it probably is a code gate. We might see a drafter here. No further action. It's wild. Yeah, it's neutral. Okay. That makes sense. Isn't this so, it's so interesting. Yes. Yeah, we've already RA'd, so there's no priority. Unless we want to SMC. Okay, it's an MIC. So here we have to pull out our buzzsaw if we want to get through this. I think we do. So trash, get our buzzsaw down, breaks it for a lot. 5. Yikes, still fine. There's an agenda in there. And end the runner, lose a click. We'll lose a click. He's on 0 credits. Did I have a click to lose? Yeah, this deck has gambles. Yeah, weird. Okay. So here he can protect a Rashida. Yeah, it has to be Rashida, otherwise he's in a bad spot. And now he overextends, like we have R&D to go, right? MIC is bugged. Okay. Yeah, remember, this is on 2 creatives, 3 sure gambles, which is just a bit easier to play, I think. There's a chance that you don't need it, right? Like, you're saying that this card has been in our hand for many turns and we haven't needed it. But, like, we can always, with Peach Champ, every turn, admittedly, if there's 2 cards in here, it's a bit better, we can run that. Is the 6 credit ice worth it for Rashida? Probably not, but he can recover. And we ended up spending good money on it. We could have also just let it fire to let him on 0. That actually would have been better. I was surprised it was a Rashida, though, but we could have just let it fire. That'd probably be better use of our economy. He's at 15 credits, that's why, right? So now we have to run archives to get the card shoveled back. Now he's okay to open R&D, but that's like why your digital life seems really good in this sort of deck. So, thinking. So we can do this whole server magic again. So we get 2 free runs on here. I think that's fine. Each run we gain 2 credits, so this is fine. Yeah, your daily life makes it worth it. So server 2, Ari, Peach Champ, on the ice, draw a card, nice. Break for 1. We have to get Claw on the table, though, because he's going biotic out. Continue. Cubon. Gain. Breach. A lot of clicking. Nope. Server 2. Continue. That. Cascadia write-up. Have you seen this man? Is that for this deck, Ranji? Or your deck? Ranji also, congratulations. How you doing? Is that your, I think that might be your write-up, right? My deck. Okay, cool. We'll open that up. Thank you for sharing, man. Congratulations. Also, thanks for coming to talk to us after the event. The interviews are always super cool. Okay, that's the deck. Sorry, 1 second. No trash. Okay, so good. Good value there. It was my pleasure. Yo, yeah. We're gonna check archives to force the shuffle, I reckon. The deck doesn't have that much taxing ice. I think MIC is the top of it. But we still have 4 clicks, right? Like, this is so absurd. This is going to get trashed at some point. Oh, deep dive. Yeah, okay. That's a way to win. The deck is on Iqua, though. So we're going to see a shuffle back here. I'm assuming he threw out some agendas. Maybe he keeps 1, right? Because he has a biotic or something. If that's the case, we want to run HQ. A virus. Okay. Good to know that one of them is out. So I think we have to draw here for an SMC. Damn, too many lily pads. So I think we're gonna get bioticed out. If that's the case, I think we would rather draw up here. We don't need the money. We just throw out all the consoles. Okay, now the engine's even better. Even better. Yeah, time to cut a lily pad. So now imagine that every time we ran here, clicklessly we gain like 5 credits. All right, he's 16 credits. He's gonna biotic out like 5 threes or whatever. I think biotic out a big Vitruvius is important. I don't have up CTZ's list, but yeah, no, it can go quite fast. Okay, we lost our Cubon. So far we've lost 2 Cubons. We haven't played a single simul chip so far. But this is where, like, you want to force the res. I don't think the reses are that bad. I think it's just Hagen, right? Like, if you res an MIC, we just want to run later in the turn. Is the deck on, what's it called? Is it actually on any sentry we care about that bad besides Drafter? No, just Drafter. We've seen none of them so far. Good value, though. Forking us on the table. So I think we just put Aeneas and just smash. Having an SMC here would be sick. We've used 1 so far. Let's draw once. Ooh, not sure what to do. If we run too late, we don't get ablatived. But Drafter, we at least have a click to deal with it. But if the res is an MIC, we can consider going through it for 5. I don't think we do. Eric was so proud of the team kill meta picture. No action. You have to set auto-resolve in the second Aeneas, unfortunately, for real? Thank you. Resing the Managarm. Okay, good to know. So we can pay 5 to gain 2. To gain 2. We probably trashed the Managarm. Paying 5 for 4 doesn't make sense. We also didn't install the Picha Shao, which, like, we have a good reason to do it. He didn't res this, so, like, what do we think it is? It's probably one of the Magnet, Gatekeeper, maybe. Gatekeeper would be a good res there, though. Yeah, we just need to draw deeper through our deck. Because we need to get down our pressure. Because we're losing pressure here. How much does it cost to go through this? A lot, right? 2, 4, 5? It's doable. It's 6 though if we get down our Pichachon. I think we have to run HQ. So we do this, we go down to 6. We have to do boost. Boost. If we get down another program, it's only 1 boost. And then break, break. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's all our money. It's a pretty good access though. It's a pretty good access as expensive as it is. Let's get some more money. We're gonna need to break ice. Okay. Seamless. Oh, nice. Vitruvius with a lot of tokens is scarier than Offworld here. Yeah. Okay, that's worse. Want to just play create a commission and hemorrhage an agenda if there's one in the remote? We can consider running the remote server. Doing the last click is really, really scary if there's a drafter, because then he can protect it with like a spin doctor or something else. There's only one more spin doctor. But we need to get claw thread up. Okay, that's good. We've seen 1 Mavirus so far. That's good too. That's our breaker suite. We haven't seen a single vernissage as much as we're deep enough into our stuff. So we'll just, oh, draw card. Yeah, sorry. Ordering. That's fine. Okay, cool. I think on the axis on HQ there is actually pretty high value. So now we can run HQ for 4 credits. So we can do like Sure Gamble, run Pichachon on it. It'll be okay. But this is why, again, 46 cards can be pretty hard on the basis that, what was I going to say? Yeah, you definitely need vernissages. There's so many cards that you'd need. Deck runs Aqua. Should I spend all my money on the last click access? Jim, you're not wrong. Now there's no tricks that we're like, we can run this pretty easily. What he's going to do is probably put out 2 agendas, because Managarm, at least if he reses this Managarm, that Managarm goes down. Cleaver looking good against Hagen. Yeah, now we're in a really good spot. Now we're 1 credit. Oh, wow. Sorry, we don't have Cleaver. Yes, Cleaver is looking a fair bit better here. But like Hagen's one of the very few ice you see in the game. That taxes out. Us, we're 4 credits. That's a lot worse. 3 credits unless we want to lose the clot. We don't want to lose the clot. But yeah. We have an influence, actually. Oh, no, Cleaver's 2, right? So like we could drop Ananias to play Cleaver if we really want to. Blueberry Diesel. Class Act. Class Act's like 4 influence. But yeah, maybe. So he drew on Trank. So he's trying to find what he's trying to find. Fully up though. He drew and then stopped drawing. So HQ runs are pretty good. All right. Let's run server 1 to start. Let's get some money. Run server 1. We have a turbine somewhere. No action. If he reses, we can get the Pichachon down on it if we think we need to run it a lot. I don't think we will. It's a drafter. Okay, 2 credits. So if we want to get the Pichachon, we draw a card. And we make at least 2 credits back. I think it is worth it. So continue encounter. So we'll do Ari, Pichachon, here. Draw a card. Diesel, nice. Break for 2. We're through. Gain a click back. Breach. It's a Rashida. We will trash that. Actually, no, we don't trash that, right? Wait. Because we're spending a click to spend 2 to gain 4. So we don't trash this. Seems good. Challenge Kipple Umbrella seems like a lot of fun. I don't even know if Kid Umbrella is better than just like running Ngolo and Buzzsaw and whatever. So this is a lot of value. We have to make sure we're running server 3 at some point, but like again, this is so much credits for us. Like this just punishes in a way that criminals wish they could. Since all 2 slap vandals to bring strength down. I think we only have 1 more, but yeah. Rashida on ice might have been better. We just bounce off of that for money. But yeah, it's a bit of a liability. He went for the draw though. Okay, this is the last round on this. We'll trash Rashida, but we won't trash that. Nice. Okay, so we have to check server 3, and then we have to run HQ. We have to remember that deep dive is like a bit tricky without Pichachon, which it'll be easy to Pichachon. Gatekeeper, okay. Annoying. Unity would have been better here. No, we're gonna let that fire. We actually could have dieseled the first lab vandal there, maybe. But now we just go HQ. We have a claw on the table, so unless that's a virus, he's not scoring out. Unless that's an agenda, which like, yeah, Gatekeeper's really hard to deal with. It's really 10? He shuffled the Vitruvius back. Time for the fattest YDL. Yeah, it's like, I don't know if YDL wins, but yeah. I think there's definitely agendas in there as much as he shuffled back a Vitruvius. A Spin Doctor, that's the last one. I think we're going to trash that as much as it is 2 credits. Because now that ain't... Oh, no, with the Vitruvius, it's a bit rough, but maybe that wasn't worth it. I think we'll just creative because we have breakers and we're in an okay spot set up. So we can like thread in a deep dive next turn. We could win because we can deep dive and steal. Oh, we still have to steal an agenda. Umbrella's tough and Kid is Egret can only be put up face up on ice, and that's the best interaction with it. Yeah, I think a lot of people forget Egret's only face up. Also, letting the Corp draw cards is like really bad, like unimaginably bad. That's easy to forget. Letting the Reddit score 2 bacterial programs and taking all 14 cards is the best YDL. There's one IDL, just 4 credits. No, 6 credits. It does the discount there. Wait, does it? It says to gain 6, but that's wrong. It gains 8. No, it gains 6. He had 6. It doesn't count. Never mind. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This now costs us 1 credit to go through. Like, we're getting to the Shaper Lock part. YDL slots are hard, though. Yeah, you play 2 of them generally. I really like that card. I think those are the 2 cards in our tier list. I think YDL is better than Jeff thought, and Jeff thought Starlight Knight is better than I thought, and I think we're both right. I think they're both much better than they look. It's fun again how cards with this little text can be this interesting. How many clots, or sorry, Mavirus is the deck run? 2. So there's 1 more. We have to suss it out because otherwise he can fast events out. Otherwise, like it's getting harder to run defensive upgrade. I do think we should put a pinhole threading in the deck. PTSD flashbacks from feeling in Arkham with cards that check hand size. Wait, what do you mean, Mela? For what it's worth, I've never played the big hand size archetype in Arkham. I just haven't got to it. I don't know. Norman feels like the worst one to do it in because of his silly weakness. All right, we have a huge turbine issue here. We can also just like go centrals. I think we have a chance that we can steal 5 points off of a deep dive. Advance. Okay, that has to be an agenda. How taxing can he make the agenda? MIC is the bad spot. So if that's the case, we want to draw into our... we need to draw into our turbine or an SMC. Oh, hey, that's not a turbine. Kind of looked like one though, didn't it? Sorry about the wording. It's okay. So we can just run this. We just want to make sure we do it sooner than later, because that's an Ikua and there's probably MICs here. So dieseling is a bit difficult. We can always like cheat out the Peach of Sean though to get clicks back. I think we will do that. I think we're expecting another Gatekeeper, so we'll do this. And we have 2 clicks left, but we're going to get the Peach of Sean down at least on the Gatekeeper. Every time with the yellow thing, it costs 12. Oh yeah, the one that's like -1 for each card in hand. Get a clue, or get 2 clues, right? It's definitely an Ikua. I think it's definitely an Ikua. We need clicks and credits left, but we can always like sneak out. No thanks. We can sneak out the Peach of Sean when they think. That's the thing, is when they think we don't have it, then we sneak out the Peach of Sean. All you. All right, Hagen. Nice, still taxing enough. But now we know we're getting to the server for sure. I don't think I want to put the Peach of Sean there. Because we'd have to do it on the Hagen, which I don't think he's likely to trash, but he's likely to trash the Gatekeeper, which costs us a credit. So I think we'll just take this agenda and go. Maybe the Peach of Sean was right. Yeah, Ikua. Okay, good. So we're still threatening Clot. The remote server we know costs us 5 credits. That's like on the edge of doable. We also didn't get a free card draw, so we probably should have Peach of Sean there and put the Vernissage down. I think that's a misplay on our part. But now Deep Dive can win. That's our plan from this point on, is to Deep Dive Centrals. So we start by running, not Archives. Getting the Clot Purge actually kind of feels rough. Draw, install. Okay. So he drew a lot. It can't be a Spin Doctor. Let's start by running R&D. We want to wait to see if there's a magnet here before we commit to the getting down our Peach of Sean. So we'll do it on the Hagen. Ooh, MIC. Nice. His money's going down. Deep Dive and Conduit in the same deck. Is that overkill? Not often, but could be. I think the Deep Dive as a 1-of is good enough. You could cut that. I think Conduit's good. The problem is like there is a lot of Mavirus. So MIC is pretty expensive. It's 5. Otherwise we lose our clicks. That puts us to 4 credits, which means we can't really deep dive. That's not good. We could lose 2 clicks to go down to 1, and then running the remote server is like kind of reasonable. That is expensive. We need our turbine here. We definitely need our turbine. Yeah, this thing's annoying. This thing is really annoying. 11 cards left in RD. Yeah, I know. This is where the cleaver changes are actually like really, really meaningful. But what could we possibly do here? If we pay 5, Ari trigger for Peach, whatever. For Peachachon, we would, but like I don't want to. It's not like we're gonna go through this a lot, and he can just trash this, so we lose the Peachachon. I think. Do we pay 5 to save 2 clicks? Probably. We can always Peachachon on this, mind you, and if he doesn't res it, we gain clicks. Like that's actually really good. I think we do that. I think we gain clicks back. Like, I think we put the Peachachon on this clicklessly, draw a card. We'll be on 1 click. We run this. If he doesn't res, we're in an okay spot. We gain a click back. But then we're spending a click to gain a click. That's not pretty good. That's not good. I think we let this fire. Deep dive commit. We can't afford it, right? This is 5. This is 4. And then we have to play the deep dive for 2 and have Ikoa. Like, no, we can't afford it. We just have to get money. Kondo, how's it going? Random day off. Andre streaming. Shaper, happy day. I'm a big Arissana fan. Again, we can run this for 2 to 2. With a cube on, this becomes a credit sync. Like, it becomes a way to get credits. That's important. You have a click making machine, lose the clicks and get 1 back. It doesn't make clicks, though, right? It breaks even. Oh, just a wage workers. Okay, fantastic. You get money back? I don't think only way we get money back is, well, this we won't because the mana garm will block us. On this, we will break even. Oh wait, no, this we get money back. You're right. We actually make money back on server 1. Why are we not doing this? I feel like I miscalculated there. Getting the shortcut Arissana math is wrong because this is a 4 credit access. I'm forgetting about that and it costs us 2 to get in. Okay, well, now we have an incentive to run through here and spend 2 clicks. We've seen 2 MICs, so this is unlikely to be taxing unless it's the gatekeeper. We can let the gatekeeper fire. He has 10 cards left. Again, you have priority in this window. If he doesn't res, there's no approach, so we're just in. We'll spend the clicks. It's a virus. Nice. We have to trash that. And we just got our simul chip down on our last click. I think we do trash this. No, action gain 2. Okay. So now we can run server 1, make money, draw card. Yeah, we missed our good value last turn. We goofed it. So we just have to make sure we have a click left here. It's not gonna be a problem. Breach. Nope. It's not gain 4, it's gain 2. So this is a total waste of time. This is a waste of time. No, I did the math right. This is not gain 4, this is gain 2. It's gain 4, there's 2 cards. This is totally useless. Now we have to go get our program back. So yeah, we not good. Not good. It's fine, it's fine. We're figuring it out. At least it lets us get a card draw. So it's not the worst. And we'll get the simul chip down. So now the 2 Mavirus are out and 3 Spin Doctors are out as much as their Vitruvius counter. The problem here, we have nothing good to trash. We actually should have left the Peachachon on there. So we would trash the Peachachon to simul chip. Because we could just trash our breaker, but we have 2 more simul chips, so it won't be the worst. But yeah, now we have to run HQ. Ooh. Second ice. Again, gatekeeper, I don't think we worry about too much. I wonder what the Gachapon gets us. I think the last cube on. That's probably worth keeping on tap. It's weird how our whole engine hasn't cared about Vernissage. We need to find some way to generate money. Now we have to force him to res server 2, and if he doesn't, that's where we get value. Right? Like this is a clickless 4 credits. Turbine 2, yeah, Turbine's worth it. Yeah, you're right. We'll get that down first. We'll run server 1. So here we either can pull a Turbine down if we want, or pull a cube on potentially. But ideally, this is now a server if you can't afford to res. MIC, okay. I think there's an agenda in there. So if we get Turbine down, it's for 2 credits, and then we break this for 2 credits. Let's go. Found it. Turbine. Draw. You draw before you shuffle back. So cards to shuffle back. We don't want the Vernissage. Sure, simul chip cube on, I think. Yeah. So we have just enough money here. We can't afford to get the Pichashon down. We could lose a click to save a credit. Not great. So this is 2. Ammo still good. Magnum Opus is okay. Vitruvius, take it. Trank, gain 2 credits. Okay, so here we can bounce off of this if he doesn't res. We could get the Gachapon down first if we really want to get the Cubon as well. I think that's a bit greedy. I don't think we need to do that. But with 2 credits, we can get through just about everything. Now we get through Gatekeeper for 4, which like we can't afford. No further action. Oh, we had to go first on that one. That's fine. We now know he won't res, so we can do it again. And this is like where things are sick, right? Now we Arissana, Pichashon on here. Oh, look, clickless 4 credits. Oops. Oops, 4 credits. Oops, all clickless. Whoops. Oops, all value. It's really good into Asa, right? Like, he forces stuff. Vernissage is not unique hedonism. No, it's not. But, like, we don't have anything that we're getting value from it. It's really good, but unfortunately, like, the game is going the way it's going. We don't honestly need it. We're accessing grid first in case that's Ikoa. Oh, man. Yeah, you're right, Steven. I didn't consider that. Yeah, we should have got the 2 credits of the Tranquility. I didn't care about the ordering. That's a very big misplay. Yeah, Ben called it out as well. So here, we want to get something on the table. This is where we win by running HQ eventually. We now run HQ for 1 credit. I think we just run HQ. I don't think there's a big reason we need to get the Gachapon down. If we have to, we can trash to Claude. If he purges, he's not going to purge. He can't Biotic on 3. I think we run HQ and win. We probably shouldn't. We shouldn't push it because there's a big chance that it's an Ikoa. 1 more left. Take a credit? Yeah, take a credit over this. This is fine too because we can get a card draw and put the Cubon on Hagen and just send it. Can deep dive next turn? We will with the Cubon credit. Oh, good game. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the game. Ari's so wild. Ari is so wild. It's so wild. We played that suboptimally, but like this deck, the amount of triggers, we got 103 credits while the Corp gained 61. And you know the Corp, how hard they popped off with like your daily life? Absolutely so absurd. Like, how many clicks did we get? How many clicks did we spend? I just closed it. Oh man, maybe you can rewind on YouTube. But then we got 3 to 4 extra turns. Ari's so busted. So here what we do, we get this. We get the Cubon on HQ. All right, Cubon's on HQ. Draw a card. Yeah, okay. We shuffle back Aeneas, I guess. Simulchip for sure. And I guess Slap Vandal so we can have more stuff to Simulchip done. Now we run HQ, gain a credit, gain a click, we re-deep dive. It's over. It's totally over. It is so wild. Yeah, it's an afternoon stream, Pouch. We're not going to be here on Thursday, so this is the time to do it, huh? Oh, man. Ari's so cool. Hard to play. Very hard to play, and then you have some inconsistent board states. So the deck building puzzle is how to sort it out. Wait, Jackson rewinded. 65 clicks versus 45 Corp clicks. It's 65 clicks. We played... You assume it's going to be, you know, like, at least, what is it, a quarter more? However the math comes down to, but yeah, 65 clicks. And the Corp had an extra turn. In fact, yeah, an extra turn. How do we get this down to, we want to spend the influence and we want to get this down, right? Like, you see why I don't want to cut the what's it called? The Aeneas informants, because they're really good. But we have 1 floating influence and we want to cut a card because it's so important we get things in the right order. 50 of those clicks are running server 2. Yeah, I know, but for value. Like, they were good runs. I don't know if cutting an urban art is right. I think most games you actually use the urban art. I think cutting a daily cast is probably fine. It's only good with the urban arts. It's only amazing with the urban arts. Baya bands cut laundry. I don't know. In that matchup, I want to cut a slap. I think 2 slap is really good. So we have a way to contest early. Like, slap is actually quite good. It's just bad into Magnet and it's bad into Hagen, which, like, that's the HB matchup. But against the rest of the field, it's really quite good. I don't think I'm excited to cut it. If anything, that's like we can cut an influence and then put in like maybe you want a cleaver. I'm not sure. Yeah, cutting cards is really hard. I think there's a chance that you cut like a dirty laundry, you cut a creative, you cut a daily cast, like you cut one of those pieces because they're generally good. But once you set up your engine, you kind of ascend beyond them. Cut a lily pad. How about Miss Bones for the asset spam? Aeneas Informant is like anti-Bones tech, right? Like, firstly, I'd be quicker to put Parisha in the deck, most likely, and Shaper not spin influence. But with Aeneas, a lot of times your play patterns are slightly different, where like you just run it and then you don't trash it, and then you trash the thing you need, which like for that, you're better off probably playing a thing. Laundry's so good. Yeah, I know. It is good. It is really good. I think it might be better than Creative. Creative is like, compared to Sure Gamble, I think the benefit of Sure Gamble is that you can like Sure Gamble, get lily pad down aggressively. It's slightly harder to do that without. We'll play 46. Bans his influence, yeah, but we have ones floating. We're only playing 14. Solomir special. Cutting cast seems like the right call. It might be. The thing is, like, what's really good, and we haven't seen it, is cast is so good when you install it for 1 credit off of Vernissage, but we haven't fired Vernissage in a game. Runner. Cut 1 influence for Hannah, max Aeneas value. Honestly, I don't know if it's necessary, but yeah, that's really, really gross. Underrated strength for NSG Ice design is that there's not a ton of duplicate subs that aren't EDR, so Slap Vandal is consistently interesting. It's consistently really good. Ooh, I'm not a bigger station fan. That can be annoying. Cut Conduit for Joyride. Jackson, Conduit is a busted win condition. If they can't res ice on R&D, you get down a Slap Vandal, you get an Aeneas, sorry, you get down a Peach of Champ, you get a Cubon, and then if you have Aeneas Informant, you're generally seeing 7 to 8 cards in R&D and getting about 20 credits. Conduit is so important. I'd sooner cut the deep dive, weirdly enough. This hand's good enough. All right, Earth Station can flip. 6 cards to run remote server unless you can run HQ. How can you install daily cast with Vernissage? Vernissage credits are only for programs. Vernissage credits are for installing anything. Vernissage only bounces non-virus Trojans, but it's for installing anything. Consoles, hardware, programs, resources, whatever you want. It's super, super flexible. Hannah's low-key the sickest tech card released on set. She's good. She's really, really good. It's just like we have other ways to gain clicks that I'm not excited to play it. It feels like we're going all in into a direction we're already pretty strong on that front. Even better than Paladin. Install advance. Okay, so running the remote server costs us nothing. I think we do run it. Sometimes people play like Urtica trap decks. If that's the case, whatever. But if we want to deny NGO front. They didn't flip, right? Yeah, NGO front. Okay, so we denied him 2 credits. Was that worth our run? It's up to you to find. I think we're going to run R&D. We should have done this on the last run, honestly. So we use Hannah to put Cube on here. Not Hannah, Arissana. Colossus on the top. That's scary. This eventually gets to become a nightmare because, oh no, actually we can hush it. And then we get this down so that we can install the daily casts for cheaper. And it's just the best option for stopping an Oppo fork, I think, especially in Anarch. Yes, yeah. It is one of the only ways to stop the Oppo fork. I think floating 1 tag into the Oppo fork isn't the worst. It's also funny if they're on B1001, you actually want to run is cheaper than clearing tags. But yeah, it is one of the only cool on-tempo ways to deal with Oppo fork. I think the correct but boring choice would be to play some form of R plus tech, either networking or no one home. No one home is what Jeff was playing. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially because it beats Ranji's list. Networking is also okay. It's not bad. No flip yet. Assuming that's a wall-to-wall. It's probably a Colossus. We lost our Hush. That's fine. You trashed an Ice for 0 credits, no clicks. It feels fine. We'll draw. Okay. We'll draw. If that's a Colossus, it doesn't do anything to us, right? Yeah, it's a wall-to-wall. We have to take that down. It trashes a program and takes a tag, right? That's what Colossus says. Okay, we'll just set up. Pinhole is 1 influence. I think Pinhole is what we were considering. I think this deck does struggle against upgrades. It just... You know, it's a bit hard. And like Adrian Seiss, those are sing play. So that's fine too. I was playing NFL, but NOH would probably have been better. Can't be blanked by Malia. Yeah. You know, you don't have that much money. It's more flexible though. But yeah, those are very similar cards. 1 influence. As much as NFL, you can use in any matchup. NOH has like, you know, maybe a higher ceiling, but also not every matchup matters. Networking feels like it doesn't give enough of benefit over clearing tags to justify slots. I'd rather play more catch. So if you play against R plus Veronica, there's a lot of games where you end up clearing like 6 to 7 tags. Like it's not uncommon to be oppoed like 3-4 times, which means if you end up clearing 4 to 6 tags, right? Like, you know how much value that is? It's really absurd. It becomes a huge econ card. Okay, if we think that's a Colossus, we can just send it HQ. I think that's a Rashida. If it's a Colossus, it's just a tag. We can clear tag probably. Value score to kill networking worth it? Honestly, yeah. I think against Sparrow Brawler, you're naturally favored. There's a Colossus. Okay, so trash is a program. That's fine. Gives us a tag. That's annoying. I'm a virus. Okay. And now we can run server 3, no problem. Assuming it's a Rashida. Yeah, okay. So here we can just clear the tag. We technically did trash stuff, so we're weak to Oppo. Draw, remove tag. We're fine. This thing is annoying. This thing is actually really annoying. It's good against Slap Vandal. All right, Hostile. Bad publicity is really good for Arissana. This is where like Conduit's obviously awesome. So we need to get going. Unfortunately, not a lot of stuff to get going with. Draw. We'll run R&D here. Again, just click compression. We can't really afford to get down this first, so we'll put the cube on here. Breach server. Transit Monopoly. Transport Monopoly, excuse me. It's a 4-2 that does something with our station. That does see some amount of play, I reckon. And then next turn, we'll get the Daily Cast. We'll just go back for another card. Weak to Snare. Tree Line. Good to know. Tree Line we can get through, no problem. We'd have to hush it sometimes. But if they actually spend time advancing it, we're pretty jazzed. Yeah, a big thing about Ari is like you're playing 2 hushes, right? Like a lot of the ice in R+ falls apart. As much as maybe your early econ does come together. Like this is an ugly econ start. That's a Tree Line. We're happy tanking it. Oh, they use the Tree Line. Colossus is 7 strength. Bye. So we actually don't know what this ice is. Are we going to find out? Yeah, betcha. I think it's not as important to put the lily pad down here. We just want to force a res. Again, if we don't have programs installed, this is fine. No action. So they can res if they want to. They, mind you, expended their Tree Line. Easiest way to triple advance. It's another Tree Line. So here, that's just a credit. That's fine. If they want to triple advance this one, then we eventually can't get through it, but we have ways to deal with that. We actually, before we should have ended the run fired, we should have put the cube on in there. That's actually a sizable misplay. Sorry. Thanks. Yeah, because they res, there's not only a window on approach, but there's a window on encounter. And so again, if they're trashing their ice to deal with their cubons, so be it. But we just want to get the cube on here so we have more vernissage value. Right, clicklessly gaining 2 credits while running. Fantastic. Okay, so here we want to get down, I think the daily casts and probably the gachapon. We're only going to crack that once we get the lily pad down, which we'll crack eventually. So this again for 1 credit. I didn't plan the rest of the turn. I guess we're getting for a credit because we have to install this next turn. Something like that. Pharaoh seems like amazing ice now. It's one of the annoying ones for Ari as well. It is just very weak to hush. And again, if you're playing against Ari, we hush it. They're flipping. Again, Colossus now does end the run. We can also just pay 6 to run this, which like, it's technically affordable. Daily cast, urban art. I think everyone forgets that all the advanceable ice is pretty rubbish if it gets hushed. Imagine if we installed lily pad first. I know. So I think we can pay 6 to check this. Right? It's cheaper to check this than that. Like install lily pad, run archives as draw and gain 2 credits. Yeah, I never like going to too low credits, but you're totally right. We definitely should have. So we install this now again to run the remote server. It's 6. What do we think is the remote server? I think it's Rashida's likely. A wall-to-wall is pretty likely. I don't think it's just an agenda. I think we can just make the call there that we can run it. So we can draw once for an econ card. So now it'll leave us with no credits. So we can run archives if that's a spin doctor. So we can do lily pad. We're down to 2. Yeah, let's do it. Archives, Ari, Cubon, on the ice, they're not going to trash, draw a card, breach. So much value. Think about the 65 clicks he had last game. That doesn't even count for all the click compression they get for Ari's ability. Such a cool deck. Yep, we get a lot of free fires. So they threw out another Colossus. Dirty. I'll pay 6 for this. Above the lot, paid off. Very big payoff there. Right, like paying 6 credits, if that's what you're expecting to pay to run HQ or run the remote server, it's honestly not incredibly unfair. That being said, this Colossus, we have some work to do. We're going to have to, we have to hush it, and then we have to get through it. The cool thing is that the Null Signal Games printing of Colossus is actually buffed compared to the NSG one. Sorry, the FFG one, because the subroutines don't shrink in power if you hush it. In FFG, they would, because the way they was written. On their turn, we could have cracked the gachapon. It's too late now. I missed the window, sort of. It doesn't really matter. So Urban Art, return. Pop Gacha here. Yeah, I should have. It's too late though. Now RNDB lists Cubon with a Trojan subtype, but it's not printed on the card. Is it implicit for programs that are installed in ICE to have a subtype? Yes. Mango, it's a bit ugly, but every single Netrunner card, every program that can host itself on ICE has gotten retroactively the Trojan subtype. If you own System Gateway, there's a reprinted modern version now that has that updated. But just remember, any program that goes on a piece of ICE is now a Trojan. If you ever want to see the full text of a card and you're playing on JNet, you can click on the photo, if I'm not mistaken, and it'll tell you... oh, it doesn't say the subtypes. Weird. But yeah, it'll show you the text. Oops. Yeah, so they are all our Trojans. It goes all the way, every single card, thinking. Is there comprehensive rules? It is in the comprehensive rules. You can find it, search Trojan, and it'll tell you which cards have the Trojan subtype, I think. But it's all of them. You can go to NetRunnerDB and search Trojan, it'll also tell you there. All right, we've seen the 3-2 we care about. We need to get some value going through this. So yeah, we definitely should have popped this to get a what's it called? A Slap Vandal. Yeah, we messed it up. We messed it up bad. We're still going to do it. Okay. Buzzsaw, Conduit. Don't want to install any of these. Don't want to install any of these. Conduit's nice though for 2 credits. I guess. Draw a card. Okay, we should have done that on their turn. Shuffle 3 cards back. Okay, we need the Buzzsaw. We need the Simulchip. We'll take the Sure Gamble. Done. Deck thinning. Yeah, we could have done that on their turn so we can draw a card this turn. Run archives, draw a card. Obviously, we messed it up. It's fine. We're going to live in the gross pool. I think they pulled out Carterado to a different document. Oh, okay. So it won't be in the comprehensive, but it'll be somewhere. Gauss breaks this for 1 credit. So if they don't ice this out, we can go in here. Can we afford to pay 6? Not really. I think we can choose to run archives again. We could have got a free card draw here. We're going to use Ari. This is free to run. Oh man, they have to ice up R&D. Yeah, we popped that at a really bad time. We'll get the Cubon here. Breach. This is just so that we get our clicklist 2 credits. We're checking archives. There might be an agenda in Spin Doctor. I'd be surprised. Wow, nice. A Surveyor, another really, really good hush target. A Virus. I think we're going to draw and just put this thing down. Aeneas is probably not that powerful here, but if they don't ice this up, we go ham. We get Peach Ashan, we get Gauss, and we see like 17 cards. We ideally get a Cubon on R&D. Okay, now with the Spin Doctor, they're likely to ice up R&D better. If they don't, though. It's impossible to find 1 more influence for Cleaver for this list. It does try to capitalize on Gauss reinstall. Cleaver's actually 2 influence. So yeah, I was thinking about a Shiat. We originally cut it. That's what Solomir was playing. I don't think we're heavily punished on it because we do have other ways. It's nice that we have Turbine. But yeah, I think you could consider doing it for sure. If they don't ice R&D here, it's so bad for them. It's disgusting for them if they don't ice R&D here. Especially if we get a Cubon with this thing. It is absolutely... Okay, good. Still think we send it. Okay, on their turn. Total whiff. That's okay. Shuffle back. Lily Pad we don't want. Simulchip we want. Sure Gamble we want. So we'll do Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry. I think Daily Cast is better. Simulchip is important. Let's do that. Start a turn. Take clicks. Urban Art. Return. So we do Gauss and just run it. On 5 credits, there's some stuff that can res that trashes our programs. That would be pretty frightening. We don't want that to happen. If that's the case, we can get SMC down and we can always pull at instant speed. So I think that is what we do. I just want them to score out and go to low credits. If that's a Rashida, it's bad though. So I think we just continue to bumble through our deck, right? Yeah, we'll just continue to do our thing. So we'll have this. This. Cubon, that. Draw. Breach. 1 face down. They shuffled the Mavirus back in and what else? Something else. They threw a subsidy. Okay, money's not great for them. I think that could be a Rashida. I don't think we really have an incentive to go for it right now. Playing SMC gives us Claude access, which is good. So we can draw and install 2. Nice. So we'll install this for 1. And we'll install this for 0. So now we have some flexibility. If they go to 2 poor, Rashida is the best case there. Again, pinhole threading, we could play in the deck. How many clicks can you gain with a single turn with 2 Peach Shao? Best record's 13. You can get infinite. It is possible in standard to get infinite clicks with Peach Shao. It is very convoluted though, but it is possible. It's just you're not doing a lot with infinite. Oh, okay, they're on 17 now. That's fine. Cleaver isn't doing anything important in the meta. I agree. Okay, that's a Crisium grid. That's totally fine. Oh. They might put on R&D for the conduit. That wouldn't be surprising. But here, they're probably flooded up. Like, we have a reason to go HQ, so we have to just, like, hush through this and double. Yeah, the slower they go, the better it is for us, though. I don't know what the infinite combo is. It involves some weird cards that say whenever you pass ice, install something, and then, like, you can just keep looping. Second ice on HQ, that's fine. We never run HQ, really, unfortunately, but there's going to be agendas in there. Probably need Diana's Hunt. Exactly, you need weird cards like that. Oh, it involves Surfer, too? Oh, it's only an Eternal? Okay. So we could crack SMC on their turn. We have an incentive to do it during a run. The problem here is, like, if we install the Gauss, that is the turn that we're committing to running. So they're just going to Glacier up. Like, I don't know what their game plan is. So this we go through for free if we get our Gauss down for one turn. The document is on the rules page within G Métropole Grid. You mentioned that was reprinted in which set? So none of the cards like Cubon have been reprinted, but if you own System Gateway, which had things like Botulus that don't have the Trojans set, those have been remastered. So those actually have the text on it. But currently there's no product that says Cubon with Trojan on it. But I do think System Gateway and maybe System Update have been remastered. Those have a couple Trojans. Okay, so we can go hard here. We just need to wait for them. I've like, that's the problem is I don't think we have a big incentive to go totally ham. When do they stop creating cards with whenever printed on them? Never. They're fun. But yeah, you have to watch out. They're very, very powerful. I think we just continue to set up. Draw once. Another Vernissage. We don't have that much value. Cubon. Draw. We should have done that in the other order. They throw out a Crisium. That's what they try to put on HQ. I guess. I don't know. EMEA Hype got some good stuff cooked up. I'm super excited for Euro Africas. I'm not gonna be able to watch it live, unfortunately, but it's gonna be fun. Yo, Rosenheim, cool to catch you live. Anybody excited for EMEA as well? It's totally undecided on decks. I think there's a lot to look at from the last APAC. Upgrades. Okay. Advance. What do you think that is? An Adrian Seiss? I'm with you on that. Got a few options, no way of choosing. What do you think that is? What upgrade are we worried about? Anoetic, they can't really fire. Adrian Seiss is obviously annoying. It costs us 12 credits to run it. Take clicks? Yeah, I guess so. I think we're just going to go in. Any signs of Angelique? Maybe. I think it's not likely to be on a punitive list, so it's kind of difficult. But maybe it's some Neurospec nonsense. We can clicklessly draw like a card, so we'll be fine. Let's go for it. Buzzsaw, okay. That's not good. That's in our hand. Hordem is a bit annoying. But here, I think we just run. See how bad this can be for us. I know some secret Angelique nonsense. I'm not sure how good it is in the meta. I think we might see PE in Euro Africas. I think we originally wanted to play PE today. That's why the deck is stream is called the way it is. No action. I think we will try after this. Worst case, you got Ari simulchip. Yeah, we're gonna simulchip out. Worst case. Oh, fantastic. Couldn't have asked for better. We are going to go to town. Fully break border. Oof. We're going to go to town. So here we consider popping S&C to get a Cubon down. We're going to get the Pichachon from hand. I think we're going to do it now. Free. Gain a click. Yeah, we'll see. We want them to crack the border control. Doesn't change much. Pharaohs, okay. Conduit. Yes. Okay. They have a Mavirus somewhere, so we can't assume we're going to win off of this. I think we do SMC for a Cuban. There's one more Cubon. I think it's more important that we have access to that this turn. So we'll run R&D. Continue. Again, this is bad publicity as well. Conquer Angelique Antea seems fun. I think you do it in PE, right? In theory, yeah, okay, let's go. Forgot conduit? Oh, shit. Sorry. Thank you. That's what they're typing too. Thank you. Gotta hit that button. This doesn't look like a great turn for me. Oh, I might be okay. If they score out, that's a problem. It's like we forking them, they can't score out. But our Gauss does fall apart. Eventually we slap Vandal the tree line. Where is it? Cuban? And we could have preempted this. Like if we were more confident, we could have asked them seed for the Cuban on their turn to draw a card, and like you get some cool triggers there. Oh, we had a Cuban in hand too. So next turn we can come back and do this. Break one barrier subroutine. All right. Has there been a pronunciation guide? Yeah, it came out on release date. It's really good. Pharos, border control. Okay. Place one virus counter. So now we actually do this for free. Yeah, we do this for free, right? This is 2, 3, and we get 3 for the run. Yeah, let's go. And anything we don't trash, we get more money off of the Aeneas informants. So figuring out what order you want to put these things down is really important. We don't want to give them credits. And then next turn, we can simulchip back our Gauss to get a free card draw and to make us save some credits. Pharos, border control, spin. I don't think we trash this. If we do, we go deeper. That's nice, actually. Otherwise, we get a credit. Yeah, that's one that we will trash. Because now we see 2 cards. Our money is gutted. You're going to get that Pharos slammed onto R&D? Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. They can't afford it. They're not scoring out. What am I doing this? We're hedging to win here. They'll probably crack border control in the last run. Border control, hedge, Rashida. I honestly don't think we trash that. I think that's so low that we don't care. Maybe we'll regret that. And before scoring off World Office, they might, honestly, but they have enough money. The thing is, if they score that, it's unlikely they can also ice up the Central. Let's see if they crack it here. Pharos is tough to deal with. It is genuinely difficult to deal with. Here they should crack the border control before letting us go to the tree line because we actually make money through the tree line. So here we've spent 1 real credit. And we discard the Aeneas, I reckon. Actually, probably a deep dive. I don't think we're going to deep dive through the Colossus ever. Especially now because we also know the top of the deck. The deep dive is pretty not great. Pharos, border control, hedge, Rashida, SDS. Haha. That wins the game. Good game. That is why you play Conduit. GG's. It's really scary, right? Like, if you can get through R&D, double barriers is really unfortunate for them. If we had to pull out a way to deal with the border control, we were actually, if that was a hard M, thanks for the game. What's in the remote? What do you think of DJ Fenris and Arissana? I think it's not that necessary. You're already a pretty slow deck to set up in terms of like the pieces, and that is like an okay economy piece. Running HQ, you get some good value from it. So like there's a chance. I don't know what you're getting into. Steve, probably. Transport and Sace. Oh, nice. So if it was Sace, we'd have to run it at least twice and trash it. So it's a bit difficult. The draw really didn't support the deck's plan. Beans. Correct border control plays to ETR after you pay to break but before you pass. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can pay 1, then they can do it before the subroutines resolve. Yeah, that's totally true. If they border controlled there, they might not have won, but they wouldn't have lost that turn. It would still be pretty hard for us. Because then they either score this out or push on their mode server. If they res a Pharos, they spend 7, and then we can probably contest the server. Probably. I think Beatrice is better if you want HQ pressure. The problem with Beatrice is she's way too slow. She's way too slow. Aye. Yeah, we can also pay 6 to check this. We just can't do it too often. Hey, that's that happens with Earth Station. Yeah, Earth Station has like never been competitively anything really. It's very inconsistent. It requires you to do a bunch of stuff. It requires the runner to be able to deal with it, and you give them a bunch of ways to deal with it. Most corps do, but Earth Station is a bit tricky. Thanks for the game, eh? If you're looking for a deck for Euros, may I suggest an undefeated Continentals winning AH? Raji, didn't you say on stream that this is a bad deck? Don't play it. Okay, let's play some PE. How are we doing on time? It is currently what o'clock? It is currently 3:30. We can go for a bit. Let's build a very poisonous personal evolution deck. My decks. How's everyone doing? Tuesday afternoon, huh? Maybe Tuesday evening. New corp deck. Let's play with some of the new cards in standard. Standard personal evolution. No live write-up reaction. Wait, oh, wait. I see why you're plugging this. Have you seen this? This is the photo that was shared to you on GG's Ben. That was shared to you on the stream. I know someone showed you a photo. Interior hotel room Friday night 1 a.m. We don't need to see the deck list. Eric, I need you to tell me that you're confident I can make the cut. Long, pregnant pause. What do you mean by confident? Deck building strategy, gameplay tips, just kill him, dummy, important stuff. NEH is bad, lol. Eric in bed. Was Eric okay? Did he hurt his leg? Piss meta day one, not gonna read. No, not gonna read that. 27 assets, Ian gonna hate it. So now we're cut 5 assets and Ian is fuming and shitting his pants for rookie numbers. Well, this is getting crude. I'm going to bed looking forward to Ian's rage at our changes. B2. You are all, of course, more than welcome to make the deck worse. Swiss and also cut killer, but how does it do after that? Sanjay in the chat. Look at the top tables there. Nice. Team kill meta. I hope that's not zero. Play error, lol. Is that when he actually flipped up the thing? So here he accidentally flips open and shows that he's on the what's it called, on the Reaper function. But Fire wasn't paying attention because he was looking at archives. And I think Ian there was like really scared that he kind of threw the game there because that was actually a surprise. But it turns out Fire L was like playing around it largely anyways, but just missed that. But yeah, absolute panic there. Shout outs, Eric, love you, everything I got, said a million times, so you're 1,000,001, so proud of you this weekend. Thanks for giving me the host and the comments to play it. Thanks for making me switch off the NEH and play Ob instead. Thanks for everything. Oh, that's very kind. A lot of nice thank yous. Seemed like a killer event. Again, you can watch the stream. You can watch the stream, it's all up there, but Ian, nice write-up, very good. Andre building a deck he doesn't want to play against, that's largely how it goes. If we can build it, then we know how to destroy it. Congrats once again, Ian. That's me flipping the Reaper. It's so funny, yeah. So we talked about this deck earlier today, but in the short, Reaper function, 2 damage. If they leave an SIU on the table and you have some credits, that's 1 tag. And then you have multiple ways to do damage. So this does at least 1 damage, and then end of line does 4. So even if it's just SIU, end of line Reaper, that's 6 damage. That kills most runners. You have to deal with it unless you have tech for the SIU. We even saw the really cool play Wage Workers on the table. Just a tomorrow's headline on the table. Advance, advance, advance. Give the runner 1 tag. You Reaper function, so they were at less than 5 cards in hand. There were 3 cards, and then just end the line. I did not expect that. That was really, really, really cool. And again, no hedge fund meta. I think Mining Accident probably can see some play, as much as you have to watch out for the outfits. But yeah, Mining Accident's the sort of thing this meta, these sort of decks get punished by because they don't have early economy, and obviously 29 assets later. Whoops. Cool. All right, let's play it. Okay, so we're gonna play some really annoying PE. I think we're gonna struggle with the win condition. But in short, there is the new card Fuji, right? And as long as you don't lose the game when they steal this is going to be 3 net damage scored or stolen. And that is the basis that when we do install advance and put this in a remote server, it's really hard for them to steal it. Now, how's that win condition? Well, we have Neurospike. So if we can score this quickly in the turn, yeah, this is score for 3 and then do 3. So as long as we don't install advance and then we do like seamless advance, we have a chance of Neurospiking. I think that's a possibility of a lion. Now we'll play 3. Don't know if we need to. The other option is punitive counterstrike. So if they steal it, we do more damage. And I think we play one of these. I just don't think we have the economy to support it. So maybe we do 1 punitive, 1 pivot, something like that. And then we go from there, as much as the money might be tight. Now, the big things is we got some new upgrades. We have, of course, Daniela, who is very, very good ability on her that allows you have to get cards out of your hand, which is something we can capitalize on ideally. I don't know if we're playing Blood in the Water. We'll see what the agenda suite is. The Jinteki PE economy has changed with the rotation, as has the agenda suite. You lose the 0 points. So can you do the RH punitive plan here too? I think we don't want to as much because we can't really Neurospike consistently with Fuji unless you're playing Personal Evolution, right? But maybe. Andre's describing my fave deck for Saturday. I think we're going to see it. I think the European and African players are going to play this at Euro Africa's, let alone anyone can play in that event. Now, so I think Daniela is really good. I think we're going to go full toxic. And while Daniela is hard to trash, I don't know how many we play, but I think we do play Warroid Tracker, which means that if she's untrashable, that's just free damage deck. So if we play 3 Warroids, we're going to play some Spin Doctors probably. And then on top of that, we have Angelique, what's her name? Garza Correa, who is another card that can be a lethal win condition, but more important, if this card is just on top of a Warroid Tracker, good luck. Like, you have to make a run, you have to make an axis, and you can't trash her easily. So how toxic are we? 17 influence of toxic. So I think there's a chance we cut the punitive and then just use Correa and some amount of Blood in the Water to go there. Now, without Obokata, I think this deck can just lose. So you have to be a bit more defensive, a bit more careful. But this seems like some sort of game plan to build really disgusting servers that are hard to deal with. Now, the issue is, how do you put economy into PE? I have no idea. I have no idea how to put economy into PE, because hedge fund gets you somewhere. We don't have influence to play any of the new stuff. We probably play Hansei. Mind you, Fuji is just really, really good with, Regenesis, as much as we can't really play punitive to support it. Now, how do we not lose on centrals? How do we not lose on centrals? So there's also an incentive here to like maybe put in a single copy of End of the Line, because we have Phonotria, which is also just a really ugly spot to be, where it's hard to steal from central servers. Maybe the Phonotria decks are a punitive deck as well, because they work really well, but this is just a really taxing ice on central servers no matter how they cut it. 3x Snare, yeah, probably 2, maybe 3. We just can't afford it, unfortunately. We play Rashida in the remote server because we're on Warraid. I think we might be able to build a second remote server and also play the one that gives us credits, but I hate that one, so we're not going to do it. Mindscaping for sure. Yeah, Mindscaping. Just an economy card that helps if they float tags as well. Really, really good. Data Loop, too expensive. Probably not entirely necessary, but we don't have the influence, unfortunately. Also, Ernst, how's it going? I saw you tuning into Jeff's stream for the first time a while ago. How you doing? Welcome to the game. Let's worry about our suite, our agenda suite. Yeah, Tattoo Bola is going to go in for sure. A huge economy card. You play a 3 of. Phonotria failed really good in PE, and Tattoo Bola's fun bit for money. Very good. Mindscaping is a really bad economy card. I don't think it's a great economy card, but it gives us some flexibility, and it does everything we want, as much as it's not obviously like an integral economy card. We'll see how it goes. Ben Musashi, I don't think we need to. We already have Daniela and Angelique, and Musashi is probably just worse than playing Ben Musashi I never loved. It gives an additional cost to steal the agenda. Now, Daniela does as well, but Daniela is just better on more board states. I think Ben Musashi just doesn't exist anymore. And even then, Ben Musashi is like super comparable to Hokusai Grid, which is just a more flexible, annoying card. Bladderwort we can't protect, and we're going to need a lot more money than 4 credits, so I don't think we can afford to play Bladderwort, unfortunately. Weird how you have influence for 3x Oppo. We have no influence. What are you talking about? It's gone. But yeah, I think you could play Oppo PE, and I think it's pretty reasonable. Yeah, Mindscaping is interesting because it does make the Phonotria tag, without spending any influence, reasonable. And I think I have good reasons to want to do that. Honestly, NGO Friend is like kind of playable, but I don't want them to run the remote server and trash Daniela if it doesn't matter. Not that they will. All right. Collection standard build. Okay, so what else are we going to get there? Blood in the Water, kind of okay. I think if we do bacterial programming, we have to play YDL and the other one, the one that kills them, punitive. We can't. Ben has been a collective hallucination. Sting 3. Regenesis, I think we play 3. From there, 1 of Legendary Serum, honestly not feeling it. What else are we playing? 2 Hybrid Release maybe, and then 3 House of Knives. We're just like Jinteki damage, as much as like just putting any of these agendas on top of Daniela, Angelique, Warroid seems messed up good. Like, just seems really hard to be able to run that remote server with Warroid, Daniela, Angelique, and that. Like, all these agendas are 5 damage. If we set up everything, every agenda is 5 damage, we will lose on central servers. Don't get that, like, don't forget that very important part. False lead over Regenesis. I would do false lead over a hybrid. I think Regenesis is really good with Fuji. No VW. Viral? No, we can't really score this out. It doesn't really help that much. Running real 2-pointers is actually a huge liability in this deck. We want our PE to be online as long as ever, but this card, like, you need support to play it. Emptying the hand is like, it's okay. I think Regenesis is really good. I think we can try false lead, maybe over the hybrid. But I'm actually like really into Regenesis because they have to respect it by running archives, and you can't just flip the Fuji. You have to steal it. So that's at least like 4 or 5 damage if we put something in the archives all at the same time. Let's try a false lead. If the plan is to lose and we lose, we can truly say that we lost. Yeah, we figured it out. Oh God, we have 48 cards already. Blood in the Water Neurospike seems okay. It's okay. Having 2-pointers, that's a big issue though, is now Fuji not being Obokata and its text not mattering if the runner wins. If they're on 4 points because you're running 2-pointers, the game can just suddenly be over, and we have to avoid that at all costs. Okay, we need to put some ice in here. I played with more 2-pointers over the Fuji. Felt like Fuji lost a bunch of games. Well, we have to play Fuji because of Neurospike, but we'll try. Aeneas reveals not exposes, so you don't get counters that way, but if you don't trash any cards, you make money off the Amku, still get counters. How unfair would Daniela be if she could move servers at the end of the turn? Fair bit more better. Any substitutes for Rashida or Spin Doctor? For Spin Doctor, sort of, yeah. You could always play the Bird Barbecue card. You could play Genotyping if you really wanted to. Rashida, not really without spending influence, and even then, we need money in the deck. Okay, Tithe is in a really good spot right now. It is just kind of annoying for everyone to deal with, so Tithe is an okay spot. I think there's a good reason to play at least a virus, maybe 2. We can do that, I guess. It also works with our Hanseis. We're over cards, I know. We'll get there. Atini is probably okay as well. We can play 2 Atinis, and then we probably play an Anansi. We can't afford it. 2 Atinis. As long as we don't Daniela Archives regen, has some game with Fuji, you can also install Daniela on Archives, right? Like, Daniela on Archives is a legit plan. Diviner, I don't think Diviner is that good. It is cheaper, but like, it's not bad. It's not bad. We probably could. Anemone, I think Anemone is a possibility as well. Anemone is probably a possibility, but we're 57 cards, right? Yeah. Oh, but that's the thing is if we Daniela on Archives, it's an additional cost. They can refuse to steal it. Yeah, that's very true. I got a Saisentan kill the other day. I think nobody should be dying to Saisentan in Jinteki. I think people should be dying to Saisentan in maybe Atea, but other non-Jinteki, so I don't like it. Saisentan is like so bad because people don't face check without a killer, and then they break this for 3 credits with Carmen. I don't love that. And that's like the benefit of like Phonatria, where it still does something if they go tag me, or sorry, if they break it. So I think that's interesting. And Anemone seems like our best ice. I think it's going to be a bit expensive. Let's not play a Nancy. We can't afford it. Tattoo Bull is so good. 1 Atini. We have to cut some stuff. I think we cut Snare. No. Tattoo Bull is not great if we're only like 10 ice. Tattoo Bull is amazing on 10 ice. It's an economy card that changes. It's an end the run. I don't know. This is the best Jinteki ice currently in the format. I'd be hard pressed not to play it. Every time when someone says Atini out loud, I'm reminded of Jawas. They say Atini. Snare and exclamation point cannot be cut. Tattoo Anemone is a grind. There's no interaction between the two that matters, is there? Sessenton's bad because people don't face check with a killer and then they break it for 3. Tell me again why you like Starlit Knight. Because people face check without a killer in NBN. Because there's like no NBN sentry that matters. But in Jinteki, you're aware that there's going to be like an Anansi, or there's going to be, you know, Phonatria, Anemone, whatever you want. It's like in HB, you're somewhat likely to face check without, especially early without a killer, because draft or firing on turn 1 doesn't cost you the game, right? Into HB, into Wayland, you can largely face check, especially if you have no programs, because it's only program destruction. So it's the fact that it's literally Jinteki, right? Okay, how do we cut more cards from this? And how are we going to just not have enough money? 53 cards, right? Like, we can save some slots by playing fewer agendas, stock buyback, and shambles. And Jinteki can't force you to run early, but NBN can. Yeah, that's another big thing about it. It's in context, right? Starlit Knight also scales well into the late game when they go tag me. It's a good card. This hand sucks. They say Utini, it sounds close enough. My brain just makes the jump. Not sure about 3 Neuro. We don't even have Seamless to fire that. You slow advance it and lose to Hermes. I think there's a chance you can go 2 Neuro because we still have like other game plans. That's probably fine. And I wonder if we just cut 3 Mindscaping and feel okay about it. I think we want it though, because we have Phonatria and it's annoying. We can add an agenda and play 54. We really don't want to do that if we can. There's no agenda we really want to add. We'd have to add a 2-pointer, right? So we actually have to add 2 cards. No WW or Mitosis. How is Neurospike being played? Slowly advancing a card, because like you just can't steal a Fuji on top of Angelique Daniela, I don't think. But we might be wrong. We might be wrong about that. We're getting there. We're getting there. How much ice do like the old Toxic PE decks play? Factions, Jinteki. Only Singer of Virus seems low. It is, but like slots, right? It is lower than we want it to be, but like we already have issues. Just cook Fuji on Daniela. Easy. You just cook it. You let it cook. Oh, this is more. This is 13 ice. I think that's where we kind of want to be. We're at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good enough. What do we want more virus for? Everybody and their dog is on viruses. Not only can this sometimes do a damage, not really consistently, but everyone's on Botulus, on Makua, Fermenter. There's so many reasons. Yeah, I said Makua. It's a lot of sentries. Yeah, but what are people bad at breaking? Sentries. This one's just good. This one's just annoying until it gets hushed. Then still just pretty bad once it gets hushed. We figured it out. Healthy PE. Doesn't everyone just love calling their deck toxic? Even though this is way worse without Opocata. Like, it cannot be understated how bad this is. If they steal an early Fuji, we like lose the game. Neuro seems like the odd. Neurospike is our win condition. Like, we don't have a win condition without Neurospike. There's a chance we drop one Warrior for pivot. Cutting economy works every time. Yeah, you know how it is. And then you'd be like, oh, the deck doesn't work. You cut all my economy. All right, now we haven't been queued up with personal evolution in a while. We're going to be the queuer. We are going to be the queuer of the PE. Hey, Paul, how's it going? I finished my first game and what feels like ages and had so much fun. Oh, nice. What are you playing? The new set's been really, really good. PE stands for physical education, which is obviously healthy. Getting some good old phys ed. You can cut all the economy cards, but you never cut the basic action card. Exactly. We're going to be clicking for cards. Augustus Caesar's going to like queue up here with like 90 card Hoshiko. Freedom. That's probably bad for us. All right, we just ice up centrals. No punies? No, we don't have the money, let alone the influence. Like, we just don't have the money. If you want to do punitive in Jinteki, the really easy shell is the bacterial reprogramming in your daily life, which, like, it's sick. It's a really good engine. And this is, again, why we play Mavirus, right? We put Mavirus in archives, so you don't have to deal with that. So you put a Sting on the table. If he doesn't imp it, that's an okay spot for us. Click on Fermenter. He might be face checking. This is where Saisantan kills you, but like there needs to be some respect here as much as Augustus watched the deck building. Oh, Earthrise. Expensive. Let's go. You res this? Oh, we don't have another ice. Shh. Don't tell him. Slapped a weird epiphany pile together that was trying not to go wide. I didn't have enough economy, but made those adjustments already for the next game. Heck yeah. I wonder how much like we're going to see upgrade. Like in theory, epiphany, you can get upgrade based epiphany. The problem is like your ability won't trigger that often because they have to be trashing your stuff or stealing your stuff. So I think it naturally go wide, but I think there's a chance there's a deck in there that doesn't like straight up go wide. All right, down to 4 credits. PE and Sting. We got a Gachapon and a Gamble down to 39 hit points. Not toxic. Not grinder, not grinder. We can res the Funatria, but he definitely wants to be trashing stuff. I don't really have an incentive to purge because I don't think money solves the matchup because I don't know. Let's see what this does. Oh, that's what it does. That's cool. So that's a thing in our hand now. So ideally we just want to discard this and then we are on like game point. I can't believe I drew there. I did not think that through in the slightest. I wonder if having one of Bithynimus is nice enough. I think a 4-strength sentry is a good spot to be. What was he thinking? What is this? A Tattoo Bola? At least we have ice. This is fine, whatever happens to it. Hey Drew, I'm super happy to catch you live. How's it going? We've been streaming for a while. Welcome. Strange Tuesday stream. I kept saying it should be R+ the entire game. I feel like there's a lot of NBN identities that unfortunately fall into that camp. All right, this does some damage. It puts us to 2 credits. And he's going to take a tag no matter how he slices it, which is pretty annoying. So we're going to hit a Unity, nice, and a Twinning, really nice as well. So you can trash anything. A Neurospike, he's going to trash that. Imagine thinking Mindscaping draw/credit mode was useful. It's not bad. It's not bad. I played red level clearance happily in Thule. You have too. So now if he steals this, he goes down to 3 cards in hand. I'm going to res the Tattoo Bola. It opens up R D. It's going to keep him out a bit. The free card draw for this sucks. Yeah, it clears the tag. Makes sense. So we just click 3. Eventually we want to discard the Fuji. We haven't hit a steel skin yet. Hopefully they're on Audrey, not Amaku. I'm pretty sure they're going to be on Ngolo sooner than either of those. Audrey would be obviously awesome for us. Drawing 2, but nulling your next draw is pretty unless you're shuffling the deck after the Mindscaping. Yeah, it's true. It means more that they don't run R&D, but the thing is, like, we don't mind if they run R&D. You're right. Like, it is super, super not great on tempo. Okay. It's a botchless on a fun tree. Nice. Letting slightly that fire is always kind of fun. Because then they don't take a tag. Lost the Simul Chips, not take a tag. Waroid? No! You're meant to be on the table. Getting the cards out of our hand actually just is rubbish because we want the, what's it called? We want to discard the Fuji. Karaya. So here, we draw once and we put Crayon Archives and we win. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. And if they don't run it, we score 4 points. Easiest one ever. Yeah, I don't know. We went through the Earthrise. That's good. All right, this is why I love me a Regenesis. Oops. Get the damage first, DreamNet. Oh, game point. I don't know if we can res that one. Bruh, did I mess something up? Hippo? Okay, we're losing it. It's fine. Again, my virus is why. Obviously, this is a rush deck. There's a lot of things to respect. Neurospike, that's going. That's fine. How do we get to 7 points now? We just jam. We lost Daniela. We're going back. That's fine. Hit a stink here. It's like 3 damage, right? Blood in the Water might not be terrible. So the question is what we do. I think we just put this on the table and click for credits. Right? Like, we just want to be able to fire Angelique. We pretend Yusuf doesn't exist. Yusuf is fine. If you go through this for one Yusuf counter, it's like whatever. You trash Rashida, it's fine. I'm feeling okay about this. Anemone, it's probably going to get trashed. This is where our economy is really suffering, right? But if they don't have Yusuf, like we could have jammed a 3-2 in there. You're not expecting a lot of 3-2s. Actually, we can't. We don't have the money for that. But Rashida is going to fix all of our issues all at once. Gatchmon, nice. Res, start, go. Nice, Mavirus, sick. Okay, so here we get stuff on the table. So we want them to steal this, I'm pretty sure, right? An enemy on HQ is pretty good. We need a Hansei something here. It's probably the Neurospike, because we probably win before that matters. So let's start there. We always could throw out the Fuji. That's fun. Again, 5 damage. Then we have to ice up this. And then I think we put this in the remote server. If he steals it, I think we're okay with that. Okay. He has the use of there. Also on Hermes, that's a nightmare for us for sure. But the Noom is not a good killer here. So now we're going to lose it in House of Knives. We'll see what he shuffles back. Hermes, Hippo, and Noom. So Daily Cast and Gamble are at. That's fine. We're not, again, it's not about credits. So continue. Yeah. No further. House of Knives, nice. 1 damage. Got a second twinning. I don't think there's 3. So that's probably all the multi-axes in the deck. And now in 14 credits, they can't face check. Teeny is at threat 3, so it's just 3 net damage. It's an anemone. Interesting. I think we need the Waroid, though. Funny enough, I think we throw out the Fuji. Buzzsaw, okay. Wow, actually, the Teeny there, if they access here, they die to Snare, let alone they die to Fuji. This is not a good access. That's a good purge, though. Now they really don't want to go Archives. No virus counters as well. Like, the only way to get virus counters is running Archives. Sting is a lot of damage. So I think we draw, install, install. Running archives is lethal. Unless the steel skin fires, and we haven't seen any so far. We're assuming it's going to fire at some point. Sorry, you didn't see that, but there's no steel skin in there. If we did have seamless in the list and we don't, right? Like you can do seamless advanced neurospike and it would do some damage. Not too much, but some. Yeah, no, of course. Now, if they steal the Fuji, we're in an ugly spot. Ideally, we want more agendas in there. Like if we just load this archives with agendas, barring Steelskin hitting the right order, it's pretty bad for them. Oh, wait, they do have 2 fermenters. They actually can deal with the server. I forgot about fermenter. But here they might not want to hit an Anansi. I don't know if they assume they're on 3-2s or not. Botchless, totally fine on a Tattoo Bola. This is good. We want them to have a sting. Fire, virus. Okay, continue. Okay, res. Hey, guess what? We just cleared a botchless. Sting. That's going to be a bunch of damage. Trickster, Taka, Simulchip. Run archives, they die. They won't, though. The problem is they're going to leave this Fuji in the archives until they win. New remote server. Let's get something in the remote server. Oh, that's good. That does a lot of damage. Yeah, I think we just push this out. This is obviously like an easy trashable, but it makes the server look a bit more dangerous. This is where we want a Daniela, right? Because Daniela stealing this is impossible. It's so hard to Daniela steal this. Because this thing is 3 damage, Daniela is 2. And there's still a Tithe on the server. Honestly, scoring out this, we might want to cook the Sting for a bit. This is a Noom, their killer, which like, 6 for Anansi's okay. But this is going okay. And if we really have to panic, like they'd probably want to contest the Spin Doctor. I think we keep... Oh. We might have them here. They're going to trash the Warrior, unfortunately. Probably not, actually, because we res it. Tattoo Bola giving us more money than any of the econ we put in our deck. We'll res the Warrior. Sting. Okay, they're on 1 card. We don't have a way to capitalize on that. They'd be on 2. So in theory, we could have had a 2-2 here. They would have won this game if we're on Blood in the Water. You think what I'm thinking? Ah, she's slightly too late. Economy on ice helps out P so much. It's so good. The more they interact, the deeper they sink. I would love to get the Daniela down there again, because this is 3 damage to steal the Daniela, 4 damage with the Tithe. And then they can't trash any of this stuff. Like, we probably should have held here and jammed next turn, because if they steal this, they're on game point, and then we lose to a Fuji, which means like 1 good R&D run does it. Hermes, Noom, nice. Running HQ, totally safe. They can open up R&D, which is a problem. This, mind you, breaks all sentries in the game. That you do. And snare. Snare, he knows though. Snare isn't real? Not at all. All right, gonna go for undo there. Again, you want to access with 3 cards unless the Fuji wins the game for you. So if we score this, we can give him 2 clicks fewer. I think we just need the Daniela in there for safety. Daniela and R&D is also possible, which is like kind of fun. And I don't know how he breaks the Atini yet. If he bounces this, I'm okay with it. I'm just going to take a credit here. Where's the Bladderwort? We're not under credits. We can't protect the Bladderwort. Bladderwort actually would be one of the worst things because they have a server to like bounce off of it. And we're not under 4 credits. It's just a pad campaign we paid nothing for. Right? Like we can't Neurospike, we can't res or Big Ice. Bladderwort doesn't just fit in everything. Here they're worried it's a 4-2. They're going for it. Sick. I don't know how we win based off of this. Maybe we should have just scored out. Fire 1, okay. Tithe. Oh, they broke the net damage, yeah. Here we just needed like an Atini. We need more code gates. We only have 1 code gate. They're not able to deal with the code gate. So it's Daniela. So your choice here. You can't really afford to trash this, but they're going to be on game point. They're also going to Hermes our Atini to our hand, which is, oh, we could consider resing the Correa. I don't think we want to. So false lead, they get a bounce. They're more likely to bounce ice than the Angelique. They bounce the tattoo, okay. So Daniela, it's going to be 2 cards from hand, which makes them die to a Correa in hand. You want to keep doing it? They can't afford to keep doing this, right? Draw. I wanted a better ice there. Let's go. We're so close. I think we're just like missing the sort of like up and over a bit. Because again, I don't think most runners can deal with this every single turn. This is where running a bunch of 1-pointers is good. Running archives. Okay, here we have to. So we have to shuffle this back into the deck. So this is where getting to 4 points is a nightmare for us. We get a purge out though, which is absolutely amazing. I think having the Neurospike makes more sense. Daniela is unique. I think we'll take the Neurospike. We'll res her, so this is 2 damage. They can trash it though to get counters. Oh, he has 1 click left, so the purge is like bad but not horrible. Surprised they didn't run spin. Yeah, me too. 2 damage, lost the cast and the Gachapon. Down to only 8 points, as much as, again, there's no Obokata. This false lead will bounce open R&D. I don't think we can afford that. Ooh. Can we afford that to score this to bounce open R&D? I think we can. Got a second Noom. Okay, so they're going to return to send or something. All right, maybe we lose to this. There is still 2 3-pointers in R&D, wins on a single, and probably going to see some stuff trashed here. So this is a bit of a liability. I can't believe Freedom's also on Hermes. Everyone on Hermes. Okay, Solidarity Badge, trashing, what was it? A Warrid. Damn it. Okay, we took some risks there. There was 2 and 16, GG. But you see with the Obokata change, they don't need to have cards in hand. They just win before it matters. Very hairy end for me. Yeah, I didn't have the right ice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it feels totally different. I think we're missing a way to like transition from this into a win condition. We didn't set the server up soon enough, but like this server is really gross, especially with the Correa. Let's do that again. I do think the Mindscaping felt terrible. It felt really bad. Maybe they go through the Phonotria, but I don't think they do. So what can we put in that slot? Just more ice, like more Atinis, and then just NGO front maybe? Ever Genesis play was a huge swing. Do you think it's something that will happen relatively often? I think it will, especially if we like poison archives. Like we could have gone to the way to put more points in archives, and that can be lethal. I don't know if we saw a single steel skin. So we need another Teeny. Have you considered Funhouse? Generally, not the worst. Mindscaping. We drew 2 Neuros, which is good. So we can add in what? How close were they dying to access is very not close. Getting to 4 was important. I think I should have scored out the false lead, the one that install advance that you scored after. I think that was a big mistake. And I think like we have no good way to kill you. That's why Correa isn't really nice. Maybe we don't install Correa as a way to just ping damage. But what card can we put in here? Maybe 1 snare. I think snare actually is probably a nice way to win. Yeah, Merha, how's it going? We had no snare, unfortunately. We didn't think we had the money, but also our deck was like 55 cards. We had to go down. Yeah, snare is a good shot. Find it amazing how you built a working deck so quickly. Queenie, how's it going? You just put together all the cards that say net damage on it. But like inherently the interaction between the upgrades, like that's where our starting point is. So anything on those upgrades looks good. I don't think it's as tough as you think it might look. And also we're basing off of like the agenda suite is largely what you've seen before. I also think the false leads are worse than the 2-1. I'd rather have the 2-1 because that's damage we can score out of hand. And then actually it's kind of important. Okay, freedom again. Cool. You want to see it play though? The tattoo economy was huge though. Maybe we can do a bit more heavy ice. Yeah, maybe we can. I think we got lucky in double tattoo. Okay, this is the play that I just want to do. I don't know if it's the right play, but we're just going to set up. I don't know who Drawkward is. Do you have a Reaper? We do not have a Reaper. Generally, Reaper is kind of interesting, but like we only do 2 damage with it. Like if anything, Clearinghouse would make more sense, right? Because Clearinghouse on top of Correa doesn't work with Daniela. But check this out. New remote, server 1, go. You run that, we damage you. Oh, okay. Hit the Neurospike. Mavirus is the bad hit there. No, Hokusai seems odd, but slots seem tight. Yeah, it's a slots thing. Hokusai is ideally what Daniela does, but better, but not consistent. Why is there only freedom? Where are the criminals? Criminals, I think, in a pretty bad spot in general. I can show you the Mercury list, but Anarch is like very, very playable, and freedom is better than the amount you saw the other day. All right, that's something. We can draw once. We need to get something in the server, like this. We'll put this on... We can leave our R&D open, right? Right, like this is 3 damage. CTZ scoffs the idea Crim is bad. CTZ's criminal deck didn't do well in the cut. Like CTZ was carried by his corp deck. That being said, in the Swiss, sorry, in the cut it did well. I think you can give CTZ any deck and his hot hands will get him through most issues. Oh. But I don't know. I don't think the criminal deck was the best deck in the top cut. It was really interesting though. I think I might be under evaluating it. We hit a botch, that's nice. I had a duck earlier after the first Sparrow game. What are we playing right now? Yeah, we're Neurospike, only 2 Neurospikes. But we're basically playing Warrior Tracker, Angelique, Daniela. Faunatria, they can trash 2s. Sable's playable. I think part of it might be people not being used to the Crim since it was bad last meta. Augustus, remind me after this game, because I want to look at the criminal card pool, because there is some... Tattoo Bull is going to get trashed, that sucks. There are some huge issues with the criminal card pool. Like, we can play a nice little counting game, just like we looked through the last set. 4-9 is pretty good tax. It's okay. 4-9's not bad. It's nice that it fires off of like Tattoo Bola and Ablative. Those are now installs. Like there's some good reasons there. Cool. A ton of Sable turned up to Nottingham last week. It did all quite well, I believe. We saw some Sable at APAC as well. I think I'd actually like to play Sable more than 4-9 because Sable has an economy engine. I don't think 4-9 does. The Snare Disrespect? Yeah, technically. I forgot we also had this. Nice. Okay. Career Fair Crim makes a lot of sense for some non-interactive econ. I think that's the problem with Spratella. How's it going? It's like it's all non-interactive econ. It's like the opposite of what Criminal used to play. Like it is so weirdly different. Losing the Rashida sucks. Oh, he hit a steel skin, good. The kill one armadillo in our economy is a nuked out crater. Yeah, losing an armadillo is really bad there. Maybe we should have prioritized getting it on the table because freedom will get to it. Hermes is really good. Hermes is really good. I don't think Hermes is the best in Criminal though. I think actually other factions play Hermes better than Criminal does. Hermes is genuinely very good. The problem right now is so much of Criminal economy. Yeah, they died to food. They died to so many things here. They died to Snare. They died to, what's it called? They're, oh no, they draw 2. They died to Fuji. No, they draw. We'll take 1 card out of their hand. Stargate, nice. Shibboleth is amazing. Shibboleth is pretty good. Definitely good. Kurupir is good enough. I think that's too low in our tier list. It's just good enough. Again, there's not a lot of reason. Miss the kill? Knob coming down. I love this. You don't get the on successful run triggers. You get these, which are better. Like you, the thing with biobands is you're past the successful run trigger. They're going to nuke that. At least we get to keep the Rashida probably. Because they can't contest Snare here. True Anarch mindset, yeah, they're just sending it, which like sometimes PE has that issue in online where people just send it and like rightfully so. Oh, okay, well. One of these will survive probably. Neurospike is very optimistic in a deck without NAFA, no Blood in the Water, no Seamless. I'm thinking maybe Blood in the Water is playable in this deck, but the idea is that we can leave Fuji on top of a Correa, Daniela, Warroid nonsense. So like it's optimistic for sure, but it's nice to have that as a win condition. Okay, so we've gone through a fair few cards. They have 1 steel skin out. Sometimes it's scary. On 5 credits, like Sai Santan's a blowout here, but that's largely it. Blood in the Water is a good punishment for them stealing an agenda. It is definitely a good punishment for them stealing an agenda. The problem is like it financially hurts to sorry, it hurts to give them a 2-pointer because the sooner they're on 4 points, Fuji's a blank card. And I'm really scared about Fuji being a blank card. Let alone more 1-pointers, more Danielle. Like, okay, they probably win because they steal a Fuji here. They hit a second steel skin. Because like now they steal 1-1-pointer and now Fuji has no text. Like that is the biggest issue. Is that playing a real 2-pointer, they can win on 3 axes. That's very different for this sort of deck. I think we res this one first because they didn't run that one and this opens up our server. All right. So we either put this on the table or we put ice on HQ. On the table it goes. Fuji's a win con with Neurospec. It is. It's just like really hard for us because we don't have Seamless, right? Loss of Kusanagi is very hard for P. I think it's bigger than the loss of stock buyback. Like Kusanagi was kind of, you know, it was annoying, but loss of Obokata is the biggest thing there, right? In that case, I would cut Fuji and play Blood in the Water instead. Ah, that's kind of interesting, actually. I think that's actually a really cool way of looking at it. That might be right. I didn't consider that. I think that's actually pretty sick. All the new cards not working with Prana is very sad. Prana shouldn't exist. I don't like Prana. It's good that we have a win condition here. It's not all the new cards. It's only Daniela, right? Simulchip, that gets them a Bonchless, a Stargate. Stargate's really scary. I haven't seen a Spin Doctor yet. Try Prana Atea next. I don't want to play Prana. I just don't like Prana. Like its ability I don't like. Simulchip, okay, Stargate. They just put that down there. It gives us a whole turn to interact with it. So here, if we don't pop the Rashida, we can just score out House of Knives. If we pop the Rashida, we can get more ice, let alone get a Spin Doctor. We're going to go for that. All right, well, it worked out terribly. But we have a Regenesis, so if we throw out like a false lead, we get that scored in our area. That's kind of cute. Tattoo Bola is not so taxing. So we need to ice up R&D. We need to... Danielle in Archives is like somewhat reasonable. It's too late to draw. Let's do that. Incoming Light the Fire. I love it. Funetria is discussing with Prana. What do you mean? You think? Maybe. Maybe they just take the tag. I think there's some B1001 decks that Atea could play. To be fair, Prana plus 3x Warrior and Atea does sound fun. Yeah, Warrior's like an okay thing to get down. Like Warrior's a nice way to get that second Atea server and not like feel too bad about it. Okay, the issue here is if we res the Anemone, well, firstly, it will fire. But then if they find Fuji, we win. Because we could always just throw this out to score the Regenesis. I don't think we do. Trash a card for 2 net damage. Yeah, I think we do, unfortunately, do that. So we hit a Gachapon and sure gamble. Funny that you want to play P but refuse to touch Prana, embrace the Cambridge. But it's the difference. Like Cambridge actually uses the net damage as tempo, not for economy. Right? Like that's the problem I have with Prana is you trade your win condition for 3 credits. Admittedly, it is a win condition at some point. Gachapon, okay. Now Fuji's safe. Here, resing the Funetria, it puts us to 3 credits. I don't think we do it just because it doesn't tax them out. We actually should have destroyed this ice because this gives them a virus counter every turn, which Freedom really needs. Warroid, Spin Doctor, Sting. That's difficult. Warroid on R&D also deals with Stargate. So all of these are very relevant trashes. If they do the Sting and run Archives, they die to House of Knives. So they just have to draw. Get some Adrian Warroid in there as well. Adrian's really good. They trashed the Sting. Oh, Solidarity Badge works. That's really cool. So we have a Warroid coming up. And a Spin Doctor. Yeah, we definitely should have trashed that. That was a huge liability. So Warroid on R&D is pretty good. We can draw new remote R&D and just cook. Just chill. You should House of Knives on the R&D run if you're worried about Stargate hitting Fuji. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right, because then they can't draw into it. Yeah, that might be correct. Prana and Death Server is a build your own Keeling. Yeah, but like people aren't playing Pinhole. That's the problem with Prana, right? Which Anarch package do you think is looking good so far? Hoshiko. I think Hoshiko plays like 1 or 2 of the new cards, but doesn't have to play with any of the new engine pieces. Solidarity Badge is the most playable. It's followed by Hannah. Solidarity Badge, I think, is a bit more niche. Hannah's more meta dependent. And I think almost all the other Anarch cards, besides nobody's playing the Price still. Price is amazing. All the other Anarch cards are like future design out of 10. 2 tempo negative Regenesis the Sting. Sting is face up. Regenesis is only face down agenda, so you can't. Yeah, the text on Regenesis is, sorry, you may have added to Archives that turn, you may reveal a face down agenda, so yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, we could have protected that. We will shuffle back in, Sting, and I think a Tattoo Bola. A Neurospec is kind of cool. Price would work out way better on paper than practice. I think you got to keep playing it. Still really, really good. David, how's it going? I'm still shocked everyone in the lobby seems to be sleeping on Price so far. I know. Price is so good. It's just really, really good. All right. Well, Roid fires here, which is nice. So trace 4 to trash some of their cards. We tested a lot versus Gachapon. It was worse. Whether it being better or worse than Gachapon, whether it takes up slots, Gachapon is really good. For the way that it interacts with a bunch of stuff off of turn and like DreamNet. Like, I think that's very true. That's fair. And it was particularly close. We'll do one there, and then we'll res this. So now after they trash a card, it's trace 4, which like they can afford. But they can't trash this because they're Stargating. Oh, this is not a Stargate. This is just a run. Oh, that's on me. I thought this was a Stargate. Still, that's a really good fire here. They died to Snare. People slept on Inject for a long time too. But yeah, maybe Inject wasn't amazing right away. How's it going, Paolo, though? Yeah, Inject was slept on. But like, Faust came out, I think, later. Probably because price takes up 8 to 9 deck slots. Snare time. Yeah, they could have died to Snare there. They could have died to Fuji. No, they don't die to Fuji. All right, well, we have to score out the... Oh, now with the hedge fund, I don't think we do. I think we do draw, hedge. It's about time before they run R&D. We just get another one on this. Yeah, we should have trashed this a year ago. That's way too many free buyers counters. I tried running the price and started Arissana. It's not bad. Yeah, price is like... It's harder in Criminal unless you're running multiple breakers, but it's just like a universally good card. I guess there you don't have a Gachapon, right? Same happened to Moshing. Yeah, nobody liked Moshing. But Moshing makes more sense, right? Because bin breakers, like imagine the price came out with bin breakers. Then obviously everyone's like, this is a slam dunk. What are your thoughts on Angelique and P? I'm trying her out. We have Angelique and Daniela. It's hard because you kind of want to hold her in hand, which is like not a great thing to do. Fire Unbroken. This is also a normal run, mind you. So they don't die to Snare. This is actually interesting to res here because they'll take a tag unless they let a subroutine fire. I don't think we capitalize on tags well. Price and Inject feel bad in early testing because sometimes you lose because you trash top 4. It takes time to run the numbers. I think trashing the top 4, if they're not programs, which is what you're playing the price for usually, like that's still fine for you. We lose to 2 cards in 22. They're good that they're not warriting. Or they're not Stargating here. Yeah, now we need to square out the second House of Knives because we need a threat to do 2 damage mid-run. Karuna might be a bit slept on. It's annoying for Carmen and hard to walk through. I just don't know why you'd play Karuna when Funatria is around, right? Like, they're so similar. I don't think we would consider boosting there. Remember friend being off Inject for months because twice they lost all consoles? Yeah, it happens. It just does happen. 1 more damage. All right, we're grinding him. 17. We got 2 damage mid-run. We're on exactly Snare credits, which is a good spot to be, as much as they'll probably Stargate from this point. Getting a teeny on R&D would be pretty good. Karuna costs 2 more to break for Carmen. I think Carmen's not the best for a killer. I don't think Carmen's the best killer. That being said, I think the annoyance of Fonatria is worth 2 credits on Carmen. That's my guess, at least. They're just taking damage here. Like, if they commit to Axis, they die to Snare. They don't die to Teeny, and we're going to lose to when they steal in a Teeny. Like, unless they have a Steel Skin. Let's do this one first. No, Ngolo. Okay. Now, they've committed to Axis. Die to Snare. 1 of. Oh, it's a Stargate. Never mind. Oh, we messed up. We messed up. We shouldn't have hit them with both of those. So it's at least for Genesis, Rashida, Hansei. Not sure if the comparison of Karuna and Fonatria is great for fun unless you have really good punish for them being on 3 cards. Dang it. Yeah, I messed it up. I thought it was a run because that's what they did for a while. My bad. All right, so Regenesis, what do they trash? They trash the Regenesis. So they know there's 1 point in there. They know we're drawing into Rashida, which Rashida in their remote series is pretty fair. We can't win until we score. This is the problem. Is like we don't win with a Fuji here. So like the only way we make Fuji impossible to win is it's impossible. Like them being on 4 points, it's impossible for us to score out. Like we need them to die to Snare. That is difficult. Let's do that. Karuna does force killer install more than foe. It does. It does. Is that then is Bathinimus? No, I'm kidding. I guess so. Ooh, Ngolo. What is the numbers to break a teeny on Ngolo? 5? Nice. I'll take it. We need them to die. Snare's been my game plan since 2012. All right, botching anemone. It's about time. All right, res the tattoo bola. This is like a very weak econ card because we spent 3 to gain 4. Whatever. Phone, it feels like you're trying to force retribution style plays. Yes, or mindscaping. Like you need some additional value. Proactive gameplay in P. Yeah, the problem is we don't have money. Why don't they want to go through that with Yusuf? I don't know why they paid 3 for that. They might have forgot because they haven't used their factor all game. All right, we probably lose here. There's still some spin doctor in there. Like Danielle in Archives is kind of okay. As much as they just deal with that. Okay, Angelique, Hanse, Correa, and Hanse again. Angelique, Hanse, Correa. All right, Correa's down. So we lost that. We're going to draw through 2 Hanses, and the top of R&D will be entirely unknown. As much as their money is falling apart, they're on 13. Again, it doesn't matter. If they have no cards in hand, they can still steal. As long as they don't access the somehow the Angelique first. Okay, we found it. We found it. I wonder if we need NGOs in this deck to like force them to do install advance. So if we do install advance, I don't think that's great. Here we have to like do the 1-pointer game. Server 1. Okay. This loses if they check archives. We just got to keep them busy. We just got to keep them busy. If the Stargate whiffs, we win. But all we have to do is keep them busy because the win is on the table. This is our only win condition. Maybe we need Moonpool, huh? Moonpool is actually kind of neat, right? Like we have enough small agendas and it does allow you to do weird trap stuff. I think Moonpool with like advanceable traps, we haven't seen enough of it. All right, we need this to whiff real bad. They might think this is a Stargate. But if this sees any amount of agenda, is Fuji just bad? Sort of. It's more fair, which makes it worse. Oh, ping him 1. Clot, nice. Anemone, Phonotria, Tithe. That's good. That's really good. Maybe this install is bad because if they think it's a spin doctor, they may run archives. It's winnable here. Obokado is one of the most powerful agendas ever printed. Most agendas are going to look medium next to it. Yes. But the fact that it's not... Good game. We had a chance. We had the triple events of Regenesis and we would have gone to 7 points. The text doesn't matter. I think installing this was wrong because now they think it's a spin doctor. They have a reason to run archives. Yeah, check out that soul raid. Yeah, I think we messed up by like threatening a spin doctor. Good game. And that's the difference here. It's like, yeah, they take damage, but no, they win first. GG. That was our only line out. I think if we don't install this, they probably don't run there. I don't know. Maybe they're watching. Who knows? Yeah, they're gone. I wonder if net damages on steal should have been additional cost like Oppo. If it was, this card is way stronger because then they have to steal it. But then like they just literally printed I guess not strictly worse Oppo because they also can, you know, draw it. Yeah, that's the issue. Is like this card gets dead so soon and then like you are playing a bad deck. Right? Like we have no threat. That was the thing with Obokata, obviously, in this remote server. We do install advance, they still have to deal with it. It has literally no text. So Daniela doesn't matter. Angelique doesn't matter because they won't access in the bad order. It like totally falls off. Moonpool, Trigger Light Mitosis is fun. You can get a turn 2 6 advanced clearinghouse cerebral. That's the interesting thing. We're between games. Oh yeah, we're between games. Check this out. What are your thoughts on new Arkham? Oh, the new set. I'm pretty excited for it. It's a shame that it's next year. A shout out to Marvel Champions coming out on Friday. So it looks pretty cool. I'm cool with them scaling back to be like it's one, you know, week and some interesting spooky place. The new designer looks really nice. The new investigators look pretty cool so far. So far it's looked good, as much as there's not a lot to like speculate on. I think we know what the new Mystic does, and it's actually like looks awesome. Like the new Mystic looks really cool. I'm surprised to see Bless and Curse comes back. That was a mildly anticlimactic ending. Well, you're just gonna die slowly, right? Like it just happens. That's our secret, Andre. We were always playing a bad deck. Additional cost makes it just like Oppo, where the Jinteki game plan is grind out the runner stack. Yeah, it gets there, but at least that one is less grindy and you can score it out. But yeah, it's still really hard. Okay, so this came up talking about Criminal, and this is my biggest issue right now with the card pool. 6-punch Farmer Boy. Okay, so check this out. We're gonna go to there's no way to search Null Signal Games, but since Null Signal Games has started putting out cards, how do we concatenate this? So we want to look at where's it? System Gateway. Where's System Gateway? Oh, it's all the way here. System Update doesn't count because those cards have been around, I guess. Let's not count those for some reason. Ashes, Borealis, Liberation. Okay, so this is my problem right now with Criminal that's catching up to them, and you see this in a lot of the Criminal decks. So if we do SG and then we want to do 26. How do we do this? What cycle is System Gateway? So 26, 32, what? 33? Does anyone know what cycle System Gateway is? 26, 32, 33. So we'll do 26, 32, 33. And then what is System Gateway? Probably 25. Hold on. Give me 1 second. We'll figure this out. No. Getting there. What's 26? Oh, because it came out after. Yeah, it should be higher than 26. 27 isn't real for some reason. 28 is the reprint, so it's probably 29. No. Don't look at those. Don't look at those. Okay, I found it. Okay, so it's 30. Okay. How'd PE go? Bad. You can't win. Really bad. You just can't. If they score one 3-pointer, you just lose. Okay, check this out. I've been struggling feeling motivated to pull out Marvel Champions. Oh, it's been so fun, Paul. The new X-Men stuff is really, really fun. I always use the other notation SG/SU. You just can't do that for the whole cycle though, right, Mango? Okay, so there's 270 cards that Null Signal Games has largely put out. And so this is the problem that I have, is like, and this is the big Hoshiko issue too, to keep in mind. But if you want to play Criminal, let's look at this card pool, okay? So we're gonna do Faction, Anarch, and then we're gonna do just the word credit, okay? So we're gonna search the term credit. So this should show us, and it'll show us way more false positives, but this should show us all the cards that you can use that have the word credit on them. Some of these are breakers, but I just want you to look at this and figure out all the generic economy cards that just can fit into any good deck, right? We'll say Ghost Town counts. Raindrops counts. Wildcat Strike counts. Fermenter counts. Strike Fund largely doesn't count. Price, let's say, kind of counts. This can't be everything. We're missing something here, aren't we? What are we missing? Yeah, we're missing all of Ashes. Okay, let's redo that. Yeah, that's because we don't have Ashes. I think I messed that up. And I don't think we have System Update. Do we not have System? How bad did I do? Need to include credits too? No, credits should catch credits. So this is 26, 32, 33. And then update is what? Sorry that we have to do this again. 28, 20. What's System Update 2021? 29. Don't look at that. 30. Is it after? Yeah. Okay. We'll add 31. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. Give me 1 second. Okay. Here we should be. Okay. So it's 33 cards that have credit. So let's talk about the economy cards that are just universally playable. Fencer Fueno, let's say it is. It's getting there. Trickster Taka, universally playable. Ghost Tongue, largely okay. Raindrops, yes. Wildcat Strike, yes. Fermenter, very much yes. Some of these have credit on them because they're, you know, paid costs. Liberated Counts, incredibly yes. Scrubber Sorta. Strike Fund, let's say yes. Price, I'm going to say yes. Moshing, yes. Gachapon, yes. Paladin Puemo, yes. Mystic Miami, yes. And of course, Hoshiko is a generically good playable econ engine, and also Lu we didn't count as a generically playable econ engine. So currently in this set of cards, there are 15 cards that I think are largely generically playable as Anarch econ options, right? And like some of these cards, and that's the problem a lot of people have with Ashes, like Paladin Puemo, Mystic Miami, you just put them down, you just kind of go, oh, we missed Keiko. Yeah, Keiko counts. Okay, 16. Let me know if I miss any. And now if you do that for Criminal, which is meant to be like kind of the money faction, you notice how bad things go, right? And in some ways it's good because they're now more like into different sub factions. So like we have a bunch of as support, we have a bunch of like Mark support. That's cool. But let's talk about like generically played econ cards. I guess we have to count Carpe Diem because we counted the what's it called? The other one, Strike Fund. Chesva, no free launch. Yes. Info Bounty only if you are playing Zaya. I don't think you play this unless you're playing Zaya. So I'm not going to count it because I think this is a build around. Zaya, okay. Penny Shaver, okay. Red Team, sort of. Ken is a build around. You can count if you want. Career Fair, yes. Sec Testing doesn't really see play. Saucy doesn't make any sense. Bravado, 100%. Debbie's not an econ engine. And Penumbra doesn't count. We're at 8. We're at 8. Half. And that's the big issue, is if you look at the same for card draw, right? Like there's just, it's such a disparity when you're trying to put together a criminal deck modernly to see how many cards. These are all the cards that say draw on them. Blueberry Diesel, Class Act, maybe is an E-chip. We have 3 cards that say draw cards on them. And if you go to Anarch, like, do we have to count it? It's like, okay, not all of these are playable, but Steelskin Scaring, Raindrops, Lou, Wildcat, sort of Solidary, yeah, Moshing, yeah, Hoshiko, yeah. Remind me why we drafted Krim again, because we were last in the list. Eris, how's it going? Got scared Thursday already. But this is what I mean. So keep this in mind when you are like looking at NR cards and criminal cards. It's like so much harder right now to put together a good stuff criminal list. So CTZ's criminal list was the list that came in 3rd at Continentals, and you can look at it. But like so much of this list, and mind you, standard card pull is bigger. Wildcat's not draw, yeah, 100%. Wildcat's not draw. But like so much of this is like, you know, neutral click for credit compression, right? Like the amount of cards that draw cards in this deck, 3 Class Act Diesel. There's less card draw in this deck than Hoshiko gets accidentally. And DreamNet too, yeah. DreamNet we didn't count. We didn't count neutral, which is more playable. DreamNet's just kind of busted for econ. But like this is the big problem that I'm struggling with playing criminal. There is less card draw in this deck than Hoshiko gets on accident. And you can see CTZ play. He's just clicking to draw, and that's fine. Obviously, this deck did well, and you see how he like sits back and like controls with Hermes and then does big digs. But like the new economy cards, there's like no card in the new set that generated economy into a criminal, and that's the problem with Hermes. Is that if you're playing Penny Shaver or Paragon, you have to play Hermes instead. So much of this deck is just sit back, play liberated accounts, get money up, and then just make 1 or 2 or 3 good runs, and that's fine. That's like interesting enough. That's how criminal played. You have to make good, smart runs, targeted runs. There are, you know, if you miss, that's a huge miss, unfortunately, because you don't get Hermes and all that sort of stuff. But this, the good stuff criminal is so much more boring than the good stuff Anarch. And sure, I think Sable is really cool with Mark. I'm a big Az fan. We're seeing more interesting stuff like Ari is a build around. That's great. Essa is a build around. That's great. So the generic econ cards going there. But if you're playing standard, trying to slot together a good stuff criminal deck and you realize that there's no card draw, there's no just generic economy. It comes from everywhere. That's the issue right now. You're seeing Anarch decks are importing everything for influence to fix all of their, and they don't have problems to fix. It's whatever they want. But like if you don't play Liberated accounts in criminal, how do you make money? If you don't play Botulus, or sorry, Fermenter and Criminal, how do you make money? And the answer is you don't. You really don't. Crim gets Search too. Sorry, I dropped that. This deck doesn't even play Search because it has so much time to just click for credits. Smartware distributors, Crim's econ. Yeah, I don't know. This is something that's like being very apparent to me. I've been playing, you know, just what's it called? I've been playing Mercury, and I think Mercury is even harder because Mercury is a deck. I'll show you my Mercury list because it's changed over time, and I don't know if the Mercury video is going to come together. But this is the thing that I discovered playing Mercury is Mercury is very difficult to play too because currently we're between the half of the cycle, and I have no doubt the second half of the cycle is going to have so many Mercury support tools because Mercury needs a lot of support tools. Because Mercury, you don't want to be breaking ice. As soon as you're breaking ice, Mercury's ability is turned off, which means you have to play s-dobrados and inside jobs, and those are good. And then you have a reason to play Banner, which is, you know, relatively good. But as soon as a code gate is res on Central, good luck. Unless you bypass it and then de-res it with Capybara. And this is where you're getting to this weird engine that requires so many other issues. Like we have to have 6 slots on bypass. We have to run a specific breaker suite. Okay, we probably have to run Sneak Door Beta, which you want to do anyways. You still need economy in the deck, so you have to play Fermenter. We're playing Hermes, so we don't have run-based economy. Okay, and then we have to slot in Capybaras because we need some amount of D-res because there's just not enough Mercury support. Once they res a code gate on HQ, your ability is turned off entirely. And then you realize like this deck has no economy and no card draw. This is not the final version of the deck I'm testing, but this deck has literally no card draw, and its economy is entirely Fermenter, and I don't know how to fix it. I think Shibboleth and New Fractor are actually pretty good. No, they're great. They're great. It's great. Unfortunately, Mercury, like having a decoder is not the thing you want. So I realized the more I play, I just don't run centrals. Because as soon as I run a central and they res a code gate on centrals, I'm in a really bad spot. Because then I can't turn Mercury on anymore. Obviously, Sneak Door Beta is good. Now, how I changed this deck is I played like way more sit back. Bankrolls need Mercury. You can't run. As soon as you run, you're allowing them to res ice, and as soon as they res ice, Mercury's ability is offline. That's what I found out. As soon as you run, Mercury is offline. So control Mercury, this is what I switched, and I don't think this is my favorite version of it. I think the capybaras are really cute, but this is what you have to do, right? Sorry, this is much smaller, but you have to spend 6 influence on Diesel. We still have 2 class act, and that's all the card draw you have in faction, right? Maybe we talked about playing Proco, you might want to do it. 2 Sneak Door Beta, 2 Dawkins Pass, 3 Hermes, that's good. You're still in Fermenter, but then like your slots get really messed up because you realize, you know, you have some issues. I'm playing Chrysope and Skimming in here just because we're not running enough that we just want to figure out when we want to run HQ, and I don't think this is great. Mercury is a poor person's Leela. Yeah, largely. It's really, really hard. Because currently, Mercury to me feels 1 or 2 slots short of them resing a magnet on HQ and you just falling apart. Capybara art is really good. It is, and Capybara is really quite good. I think Capybara is actually very reasonable because you need to be able to de-res the stuff they res. Can't believe you're not playing backstitching in Mercury. I don't think it's necessary. I think 3 s-dobrados, 3 inside jobs is enough. And even if that is the play pattern of just like, I'm going to go C2 on R&D, hope it works. Like, oh, I don't know if that's fun. And then further enough, like when we went back to the decks that we were playing here, in this version 2, I was running like very greedy 2 twinning prepaid so that we could like get good runs and see multiple cards. And I ended up cutting this because this is so expensive and you realize you're spending literally almost half the clicks, if not more, in the game drawing cards. And it's just like such a whiplash to go from Hoshiko that is drawing half the deck. Like on Hoshiko on turn 10, you have like 20 cards left in the stack. On turn 10 in Mercury, you have 35 cards left in the stack. It's so difficult. QTM has a good Mercury build for APAC. Then we tried in Sable and realized that getting value from runs is better than early pressure. And that's largely because the economy currently in Criminal, there's no sit back economy, which I think is good and healthy for the game. But the problem is like old Anarch design hasn't caught up to that. So like play Liberated, play Fermenter, and like all your influence is gone. You can't even play Diesel. I don't know. This was like really upsetting to me. I got absolutely smashed. We got really good games. Sometimes you get the non-games where Mercury just wins on turn 2 or turn 3, but like it is so difficult. I don't know if the video's gonna be up anytime soon. It's so hard. It's just like there's no tool in Criminal that came in the set that like makes Mercury that great besides Capybara. And obviously the breakers are good, but like Mercury, literally you want to go the whole game without playing this unless you're using this on the remote. And I don't think this is solved, mind you. I think there's probably some interesting builds here that start to play wild cards, like Emergency Shutdown, I think is actually better than Chrysope and Skimming, because then you can run HQ Shutdown. But then you realize how many slots go into like getting all the downsides of Mercury to be upsides, and fundamentally you don't have enough card compression in the deck to get your draw engine and your economy the same way that other factions can. I was really down on Criminal going into Continentals, and I'm glad that CTZ, not this deck, but the Criminal CTZ deck, that's the same deck, you know, did something better. Have you tried playing the core damage draw hardware? Haldori, I don't think I said hi. The problem with all that sort of stuff is you have to be running on central servers. And fundamentally with Mercury, as soon as they res ice on central servers, you don't have a functional ability unless you're like s-dobradoing central servers. And maybe you should be doing that. Maybe you have to play more D-res. I also don't want to put pressure on archives because as soon as they ice up archives, Sneak Door Beta gets a lot worse. And as soon as you have to use Sneak Door Beta and break an ice on archives, there's no point to play Sneak Door Beta. Maybe the point is Mercury is only a relevant ability for a few parts in the game. And then in the mid to late game, it fires maybe once or twice with s-dobrado. Maybe you have to embrace that. But if that's the case, I'll probably play any other Criminal, unfortunately. So yeah. I'm not saying I solved it. There's a lot of stuff to test, but all of my testing so far has found that the more pressure I put on central servers, the worse it is for me. That you cannot afford to play a run-based engine because then the ice gets res and Mercury totally falls apart. Let's try it though. She's more similar to Essa than other Crims IMHO. Yes, but Essa has way more power. Sabotage 4 on a single card is more damage than I think a 1 Mercury run on HQ can do. And at the cost of playing any other Criminal, right? Like it's abstractly similar to Essa, but I think Essa just has singularly more power in, and Essa has an economy kit that makes sense. Essa is encouraged to run. Essa is encouraged to like, you can do the double Chistushka play into, you know, you don't have any of that. There's no like highs in Mercury. It's, do you want to see another card? Cordyceps, it's like 3 influence. You can't play Cordyceps. It's like 4 influence. Cordyceps is a lot of influence. But like, that's the thing is like, there's probably some weird cards here that, yeah, 4 influence that like make this do something. I think Emergency Shutdown's okay. I don't think you can put the slots in like Rubicon Saucy is so hard to play. Cause again, you just inherently don't have the click compression to draw through your deck to do all this really slow stuff at the same time that you're like going. We'll play some deck games with this, but like, yeah, I'm not very high on Mercury. I think Mercury is trickier to play though than it looks. Also, Mercury is they, not she. I read a comment and then I copied that, but that's not correct. Excuse me. Runner. I think Crim needs to bring stealth back, but limit stealth. Actually, I think we're 1 or 2 stealth slots between Mercury being very interesting, because then you actually can use after image to bypass ice. And I think that is huge, because again, if they res a sentry on central servers, I hope that your s-dobrados are winning the game. Or you'd let the sentries fire, which is honestly kind of doable. Thank you. Yeah, Mondi. Yeah, of course. Best of luck. Have fun. Runner bar rates have a noble history of having 25 influence. Shame. Traditional Mercury. One thing I did notice, and it was pointed out later, the scarf that Mercury's wearing is the same colors. I don't know if it's the exact same scarf as Adam, which is like a really, really, really sick little detail there. What econ cards did Crim even get the set? It's Moreira. Not an econ card. Can you please build a soft stealth Mercury with Patrick? There's just not enough stealth cards. All the big stealth cards rotated. Like, if you search criminal stealth card, there's 2 cards. After image, you can spend influence on mantle if you wanted to. And then there's a penumbral toolkit, which is not a particularly good card. It's okay. But like, you just don't have infinite stealth. You have to play like Taka. And that's kind of, maybe you can actually do stealth Taka now that you say it. All right, so this is where the opening hand gets really bad, right? Like, we have very little card draw, we have very little economy. We don't want a bravado turn 1 in HQ, because if they res an ice, good game, right? Like, this is the problem, is bravado is hard to play in Mercury, harder than any other criminal. Any other criminal, they have bravado centrals on turn 1. Here we don't want to, because if they res an Atini, we have to go through Atini for the rest of the game. I get so worked up trying to make Mercury work. Best econ card we could draw is Fermenter. Like, how wild is that? You can call me on my shit if I'm being too doomer on this, but it's real hard out there. Like, we are not incentivized to face check here, because if they res a Tattoo Bola, admittedly we banner through it. Thankfully, it's not if Bravado is one of the faction's best cards. Like, yeah, that's a problem. One of the faction's best cards we don't want to play. Oh, it's so hard. Hey, Mon, you probably answered many times already, but this Tuesday morning stream is new standard or one-off. I want to make it more consistent than I am. The big thing, though, is this Thursday there won't be a stream, so that is like a makeup stream. But I have enjoyed streaming on Tuesdays. A big part of like content creation here, my partner works from home, and so like we have to balance, because she's always worried on calls that like the microphone will pick it up, and that's a problem because of, you know, work in video games and stuff like that. This sucks. Our economy's gutted. So like it comes down to like a mixture between the both of us when we're available to do stuff, because I can't always just turn a camera on. Sneak door is like okay, but we can't afford it. But like sneak door is the best line here. And this sucks. Like, we shouldn't have gone down to 2 credits, because now this is the most load-bearing Fermenter in the history of the world. Banhar's 3 influence can still play Fermenter. You could play Banhar. You could. That is one way to make Mercury work. However, again, your criminal, your card draw is so bad. So incredibly bad. And then you're losing like your s-dobrados you're holding. Ugh. Let's do a 60-card Mercury deck with 3 Banhar. Happy to be able to catch this. Yeah, man, of course. I'm glad to be able to stream at times that make more sense than just the Thursday night Eastern slot. Nice. Or more like size. Here we're gutted. We have no economy play here, which this is on us. We have no economy play here. If we diesel, we look at 4 cards. What are we playing? This deck doesn't play Dirty Laundry, because again, you can't run into their ice because you're Mercury. Oh, we have 2 Dirty Laundry. Ooh, made some Crystal Beings cuts. So like we just click for 3 credits here. We could inside job their remote server and win Adrian Seiss, but we have no credits to do that. I don't want to click this, because then it's 2 clicks for 3 credits. That would be a nightmare. My least is to play 3 smartwares. Pick win. I think at some point you're going to wear me down where I am going to believe you. I don't know if it's going to be today. Oh, also, if you don't find Hermes, you don't have an ability. Like, I think you have to hard mulligan into Hermes. Otherwise, Mercury, like, that's the thing. If they score out of 3-2, heaven forbid, this is Sokka's list, and they seamless out of 4-2, then we have a diversion. Without Hermes, we're literally not a deck. Like, right? Like, Hermes is the best way to turn on our ability, and if you don't draw into Hermes, you lose the game. So I'm going to deal for Hermes. It didn't work. Oops. Biggest problem I found with Banhar is actually the fact it's a Nambo with inside job. Oh, that too, yeah. Yeah. Boomerang is also really bad in Mercury. It's like really ugly. There's so many really ugly things that you might not immediately realize. Like, this sucks. Obviously, I don't think we should have put the class act down. Maybe with this much card draw, Lamau, we should play career fair, but you know what I mean? This goes. Unfortunately, this goes. But like if we had a Hermes here, then we have a play. We don't have a Hermes, we don't have a play. They call it smartware because it's only smart if you have to ask where it is. CMS, oh god. Imagine we had a Hermes here. This is the soccer list, so we can lose in like 2 or 3 turns. Like imagine we blow up HQ. That's the only way we have a possible play here. We'll draw 1 for 2. Okay, slightly too late. Gotta catch and sleep. Hope you find some enjoyment in this deck. See, how Dory, thanks for dropping in. So either we do credit, gamble. I think we just unstrap this, click for credits, right? Like, I don't know. ETR code gates aren't that common. They are. Perhaps prioritizing banner install laser pointer gets you in for longer. Laser pointer is like a reasonable card. The issue again is slots and click compression. Like Criminal's missing all of that. So spending 1 click and 2 credits for the laser pointer is pretty rough. But it does deal with all the sentries in the game largely. Magnet is everywhere. Yes. Thimble Rig shows up. Enigma is kind of common. Gatekeeper is pretty common. But the fact that Magnet's everywhere, and that's also one of the biggest issues with Mercury is you're not incentivized to play Amakua because you're not running a lot. So you have like playing Criminal without Amakua. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's the best Criminal card and we're not playing it. They just hedge fund. Okay, so here we just inside job HQ. It's like that simple. This is where we should draw once for, I guess we bottomed 1 copy of our HQ multi-axis. All right, we'll keep that. All right, we see 2 cards here. We could have seen 3, and now they should res. They might not res, but here we're giving them the ability to res. This is also such a bummer, is they should res their ice into inside job because now they can score out and not worry about diversion, right? Exciitng. Right? Like this is a bad play. We probably shouldn't have done this because now we don't have the diversion angle, which is the only way we probably win this. Thimble Rig and Geofront. Okay, right? Like there's so many problems. I think you pick one central to run early for pressure and the other to break open when you have a chance with Hermes, and then you get run value things like bankroll. It's so hard. It is so difficult. Now we die to Exciitng here. We don't want to run last click. Oh, it doesn't actually matter. Yeah, I think running there was really bad because now they can score out with that. We'll just get money. Ugh. There has to be some sort of bypass resource coming in the second half of the set. Otherwise, I don't see a Mercury is actually playable. Yes, there needs to be some card. Like there was that one in Terminal Directive. There just needs to be some more support because Mercury just cannot deal with at least code gates. You can argue can deal with sentries, but you just don't have a game. It's really rough. Right, like the corps are doing explosive things, and then like you're just trying to. I hope I hit 2 on HQ, right? Like compared to anything else, and still I don't think Criminal's gonna get spot. Draw, okay. Draw. The banner is okay. It gets to the 3 copies of Tattoo Bull and nothing else. But you see how much of the game you spend drawing. Right, like it feels real rough. I've been playing a very different build with Spark of Inspiration Femmes and found it pretty decent. Yeah, Femme is another way to deal with it. It does deal with it relatively well. I don't know how much influence Spark is. You see, this is what they do. This is why I play Sneak Door Beta 2 of. Because they definitely have agendas in hand. Chrysopian, show us what you got. The problem is like here we can s-dobrado if they have them on top. I guess that's not a problem. Hybrid release, timely public release, Anansi. Yo, Mercury's the best. Chrysopian Skimming's the best card. Is on this sort of list, Chrysopian is better than I thought it would be because we just sit back and do nothing. Can't we just slot 3 Abagnales, 3 sandwiches, some bricks in hand, cannot play? I know they're so expensive. As much as you might want Abagnale is the only way to bypass code gates. Enigma, okay. Can no longer run R&D for the rest of the game. Oh no, s-dobrado went on threat 4. Oh shit, I forgot this card doesn't do anything. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is there a good way to cheat in 3 femmes? Yeah, only Spark of Inspiration. You can rejig, like play 1 femme from hand and rejig it. Okay, they have a hand. We just get a Sneak Door Beta here, we win. Oh, we just get a Sneak Door Beta here. Hey y'all. Hopefully everyone's doing okay now that Enigma is rest and we can now run R&D for the rest of the game. Pro gamer move. Tell me about it. That's the thing is like you just forget. You forget that like all the cards have like some glaring downside that you wouldn't assume they do. Oh man, that Enigma's so bad. All right, now they have 2 agendas in hand. Like we have a lot of draws of Sneak Door Beta. Mind you, it's 26 cards, but I think we know about like the bottom 5 or 6. Did we bottom a Sneak Door Beta? I don't care. Sneak Door. Install. I hate this game. Did we bottom a sneak door? Did we deserve this? Where's your backstitching? I'm not playing backstitching. I think you have to though, but like you're playing 9 slots in your deck just so Mercury can get a double access on RD. It's perverse. Doesn't make any sense. We know they have all the agendas in. Give me a sneak door. No! I told you about backstitching. Yeah, there's a chance I'm under evaluating like the most important card. It's totally necessary. It feels like it. But then what? We just wait till it rolls the server that we care about? Oh, it's so bad. Everything is bad. Okay, do we want to do this because if they have a face down, they can install it clicklessly. We want to make sure they don't do that because they have a hybrid release. Okay. Mutual favor for a killer. Our ability is fired twice. I could play 419. We just inside job, take the damage, we die. We die. Like they call event, we die 100% of the time. Literally 100%, let alone they res. Okay, now they're seamless launching out because they can install this clicklessly. Oh, I think you did it. I think you might have fired that on my turn. It's hard to tell on JNet sometimes. Yeah, because you can't. You had more than 6 cards in hand? If that's our play? Oh no. Like here, this is what they do. They score at 1 point, we Hermes this, and then we run it. Yeah, totally. But I think you technically fired it on your turn. Totally, do it up. You're like 6 damage for 2 accesses, if that's what we're trying to do here. Ugh. So, what 4-2 was it? I think it was another one of these. Okay, so at least we have a line here, which is inside job C2. So we're going to draw once. Again, now we have to access that ice we had at the end. We'll draw once for can't find it. We just want to find our 2 copies of the one that lets us see another card. So we run HQ here. Tattoo Bola, hybrid release, got it. Okay, what can we bounce? This. That means if we had a Chrysopean skimming here. Oh man, we threw out the Chrysopean. Can we just send it? I think giving the mutual favor of the Chrysopean. Still no sneak door. No Docklands pass. What's going on? Pain is just a weakness leaving the body. 6 damage for 2 X's is 3 damage for 1 X's. You take 45 damage for 15 X's. You have a pretty good shot at winning. I don't see the problem. Okay. I think contesting the remote server is something that we actually want to do. Like, I think playing Mercury against Ace is a bit more fun because you could just contest the remote server and then they, like, you know, fall apart. Okay, here we win because we're going to hit this button. We're going to hit a sneak door beta finally. Shibboleth is like, okay. The problem is, like, last click now, they just get the agenda out of their hand. But, like, Sneak Door is, like, one of the best cards. Anansi, they don't have an agenda. They would install it on a table. C3, triple Anansi. Good luck inside jobbing triple Anansi, Mercury. Good luck triple Anansiing Mercury. The version for 6 damage might be worth it. I don't think so. Why don't you have Tranquilizer in list? Mr. GC Flash. It's the problem with you just don't have enough card slots in the deck. Like, we want to play probably Capybara, then we have to play Tranquilizer. There's a lot of Virus in the format. Like, there's just 700 things you want to do. Yanis, how's it going? Spin Doctor, server 1, we don't know what it is. You almost clicked the sneak door? I think I did, though. Uh-oh. Ah, 4 credits, though. We can probably go through this, unless it's a Tattoo. If it's a Tattoo Bolo, we're fine. So here, I think we actually just run this server, right? I think we just put down the Shibboleth and we run the server. We could pinhole it first, because I don't have to deal with this, but I think they can't afford to res ice and play the game. First time out live in Germany. Welcome, yeah. It's good to stream at not, you know, it's like 1 in the morning in Germany when we normally stream. Oh, I almost added it to bottom. You're right. Yeah, I know. Sometimes that happens. We could consider pinholing this for sure. So we're just going to play a game. So we have to run back. I'll just pay 0. I can't access Adrian. Okay. Tranquility home grade. Oh, super cool. We can afford to trash that. Mavirus. I was going to say we can afford to trash because we have Fermenter. We were wrong. Okay, gutted, absolutely gutted. Now we can run R&D to see a single card. We could sneak door beta. I think we do sneak door beta because I don't know what they can res here. It's 2 credits for us to get through with the banner. Well, Jakob, how's it going? Good Nacht, was ich sagen? Es ist 23 Uhr. We're gonna see the whole hand. Anansi, Mirajo and Nancy. Yeah, okay, we knew that hand. All right, well, it's honestly going okay-ish, I guess. Draw? Gun? No, Chrysopian, because they don't have agendas. So this is how we win. Because we're at threat 4. Tranquilizer seems better than Cappy. It's a mixed bag. Tranquilizer is like, Cappy's actually better than it looks. Because you can be aggressive on centrals and then fix the issue. Tranquilizer takes time. And it takes up your MU. I cooked dinner, went to the cinema, came home, and you're still going? What a champ. What did you see, Night Eddie? We've been streaming for about 5 hours. We're not going to be that much longer. I'm recording a podcast with Neon Static tonight. Credit. Okay. Have to deal with the spinny first? Oh, you do. Yeah, you're right. We'll run it. Yeah, we should have cracked that first, Bima. We lost 10 credits. We could use the 10 credits. I have no idea. How does Adrian and Sneak Door work? Whenever the runner makes a successful run, the server play a side game. If the bid differs, the runner cannot access cards. And this is when it's successful, access a different server. I don't think it works. I don't know. I have no idea how that works. How does it work? Does anyone know? I'm asking around. I think defensive upgrades work on archives. So much complaining and you're not looking so bad in this game, at least until you remember you could be 4-9. Yeah, or literally anyone. Sneak Door shifts a tech server and then Adrian's no longer triggering off archives. Adrian would have to go on HQ. Okay. You need Adrian on HQ. Thank you. Adrian would have to go on HQ, but you breached. Because it's considered successful and then suddenly we're there. And then because we're active player, I imagine our ability happens and then we're no longer running on there. Okay, now we can't play Chrysopian Skimming, which I don't think is a great card. But you see the issue here? I think we can still Sneak Door. They probably can't res. It's a Tattoo Bola. We'll run Spin Doctor first to force a shuffle. Okay. We also could Pinhole threading Adrian off of server 1, which I think is kind of okay. Because they clearly have stuff in hand. If they res a, what's it called here? Oh, that's fine. That is expensive and annoying. I think we let this fire. I don't think we want to pay 3 credits here because as soon as we do, we can't deal with Adrian. Okay, that's fine that they res down the remote server. Sneak Door here, though, is they can install an agenda and they can seamless out. So, yeah, not great. We'd have to force them to spend at least a credit. Sneaker says the run would be declared successful, change the tech server. So then it just fizzles, right? Because you're not running there anymore. Apparently not. Does it work on none of them? Or is JNet wrong? Or did we decide this first? Because it's, no, because we're at the breach step, not the successful step. I think it does not work at all. Probably JNet bug? Who'd have thought to test that? Yeah. JNet seems wrong here. I'm being told JNet might be wrong here. I don't know. Whenever the runner makes a successful run, because the thing is, we've made a successful run on a different server. What do you want to do? How do we do that? Sai? Okay. So Sai? That doesn't. Oh, here we go. 0. Sick. Still don't know the text on Adrian. It's too much text. Pay 0, pay 0. If the bids match, the runner cannot access this upgrade. So, okay, we can't access Adrian. Cards from hand, Anansi. Cards from hand, Anansi. Cards from hand, the other ice, Miraju. Fuck. Trash Adrian, we're not allowed to. Legally not allowed to. Okay. Adrian working. Sneak Door says when it would be successful. Adrian says when the runner makes a successful run, but the run is not successful on the target and the server switches pre-Adrian. I don't think we really care to bounce this. It's a spin under the table. That's annoying. So we lose very soon. Yeah, I'm assuming that we get priority. It's not considered here. It's not considered here because it misses both windows. Okay. So we just have to win off of like we just pray. You just pray. Doof. We cannot doof through this. We will die. They're on 1 credit. We can't. We cannot. I think we have to C2 on R&D. We have to dobrado R&D and hope. We have to hope. I'm going to hit this first. Good, they have 1 credit now? Yeah, that's the best case, but they actually can win on 1 credit. This deck has 3 audacities in it. So, like, we have to go HQ. Vampy. Longevity? Okay, hold on. We're popping off. Okay. So we know they're drawing a Vampy. We'll Sneak Door. What is Doof? Oh, it's this card, Diversion of Funds. It's an HQ run that makes you take 5 credits away from them if they have it. You get that much. Okay. Zero. Cool. Card from hand. Seamless. Card from hand. Tattoo Bola. Nope. All right. Well, we just have to hope they don't have it. Where's the extra 0 and Doof come from? Because saying Doff sucks. But you know that. Bravado is actually playable there. Fun. The game is very representative of the points about Mercury you've been making. Yeah. Feels bad. Don't feel like I'm in control. I feel like I hope I win. I just hope I win somehow. And now we just can't deal with the Enigma. We can see a new card there, which is like fine, but like we have the inside job to get through Enigma unless we like de-res an Enigma, which like buckle up. So this is fine. They clearly don't have it in hand. So we're going to make sure they don't draw it. And we have a lot. This is fine. We would click for credit anyways. Crisium is highlighted because it prevents successful runs. The example for Crisium Grid says the upgrade only triggers if it's on archives. Yeah, because it stops the successful, so you don't get over there. Off-rolled, unresed. So either we run back to see a new card, or we run HQ. If they had an Audacity in hand, they would have won. But the problem is like they have TPR. So this is the most important run. The issue is if we run HQ, they can just get the agenda out of hand with TPR. So I think we just run R&D because we lose on HQ. We don't have to break one of the subroutines because we don't have a click to lose. I don't think they have it in hand. Yeah, you just win right now. Exactly. Damn it. I'm not trashing that. Chrysopian? They have a spin doctor. We don't want to. So like Sneak Door will work at the Crisiums on HQ, but it won't be considered successful. I think we lose here. Oh, that's probably the NGO front, right? I forget this deck is on Moonpool. Oh, Adrian's moved over. That's totally fine. So that's an NGO front. That's obviously an upgrade. So Adrian's here on R&D. All right. So let's just hope we win. What about Abigail for Kogate? Zoe, how's it going? So paying 4 credits to bypass one single decoder is like really, really, really expensive. Shibboleth is good. The numbers on Shibboleth are good, but like paying 4 credits to get through 1 ice is just way too much money. And then just the natural numbers on Abigail are not particularly flattering compared to Shibboleth. So it's hard. It's like, it's definitely hard. The fact that if you find something like Mercury and then Mercury incentivizes you to do something that's like kind of bad to make Mercury kind of okay, you generally are making everything worse, unfortunately. But like I'd E-shut the Enigma if I could. All right, we just run R&D a lot. As much as Shibboleth is actually bad into Enigma. What breaks Ice and Ton in this Mercury? We have 2 revolvers. I'm just rechecking where Mercury is in the recent tier list. Pretty not great. It should be lower, I think. Okay, so Sice, they have more money than we think. This is an upgrade. There's cards in archives. I don't know what they are. Chrysopian's useless. Diversion is like not good unless we crack the NGO front, then diversion, and they still are on 2 credits as much as they're not on 7. What are we drawing into here? I think an inside job, and then we win the game. I think we flush out Adrian. Like no matter what, we just flush out Adrian, and then we come back. It's expensive though. Again, like we're out of money. We have no more money in the deck. 4 credits for Enigma. Oh, sick. People seemed overwhelmed by Mercury in general. I was shocked in how few deck lists are posted. It's because it's not... I think Criminal has issues. I think if there's points in the game where Criminal is better, Mercury would be better. Got it. We win here. 100% of the time. See 2 cards. It's unstoppable. Besides those accesses. Those were bad, I guess. Click for credit time. Welcome back. Welcome back to Click for Credit Time, where second Adrian Sice will be sliding over from server 1. Now, they don't have the win unless they were short credits, but like I don't think they have any agendas in hand. And we can kind of prove it with Chrysopian as much as like we only get the top card of R&D and they have a Spin Doctor. And Geofront, we knew that. Speaking of the tier list, do you plan to do the How It Turned Out tier list? I hope so. It depends on Jeff's timing too. Okay, that's probably an Enigma. So what did we see? It was, no, Tattoo Bola. So this is 5 credits. Or we can just at any point die to a Saisentan. At least we know they're not drawing into the win. I think here we actually bravado Enigma. It's a clickless 3 credits. That's the best we have. Any Dobrados left? I think we're on 3 and 3. We have 3 Dobrados out, 3 inside jobs out. We have no more bypass whatsoever. We're just letting this fire. Spin can shuffle at any time, therefore knowing the top of R&D doesn't mean anything. It doesn't, but a lot of players forget that. They forgot that they can Spin Doctor here. Right? Like they're not gonna. See? They also want to keep this to like play around Chrysopian, so I think they should break because they win off a lot of installs. 5 hours in, I'm getting the feeling you're a tiny bit exhausted. I need to eat, but like this is our last game, so it's okay. But I think I'm just worked up about Mercury. Seamless Adrian, nice. Oh, it's a Trank. That makes sense. They can clicklessly draw with this to like really look, but we don't lose to Audacity here at least. I don't think. No, they drew. So draw, bullet, that's 5, 6. Oh. Okay. I don't think we're winning this one because we just don't have money. Like, look how bad these are. Like, a diversion of funds is kind of bad because you're letting them res their ice. The only way diversion of funds is as good as Hermes into diversion. If they had an agenda, it'd more likely go here. We could consider sneak door baiting. Gang sign reprint win. We're all lucky that there's no gang sign. Let's be honest. Ugh. No, Beatrice, Eero. I actually did not realize that Eero works with Mercury. Unfortunately, it's Eero, and you already want to play Sneak Door, so they should ice up Archives. But Eero is like technically a good enough Mercury card, as much as I think Sneak Door into Docklands is much better. Just hope they don't win. They're going to win this turn. This Fermenter's for nothing, but at least it's like clicking for some more. They have 3 Audacity in their list. Actually, no, this is the one that was later. This one has no Audacity. This is the one that was played at Americans, not at APAC. Because that one wasn't on Seamless. Everyone loves gang signs that lets you guarantee they hit the snares. I forget if gang sign is mandatory or not. You think Sokka had 1x Audacity? He might. But that deck wasn't on Moonpool, was it? Like, how do you make money here? I think we have to crack the Fermenter. I think I have to do 2 clicks for 3 credits. Because that's probably a virus. We've only seen one, and it was shuffled back. Oh, God. There's our killer. No pools at Cascadia. Okay. Is Timely Public release a build your own MTI on a stick or a sick FA piece? It's been neither, but now it's a sick FA piece. This is all we got. 7 credits in a dream. Well, let's ice on fire. It's unlikely we die. It's actually very likely we die. I've considered it. It's very likely. All right. Well, we cannot break another piece of ice here. 4 for Anansi is really good. Revolver sees no play. I think this card's better than Carmen. I'm in. There's a chance Rashida's on the table, at least in server 7. I do love the timely public release in Atea. Whoever came with it deserves a cookie. Yeah, I heard talk about that before. I was talking to well, I'm not gonna spoil it, but yeah, no, I've the interaction is. Whoa, wait, we can get in? We only see one card because our ability doesn't work. But that one card is going to be a sick 2-pointer. Carmen's fine for Anansi though. Yeah, but we paid. Shh, you're right. Damn it, we lose. Like, we would have been so much better if we just played 419 with Hermes and sat back and then just like threw Maker's Eyes in, right? Like, just playing a Maker's Eye when it makes sense is so much better than bending over backwards to get Mercury to do something on Centrals. I'm so excited for there to be a good Mercury deck and me to be wrong about it. Because I've been absolutely... We haven't lost yet. Please! That's a Rashida. How have we not lost yet? They just don't have an agenda. Okay, so the problem with Enigma is that we can let Anansi for it won't work. They don't have an agenda. We got close. We I guess so. Click for credits, yeah, and then hope that the Rashida doesn't get it. Like, that's the play. It's literally click for 4 credits. You can do it one more time next turn. There's not gonna be a turn. Rashida's gonna draw into we just need. Actually, no. We might have another turn, you're right. Because TPR doesn't work with Seamless. They can TPR a Yagi Uda. I don't think Dinner has it though. We're getting a bro in chat. Good old fast advance waiting room. Yeah, I know. The big Pharaohs on every R&D on HQ. They're waiting to draw into their slash and burn. I don't know if they have it. Feels to me like if you're going to sit back and Crim Sable is better closing games than 4-9's marketing on pressure. Exactly, yeah. This ability is not... Like, currently there's not enough tools to make this ability easy enough to fire that doesn't have a huge downside to the rest of the deck and the way that the criminal economy pool works. That's my conclusion. That there's just not enough. Like, we can't Bravado Centrals turn 1. It's messed up. Mercury's Edward Kim level gimmick? I don't know. I think Edward Kim is at least more flexible. Like, Edward Kim, in almost every matchup, Edward Kim is like relevant. You don't have to build around anything. TPR doesn't work with Yagi because of the sneak you can't score clause. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Okay, so we can diversion. It'll be 2 clicks and 2 credits and 3 credits, so we're unlikely to gain money. We can run R&D in C2. So I think we click for 3 credits and run R&D. Very unlikely for that to work. There's a chance Sneak Door is right here, though. What if they printed Hermes and ID ability? Oh. Then we get to play Penny Shaver. Wasn't that good? Okay. So server 1's probably an agenda, probably on top of an Adrian Sice. We can do credit on 6. We can Sneak Door. I think it's very likely they drew into multiple agendas, but there's no Moonpool or anything. So I think running HQ is like attainable. And if they don't res here, we can run R&D, maybe. I didn't run the numbers. It's unlikely we can run R&D. We're probably gonna have to let Sice on fire this turn. Tattoo Bola. Sick thing about Tattoo Bola is you can get through it. And it doesn't count as breaking. Like, this is the best part, is like Banner makes sense. Like, Banner is not a bad card and it works with Hermes, Mercury, with Hermes. I do believe in Mercury, we've only seen half of Liberation. Yes, they might get their spotlight soon. It's not there yet. Yes. As of the next half of the set, I think Mercury is an exciting revisit. You can check archives anyways. We can always just check archives for sure, but I think there's a chance that Rashida drew into something. Because with 10 cards left in R&D, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like there's half the agendas left between 15 cards in archives. Seamless, Anansi. Yeah, we have to run archives. Spin Doctor might fix it. I don't know. Vampy? That doesn't do anything, does it? They rezzed it though. So it costs us forever to break. So I think we're just gonna let it fire. Letting them not draw is a bit interesting. It draws cards. Yeah, that's the only bad part, is that a card draw, but I don't think we can afford to break it. I'm assuming they have it, right? Like, they must. It's 4 to strength. No, we have to let it fire. We actually don't have an option here. Mercury needs 15 extra influence. Well, you can argue that's a criminal thing in general. Yeah, nothing in there. I'd be surprised. That's game. There's no way that's not game. I think there's a gender mode server. We probably could have taken a shot, a punt at Adrian Seiss and win the side game. But just absolutely miserable. Like, our economy totally doesn't exist. That bro early tells me they didn't draw agendas until just now. Yeah, I think so. Wait. That's Hermes plus an ID that does something. I think Hermes is good. I don't think Hermes is as good as most other people think it's good, but yeah, you can beat Hermes. It's fine. The thing though with Hermes too is like it's feast or famine inherently, right? Like you have some consoles like Ma and Keiko that are just, you know, unconditionally good values. There's matchups that Hermes will stomp, and there's matchups that Hermes doesn't do anything, right? Like it's usually extremes. So if they don't want to play value anarch, what are my options? Not Mercury, obviously. I think you can play like the sort of kind of aggro control 419 if you want to call it. I think Freedom is very playable, but it's much more tricky. Hoshiko's obviously very good. Arissana I think is busted. Lat is very good too. I feel like every faction you have something for you. Check out the Neum Sable. Yeah, the Neum Sable I think is really cool too. GG. Yeah, anyways, I hope that shows you a bunch of the issues I've had with Mercury. My win rate is now I think about 40%. There are some games that are just non-games because you crush down, but like the fact that you can't play most of the economy, you don't have an economy suite that where it makes sense. Your tools just struggle for you to deal with like basic things like Enigma. It's just very, very hard. And inherently criminal just didn't get any card draw, didn't get any economy in the new set. And not that they lost immense amount of things with rotation. It's just very hard not to be very aggressive with runs because that's the only way that criminal gets paid out. And like if you're relying on Hermes and you're relying on ice not to be rezzed, it's so hard to do everything together. Arissana is absurd. Like this matchup, if we were playing the Arissana deck we played earlier today, I think we have I wouldn't say a 90% win rate, but like, oh my God, do we have such a win rate? Clot, ability to make good central runs, just everything, right? Like you can play Conduit and Shaper. It's so good. Hermes is good at slowing the game down. Definitely not unbeatable though. Yeah, it slows the game down. It definitely does slow the game down. But like it comes at a big cost. And like you're gonna see with the CTZ 419 deck, like you now lean on Liberate accounts and daily cast for economy because you can't play Penny Shaper. So it's a mixed bag for sure. I think the Katurga breakouts are very interesting. I think that's the coolest part of the list. All right, I'm getting warm, getting hungry. We haven't eaten in a while. We've been streaming for about 5 hours and a bit. Thanks so much for dropping in. If you're watching the VOD, sorry I'm getting so salty about Mercury. You can correct me if you want. We're not going to have a stream this Thursday. You might know that by now, but we'll be back following week for sure. This weekend, it's the Euro Africa Continentals. It's up on Null Signal games. It will be on their channel. Null Signal Netrunner is their Twitch channel. Link should be in the description. And enjoy that. Good luck if you're playing. Have fun. Of course, we are running our nationals. We should have a video up next week. Tomorrow to talk about if you're coming in. Would love to have you. And we got our new shiny cards in. Ooh, is that an SMC? Ooh, you're gonna see that more tomorrow. But we're hoping to see you soon. It's just in 2 weekends, and it looks like it's gonna be a sick event. That's it. Thanks for you, friendly stream. Yeah, my pleasure. Greetings from Poznan. Great stream. Thank you, Steven. That's all. Take care, y'all. Enjoy your week. We'll be back in a bit. Ciao.